Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hi, Franks. Happy to see you, my friend. You guys, is that a rose in his pocket? Do you guys see that? I mean, it could be one of those like pocket squares, but it's sticking out more than they don't usually stick out like that. I don't know why there's that weird sound in the background, but whoever filmed this is responsible for that. Oh, wow. I mean, interesting, right? Zoom in on the rose. Okay. Interesting. It definitely doesn't look like your regular pocket square. Am I right, guys? The way it's folded? What is it? Twiz, you're so funny. So let's go with that a little bit. This is the first movement. There's no time stamp. There we go. Oh. Okay. It is. Wow. 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 I will say, this is masterful. And what a fucking shame, right? What a fucking shame. If he did this, if he's found guilty, and he'll be sentenced to life in prison, and he'll never touch a fucking piano again. What a fucking shame. That's what I can say about that. Twiz, shut up. He's phenomenal. He's exceptional. I mean, he's not going to have access to a piano. I mean, wow. Let's take a look at, see if we can find like the second movement. Interesting. Wow. Wait, so I just want to point something out. I'm going to back it up a second. I hate that sound in the background. Whoever filmed this, what were they thinking? So as a musician, right, the way that you end a movement or a piece of music, right, especially when it's like a like a long note like that, right? Where it's like not like a big ta-da, right? Is really, really important. And a lot of people will get that wrong because they'll just be like, okay, let me move on to the next movement. And they won't give the music time to, like, the way that I talk about this with my students, like, let the air clear. You want to hold, like with something like this, what I'm seeing here, you want to hold that and you want to give it that full space. And the thing is like on a piano, I'm just really appreciating how he's able to control the dynamics here by holding that note so long and it getting quieter, because the only way to really do that is with the pedals. I'm sure if Kitsmiths were watching, she would have a lot to say about this, but let's just watch that here in context. Wow. That's got to be the end of the first movement. Nice. Second movement. I don't know what that fucking sound is. How did they achieve that sound? It's wild. So the thing about slow movements is, like, as a young musician, it's harder to appreciate them because you're like, oh, it's a slow movement. And so where you really get to see someone's musicianship is not when they're playing a fast movement. I mean, sure, but it's in the slow movements, because those are actually a lot more difficult from a musical standpoint, like the phrasing. That's where if you don't have that ability, then you'll lose an audience, right? That's when people may start falling asleep or whatever. And so that's why I wanted to hear a little bit of this, because this is really in a lot of ways a lot more difficult, where fast movements can be difficult, like on a technical level. This is a very different type of difficulty that takes a lot more maturity and, again, and musicianship, artistry. Shout out to Heather. Happy to see you. Frank said that's how she plays. Well, that's awesome. Didn't know you were a prodigy. By the way, that's Beethoven's portrait in the background. Like Beethoven. Hi, Candace. I will be honest. For me, this sound in the background from whoever's filming this is ruining this, because you're losing. It's like louder than this, because this is slow movement. It's like louder than what he's playing, and it's very distracting, and it's kind of ruining it for me. So that's a shame. Liz, what would you play? So that's a shame. But I'm gonna go. Let's see if we can get to like the last movement here a little bit. That was nice. Let's hear the big finale here. That was lovely. Yeah, very good. Yeah. So what I'm commenting on is how he prolonged the cadence there. That was great. And the camera work was really nice, the way that it zoomed in at certain places. But that sound, though, I don't know what happened to make, like, you know, it's like the main thing. It's like, even if you don't film it, you should at least get a good recording. But anyway, so a funny thing too about Juilliard. So when I finished my undergrad degree, my bachelor's in violin performance, my teacher was like encouraging me to go to Juilliard for my master's. She's like, go to Juilliard, because she had 2 degrees from Juilliard. She's like her alma mater, like, go to Juilliard, you know. And I was like, she was really encouraging me to do it. And I was like, nah, because like I really loved my teacher, where she was amazing. And that's really why you choose to go to a school, right? It's if you're a classical musician, because you have private lessons, and that's really the bulk, that's the entire thing, right? If you don't have a good teacher, there's no point. So that 1 hour lesson a week with your private teacher is literally your education. Anyway, but the thing is like, because I went to conservatory for high school, and I was around a lot of that toxic type of competitive nature, where, like, for example, like at NCSA, where I went to high school, it's high school and a college, they, in the building where they have all the practice rooms and stuff, whenever juries were coming up, which is where you have to play for a grade, people were always injured. I was always injured. Everybody was always injured. But beyond that, people had actually committed self-unaliving in those practice rooms in the past. So that gives you a taste, for those of you guys who aren't aware of what it can be like with the pressure. That's a good example of what it's like in a conservatory setting. I think that's changed probably a lot now versus back then, because people have brought more awareness to how that is not good and healthy, and we don't want people unaliving themselves because of the pressure. But anyway, and so as I was doing my undergrad, it's like I worked so hard to get away from that type of unhealthy mindset and to approach, violin in a much better way that's, good, productive, but also healthier mentally and whatever. So I was like, I don't want to go back into that environment. But anyway, that's the story. Oh, why was I injured? Well, it's overuse injuries. It's overuse injuries. I started having overuse injuries in middle school. It started with tendonitis. And by the time I went to the chiropractor for the first time in middle school, they did an x-ray of my skeleton when I was like laying down, like relaxed or whatever. And my skeleton, I saw the picture, it looked like I was playing violin. Like my neck was tilted to the left, my left shoulder was higher than my right shoulder, and my spine was curved slightly left. So it's like the position, it's like playing position. And they were like, yeah, there's nothing we can do for you. That's permanent. But then after that, I have all types of overuse injuries. A lot of times it was dealing with the right arm, like the bow arm. It's just part of it. You have to learn how to really, it's like releasing tension, because, it's like the repetitive movements but you're playing a lot. And anyway, I could go really in depth about it, but basically, it's way more, it's in a lot of ways, it's like a worse type of injury than like an acute injury. Like say you like fall and hurt yourself, or you injure yourself doing a thing, right? Because this is like over time, right? So it's like over years and years and years, hours and hours and hours a day, to where once those injuries set in, they're a lot harder to undo. And really the best way is to do it preventatively, but it's like, you don't know what you're doing wrong until you have those injuries. And by the time they pop up. So like there were times like in college, for example, where I couldn't play for like a month or 2 months. And I still, of course, was involved in all my rehearsals and stuff, but I was just sitting there and participating, but not playing. And that's not uncommon. I mean, that's very common. I mean, one of my favorite violinists, Maxim Vengerov, he had to take 2 years off from playing for the same reasons I did one of the times with the bow arm. he had to take 2 years off and relearn how to use the bow. I had to do the same thing. That's a whole story. I almost quit violin over that. I was insane. Why is it so competitive? Because how do you even answer? I wish Kitsmans was here to weigh into. Like, it's very difficult to have a career as a classical musician in the performance realm, right? Like, because how many people have careers as soloists? So when you're getting degrees in performance, that's kind of what you're going towards, is aiming for is having a career as a soloist. And it's like, you know, there's so little funding to begin with, but it's like, you know, it's just even just to get okay, like when I auditioned for Oberlin for college, that's the same story as the knife wielder story. Like they had a record number of people turn out for that audition. And so basically when I went, you know, they had over 400 violinists, and these are the top caliber violinists from all over the world, right? These are the same people who are auditioning for Juilliard and Curtis and all the rest. And so they had 400 people apply, okay, to go to school there as freshmen. And they had like 6 slots available. So even just to go to college, right? Or an orchestra audition. Orchestra auditions are the worst. They are absolutely brutal because they'll have you prepare a whole list of all these excerpts and solo pieces. It's like, I don't know, an hour of music, maybe more, right? And then when you get there, they might hear 10 seconds. I mean, it's orchestra auditions are far and away the worst. And so, Candace saying, I have a friend who was a concert violinist and that pressure destroyed him. Now he's a raging alcoholic, very sad outcome. Yeah. Wow. That is very, very awful. Hi, Meg. Happy to see you again. He went to Berkeley, and Berkeley of all the schools is less. They're not of the, like it, while it is a conservatory, Berkeley is not even nearly as bad as some of them because that's not, it's a newer school. So it doesn't follow as much of the old school tradition, which is like worse even. So like your Juilliard, your NCSA, your Curtis, you know, those types of things. Like Berkeley, I consider in my mind Berkeley to be like the free-spirited version where it's like way better. So, but yeah, that doesn't surprise me though. That just goes to show you just how bad it is even there. So yeah. So the pressure is, you know, so you have to work really hard to like not, you know, like the way I teach my students, right? Like I've got students auditioning for all kinds of stuff. I've got a student auditioning on Monday for Peabody, which is another top conservatory up there with Juilliard. Okay. And he's already, some of the other schools, they have you send tapes in. So he's already sent tapes into a bunch of other schools, but this is an in-person one. And so I've got students auditioning for stuff all the time. And I always tell them, like, you cannot be focused on what the results are. It's quite arbitrary. And it's like, it depends on so many things. It can just depend on how many people show up that year, right? Like what happened to me when I auditioned at Oberlin. I was lucky. I got waitlisted. That was a miracle, right? Considering the number of slots. And so, you know, and like another great example, my Dr. B, my favorite violin teacher, had this story about a colleague of hers who had auditioned for all these different orchestras, right? Like lower level orchestras, and was not getting hired, was not getting a job at all, right? Had been out of work for a long time. And the Met, the Metropolitan Opera, had a job opening for a section violinist, okay? Now, for those of you guys who don't know, the Met is the highest paying orchestra in the world. And at the time when I was being told this story, which was in college, so a long time ago, they start you out at like 300 grand a year. I'm sure it's more now. But that's not normal. Normally you don't get paid shit for playing in an orchestra, even if it's a really high level orchestra. That the Met is an exception. So because of that, you can imagine of all the different auditions, like that is the hardest orchestra to get into. And you're just going to be accompanying the opera singers basically. And so anyway, so this colleague of my teacher's, he'd auditioned for like the local or all this stuff and was not getting hired. He was getting turned down one after another. And the Met had a job opening. And on a whim, he was like, why not? I know I'm going to get turned down, whatever. I'll just wing it, whatever. Who cares at this point, right? What do I have to lose? Auditioned for the Met and got the job. The Met. That just goes to show you how arbitrary it can be. And so that's a huge point of the whole thing. And that's where it's really sad, right? Because people get so competitive about it when really no one can ever be sure that they're, you know, it's sad. right? It's like torturing yourselves for like nothing, because anything can affect the outcome of an audition. So, hi Kane, happy to see you as well. So yeah, but you know, you can appreciate though the fact that this defendant went to Juilliard, right? But he plays beautifully, and it's just crazy. This is just crazy what's going on with this case. So what we're going to do first, I was talking to Twiz about this. Twiz, in case you're wondering why you didn't hear from me back in the Discord, because I was like, okay, well, now I got to put some shit together, right? You know, as I do. So I quickly put together in record time a thing. So what this is re-examining some of the testimony that we heard last night. But this is so the things, there was a lot, right? And they're going fast and furious, these witnesses, right? So you have the eyewitness, right? You have the surveillance camera footage. You have the maps that he's showing the jury. We didn't get to see the maps. Don't worry, I'm going to take care of that as well. And then you've got the dude on the stand. I don't remember if he's a detective. I don't think he was technically a detective, but the guy from the sheriff's department there, Greenville County Sheriff's Department, who gives a verbal timeline. But there's a lot of discrepancies, okay? And I have a lot of questions. And Twiz is singing some Bohemian Rhapsody. Love it. That's all. It's all good. It's all good. And so I'm actually going to try to do, I don't actually have a command for my name, which is funny. I guess squirrel would be the closest thing. So what I'm going to attempt to do is I have my iPad. I'm going to attempt to make a timeline and write things down as we go. And then hopefully I can try to pull it up on the screen if everything syncs to my computer. So we'll see how that goes. But there's some very interesting things to talk about here. So, okay.
Do you see anything of interest that day?
Yeah, this is the eyewitness. And for anyone who doesn't know what's going on, okay. Can you guys see my mouse? This house right here, that is the house of the victim, okay? So this lady that's talking is the eyewitness, and she was sitting at this table, okay, the morning of the murder, and looks out the window and she people watches because she's retired. And there's that plant. So there we go.
Somebody on a bicycle.
All right, and so tell this jury what you would have seen from that vantage point right there.
There was a guy on the bicycle right here, dressed in all black with a mask on his face.
So whereabouts? So I see those two trees in the photo. Where was he about?
So the first thing she said, dressed in all black with a mask on his face. That's the first thing she
Where
said.
those two trees were.
Right in between them.
Right in between them. And you can see through your plant right there and see him. All right. And so can you describe the person that you saw and about what time it was?
He was tall and skinny. He was on a black bicycle. He was all dressed in black. I did say his sweatshirt was gray, but it was a hectic day that day, very scary, and it was all black. And I glanced over and saw him, and then I finished reading what I was reading. I looked up and I didn't see him anymore.
So the question he asked her was, what time was this?
He was tall and skinny.
All right. And so can you describe the person that you saw and about what time it was?
He was tall and skinny. He was on a black bicycle.
And honestly, I'm not blaming her for that. That was a compound question. He said, can you describe the person and what time it was? There's a reason why compound questions are stupid and bad. And the defense isn't going to object there, right? Because they would probably rather her forget the second part of the question, which is really important, right?
Bicycle. He was all dressed in black. I did say his sweatshirt was gray, but it was a hectic day that day, very scary, and it was all black. And I glanced over and saw him, and then I finished reading what I was reading. I looked up and I didn't see him anymore.
So when you looked over and you saw him, was he wearing a backpack?
Yes.
Now, when you saw him,
he must have not been paying attention enough to realize she didn't say, oh, I need to do this. Hold on. She didn't say what time. Like, he should have, after she finished that answer, he should have been like, and what time was it, right? Anyway.
For the first time, did he have anything on his face or his head or anything like that?
No.
And so what color skin did he have?
So, okay. Questions, because I wrote this down. The first thing she said, on a bicycle, all black with a mask on.
Yes.
Now, when you saw him for the first time, did he have anything on his face or his head or anything like that?
No.
Huh? Come again? Now he doesn't have anything on? She was already describing the first time she saw him. I don't understand what.
And so, what color skin did he have?
White.
What color hair did he have?
Kind of like a reddish sandy color hair.
And were you able to see his face?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit.
So she's saying, in order for her to make these claims that she could see his hair and his face, no, there would have to be nothing on his head and nothing on his face, like a mask, right?
How would you see his face?
Because he kind of turned and then turned back.
And did he have gloves on?
Yes.
Or so he's wearing gloves when you saw him?
Well, he was putting them on.
Okay, he's putting his gloves on. And then after.
Okay, so let's review. She has said that he was on a bicycle. Okay, so already I have a question. She just said, and again, I'm not faulting her, but the prosecutor's not helping here, right? Because he's not following up on this stuff. If I were on the jury, these are things I'd be asking, like, okay, well, hang on. So he's riding on a bicycle. He's moving on a bicycle, right? So how is he stopping and turning to look at her? Or she didn't say stopping. That's actually what I was going to say. She didn't say he stopped, right? But he turned to look at her. How is he putting gloves on? So did he get off the bike?
After he put his gloves on, what did he do?
I guess he got back on the bike and started riding, but he wasn't
When did he get off the bike?
riding fast enough to get down Canebrake. When I looked back up, I didn't see him anymore. I didn't see him go in or come out.
Now, did he put a mask or anything on before he left your vantage point?
Yes.
What did he put on?
A white mask
And
and a hat.
And a hat?
Well, the hood.
A hood? Or
Well, the hood on his coat.
So, hang on, I was going to write something else down here.
To get down Canebrake. When I looked back up, I didn't see him anymore. I didn't see him go in or come out.
now, did he put?
Wait, I wanted to hold on. Let me just back up.
Putting him on.
He's putting his gloves on. And then after he put his gloves on, what did he do?
I guess he got back on the bike and started riding, but he wasn't riding fast enough to get down Canebrake.
So this sounds like he's leaving. There's a lot of clarification needed here, right? Because this is a mess. Like, this makes it sound like he's leaving the house, right? After, this is a complete and utter mess. And there's more problems with this that we'll get to here. So he got back on the bike, she said, but when did the bike stop? When did he get off the bike? We didn't hear any of that. We just heard that he was riding on the bike. At some point, he turns and looks at her. There's already discrepancies on what was on his face. Puts the gloves on. I mean, it's a mess. It's a complete mess.
When I looked back up, I didn't see him anymore. I didn't see him go in or come out.
Now, did he put a mask or anything on before he left your vantage point?
Yes.
What did he put on?
A white mask
And
and a hat.
So puts on a white mask and a hat. But remember, she started out her testimony with, when she saw him the first time, he was on a bicycle in all black with a mask on. And the thing is like, if there were two incidences, let's just say that she saw him and then some time elapsed and then she saw him again, as if he maybe went inside and then he came back out or something like that, right? That needs to be clarified.
And a hat?
Well, the hood.
A hood? Or
Well, the hood on his coat.
do you recognize?
He changed hat to hood.
Let me ask you this. Is the person that you just described to this jury look like the person in that photo right there?
Yes,
How so?
it just does.
Is that the same person that you saw that morning around 8:15?
Yes.
8:15. So for any of you guys who, I mean, it was confusing if you have been following it, but remember, there's a problem with that because it's not until like the Ring camera that catches him at the door or catches the suspect at the door, right, is 9:15. So she sees him leaving. Or well, okay, he's showing her this and saying, is that the same person you saw? In other words, they're not really necessarily saying that this is from the time when he left. It's just like, is this the person? So but at 8:15 in the morning, right?
Ms. Gorman, you recognize that person in this courtroom?
Yes.
Like, in other words, if she saw him twice, but the last time was at 8:15, it can't be after the murder unless she has her times wrong, right? This is where this is problems. I don't know.
Will you point him out for me?
Right there.
Ms. Gorman, did you talk with law enforcement that day? Did they come and talk to you about this?
Oh, there was a lot of people that day, yeah.
And were you able to kind of see
So
that?
I want you guys to pay attention to how she answers these questions. She gets asked this a number of different ways about when did she talk to law enforcement.
Right there.
Ms. Gorman, did you talk with law enforcement that day? Did they come and talk to you about this?
Oh, there was a lot of people that day, yeah.
That's
And
not.
were you able to kind of see the activity going across over at 122 Canebrake?
Yeah.
Did you pay attention to it and watch what was going on?
Well, there was a lot of us out there.
Did you see Brad Post over there?
I saw him walking around over there, yeah.
Did you recognize him as well?
Yeah.
And do you know about how many law enforcement officers you talked to that day
Oh,
about what you
gosh.
saw?
I have no idea. There was so many. so many.
Yeah,
This is cross.
Good afternoon.
my name is Andy Morgan. We've never met before.
No.
Just to be clear, Ms. Gorman, you said that you saw this person at around 8:15 on the morning of October the 13th. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you said that that person stopped.
Now, what's interesting is, see, he said, did you guys catch that? He said, you said that person stopped. He's fixing her testimony unintentionally because she didn't say that he stopped. That's what I was pointing out. She never said he stopped. That's when I was like, how the fuck is he doing all this stuff while still moving on the bike, right? So he's saying that, he's like, you said he stopped, and she's like, that's right. But she never said that.
Stopped and did a lot in front of your window. Just decided to stop right there.
Yeah.
Mr. Wilkins showed you a picture of a.
So even if you say, okay, well, maybe he did stop and she just forgot to say it or whatever, because how else could he be doing those things? Okay, so here's the other question I have. If he was on a bike and then he stops and does all this stuff, I guess he then gets back on the bike. But like, if this is supposed to be, like, there's two things that could be happening. This could actually be at 8:15, right? Or it could be that this is at 9:15 and she has her times wrong. But if this is at the time of the murder, what did he do with the bike, right? Because when we see the video footage, there's no bike in sight. You don't see a bike sitting there in the yard or anything.
Person in a white mask. Remember that?
Yes.
Because like, if a person stops a bike and gets off a bike, they have to do something with the bike, right?
And you looked at that. You looked at that picture and you said, that's the white mask. You remember saying that?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Hofferth and then another police officer came to your home on October the 28th, 2024? Is that right? Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So more than 3 years after this happened, they came to your home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that the first time you told anybody in law enforcement what you saw was you tell me, did you meet with anybody in law enforcement to tell them what you saw that day before October the 28th?
There was a lot of them out there. Yeah.
There's a lot of them out there, like as in police officers at the scene. That's not, again, that's the same answer she gave on direct, so that's consistent, but it's like she's wanting it. I don't know. I'm not trying to blame her. I think she's being honest, but it's like, that's not the same, right? Just because they're out there doesn't mean you're meeting with them.
A lot of detectives, sheriffs, a lot of people
A lot of
talking
people talking.
to us.
Okay. But the first time you met with Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Hofferth was more than 3 years after this happened. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The person on the bicycle was wearing a hat. Is that correct?
Well, the hoodie that was on the coat.
A hood. So she's saying a hood again. Now, she initially on direct, she said hat, and then she corrected herself and made it a hood.
So is it your testimony that person was not wearing a hat, just a hoodie? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Show this during kind of scrap. It's a map.
Okay. So now we're on to this witness here, and we're going to get into the maps and the timeline and everything with this.
Can you see what road this is right here?
I cannot read the writing, but I know that's South Batesville Road.
And where is the entrance to Canebrake neighborhood?
If you see the green square, that's parallel with South Batesville, just above it, about 6 inches. That's Canebrake.
So did y'all see how that fell over? Hold on.
Parallel with South Batesville, just above it, about 6 inches.
This is a theme in all of the trials, that they're always dropping these things on the easel So I have something already from the Ezra trial. So it's like, here we go. So it's too bad that he didn't take the team approach here.
However, sorry, team approach, I guess.
The reason they had to do this because they kept dropping it. But anyway, okay.
That's Canebrake Drive.
And so, where did Christina Parcell live?
At 122.
Is that right there?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And so we were talking about a ring camera that you identified. And where was that first ring camera that you identified?
At 121 Canebrake, which is directly across into the angle from the incident location.
And did you ever talk to Donna Gorman?
I did.
What address did she live at?
Hers is 117, which is directly across from 116.
Is that right here?
It is.
Okay.
All right. So field trip to South Carolina. All right. So here's Canebrake. We're gonna hear them talking a little bit later about the different roads and stuff. Let me do this. The different roads, obviously. Here's the elementary school where the daughter went. They talk about that, Buena Vista. So here's South Batesville Road. Can you guys see my mouse? I don't know if you can see my mouse. Here's South Batesville Road. And then you can see Canebrake. That's where, of course, the pin is. And then there's Saratoga Drive. So let's zoom in a little bit here. Oh my God. Oh, that's interesting. There's like a little cul-de-sac there. I didn't hear anyone talk about that. Look at that, guys. That's interesting. This is why we do this. So let's take a look. That looks like the house right there. Let me see if I can get to where we can see the mailbox. Oh, look. It looks like it's for sale. Wow. Let me see. Zoom in. Wait, it's on the, I see where the address is. Hold on. The address is like on the, that's got to be it though. Because see, it's interesting because what we've seen so far with like the surveillance cameras and stuff, you see it from their house's perspective, but we haven't seen the neighbors' houses, right? So that looks like it though. So what the houses they're talking about here would be, I'm sure it's this one. Let's see if there's an address on it. Why do these people not have address? Oh, wow. Solar panels. Look at that. No address. What the fuck? Is there a mailbox? There's the mailbox. Anyway, that's got to be one of them. And then the other one I think is going to be, that's the same house. Let's see. 123. There's 123. So they talked about 121 and 117. So maybe it's actually like, in other words, and remember, she has that huge ass window, right? With the plant. Hold on. Let's see if it's, 119. It's weird that no one talks about this court, though. So this cannot be Donna Gorman's house there, because it doesn't have one of those huge ass windows. Because the window that we saw with the plant didn't. It was like, Is Google doing that thing where it's like not the right street? Because like I'm not seeing the type of window where Donna sits at. That's huge, and it has none of the what do you call it? The framing shit that can be in windows. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you, from May 2016. Thank you, Twiz. Thanks. Yeah, that's a good point. So maybe the windows. Wow, that's crazy. So I wonder. Let's see where it changes. Oh, there's April 2023. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point, Frank. So sometimes the address can be on the curb. And it's like, the thing is, it's just because they're showing the exhibits to the jury and they're not showing us. And it's not like it's something like, it's just maps, right? It's just like, normally they make sure that the gallery and the media can see it. So this is why interesting, because that looks like what's blurred out there. Hang on. What is this? What is that about, guys? What is that about? Yeah, Frank. Yeah, what is this? I mean, that's not supposed to be the house though, that's why it's weird, right? Because it's 122. This is 125 for the house that's blurred out. Huh. Interesting. Oh, thanks, Twiz. You can get it blurred out if you ask. Interesting. Really? That's wild. Yeah, I'm not seeing a window that fits the window of Donna Gorman. Now, she lived in that house for a long time, she said, but that doesn't mean she couldn't have changed her window setup. You know what I mean? So this is 2023. That says 123 right there. Okay. So let's go back so we can hear hear the street numbers again, house numbers again. Okay.
And then a ring camera that you identified. And where was that first ring camera that you identified?
At 121 Canebrake, which is directly across into the angle from the incident location.
And did you ever talk to Donna Gorman?
I did.
What address did she live at?
Hers is 117.
Okay, so 117 and 121, because it seems like that's pretty far away from the house. So yeah, so Frank says that. So we're not looking for the address. We're trying to find the houses that match the descriptions in the trial because we're not able to see these exhibits. So let me do this. Let me actually just have Google. Where's my mouse? Okay, let me just put that in and see what happens. Yeah, it's this house. It's this little house. Okay, so we had the right house. It's just weird because the window doesn't match her window from the view. So yeah, she must have changed up her windows or something. So then 121, which is the one that got the really important ring footage, right? Where you can actually see the suspect at the front door. That's this house right here. This is the house, again, because I couldn't see the ad. This is the house that got that. This is what led them to just figuring out what to do, right? And it says, and there it says 121. Perfect. Oh no, that says 123. So what? So now I'm fucking confused because these houses are right next to each other. See, this shouldn't be this hard. That's what she said. How is that the same house as when I did 117? Yeah. What are we doing? That's the same house. What is going on, you guys? Okay, thanks, Franks. So, okay. Wait, but this doesn't have... Did somebody remove the solar panel? No, I guess they added. There's no solar panels now. Hold on. Okay, look at that. They got solar panels. Okay. But that's August of 2023, and the window still looks the same. Like, it doesn't look like, look. So now we have the newer picture, August of 2023. There's still no window that matches her window. So, but if that's 121, that makes more sense. There's the mail. Hold on. Let's see if we can. 121. Frank's was right. Thank you. Okay, so the mailbox. So 121. Okay, so this then, now we can confirm. This is the house that got the Ring camera. Okay, so that means that Donna Gorman's house, I don't know why Google tries to say, oh, I wonder if that's the big window right there. Hold on. That looks like it. There it is. That's got to be it, guys. That's the window. There it is. That is 100%. That's the window. Do you guys see that? Let me do this. Hold on. This is the window with the plant. That's it right there. Okay, good. Now I feel like we have now we know. I don't know why Google can't be more helpful and take you to the right address when you type it in. That's the window. So now that we have that, so that's the window where the eyewitness was sitting. And then right across the street, right, there's the victim's house. And that makes sense now if we go back here. And then that's the house with the Ring camera. Okay, cool. Good. Yeah, we identified the victim's house right away. That wasn't difficult. The houses that were harder to identify were the houses of where the eyewitness lived and then where the Ring camera was located, right? Because it was hard to see the numbers of the house, and we don't know what the houses look like, right? Because we just see what their camera sees. But it was easy. I identified the victim's house right away because we know what it looks like. We've seen a million pictures of it. That's it right there. That's the victim's house. That's the victim's house right there. So we identified that. That wasn't the issue. Now, had we seen pictures of these neighbors' houses, then we would have known, oh yeah, but we hadn't seen pictures of their houses because we just see what their camera sees. And the Google addresses were not working. So yeah. Franks, are you saying that there's still something worth looking for in the Zillow listing though, even if I haven't figured out which houses it is? Because I don't know, you might have said that before I figured it out. Right. That's a good point. So let me do, yeah, I mean, well, y'all know for BK's coverage, right? The disaster that Google was with Lambsden, right? So it's a good point here. Okay. Hey. No, yep, there it is. Yep. Okay, I guess we have to look at the photos in order. Okay, no, we can do it this way. Where is the picture? So that window, the big window, it's like on the corner. Oh my God. Like you can't actually see it in any of these pictures, which is obnoxious. Why is there only 5 pictures? And let's do, oh my God, I can't type. Oh my God. Okay. We'll double check this one as well. Yep. And there it is with the solar panels. Yep. Oh, look at those nice stairs. So yeah. Okay, cool. So, you know how they say trust but verify. I think with Google, it's like don't trust and verify, but yeah. But so yeah. So again, victim's house, just to reiterate, victim's house here, right? And then there we go. Then this is the house with the Ring camera where the camera that captured the suspect at the door, the front door. And there's that window where we can get a good view here. There it is right there. That is where the eyewitness, Donna Gorman, sits and has her morning coffee and has her plant in the window. And that's the eyewitness. And look, there's a black Prius. It's not for sale. What are you talking about, Franks? Oh, you're saying because of why there's only 5 pictures. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, so good. So now we have a reference point, and we're going to leave this ready to go for as we get more of this, where we don't get to see the maps, right? So
which is directly across from 160.
Is that right here?
It is.
And then I have 116 Canebrake.
Yes.
Were you able to find anything of significance at 116 Canebrake?
Yes, they did not have a ring camera. However, they did have cameras on the front side of their house near the gutter up high and on the front side of the residence.
And then, so I'm assuming your teams of officers are
There's
walking.
the defendant. So for anyone who's newer, right, that's the defendant. He's 33 years old right now, and he is a piano prodigy who went to Juilliard, and we listened to him earlier.
Up and down Canebrake Avenue.
Actually, so Franks, if you know nothing, I think you said you knew nothing about the case. You're probably like, why are we watching this pianist dude? This is the defendant. That was him playing piano.
Here. And then what is this road that it deads into?
It runs into Saratoga, which comes back around, and I'm not sure of the name that it runs into. It may change names at the end, but that's Saratoga Drive that Canebrake runs into.
And so is that 207 Saratoga down there?
Yes, sir. It is.
Accurate?
Yes, sir. It is.
And then this is 133 Canebrake.
Yes.
And so back to 121 Canebrake.
So Denise is asking about that. So that there's a lot of problems with the eyewitness's testimony, right? I'll just review sort of what we have here. Like she said she saw him at 8:15. The ring camera captures him at the front door at 9:15. However, there's a whole other slew of issues that we'll get into with where's the metadata? How do we know what time? We just have someone telling us what time. There's a lot of issues with the timeline and with a lot of this stuff. Okay, so only, and you guys will see it here in a second, only one of the surveillance cameras has a timestamp. And usually in trials, right, when they go through these cameras, they will go through the whole thing of like, how do we know what time it's from, right? Because sometimes the timestamps can be wrong. Then think about any other trial, right? What do? They do the whole thing about there's the GMC and then they have to convert the time over. And there's all this to do with like, how do we know for sure what time this was taken, right? None of that happens in this trial. None, absolutely none. So we just have people telling us what time it is. But anyway, if going with that from the state, right, 9:15 is when they say the ring camera catches the suspect at the front door. The eyewitness says she saw him at 8:15. However, there's so much that didn't make sense with her testimony. Like none of it made any sense, right? She says he's got a mask on and a hood up, but yet she was able to see his hair and see his face. She changes that and walks that back a bunch of times. She has 2 sightings of him, but we don't ever hear her say that he stopped the bike or got off the bike. At some point he puts gloves on, but she never says how while he's still riding the bike. So it's honestly, in a lot of ways, it's probably more problematic because it doesn't match what the rest of this is going to show with the cameras, whether you go with the time or whether you go with what the suspect is wearing. Her eyewitness testimony doesn't match any of it. So that's where we're at. Okay, good. Well done. Right. And this is what's so crazy, right? Because while she didn't ID the defendant, she did in court. That's what pissed me off. Like, we'll come right back to this. Let me just show you guys real quick for those of you guys who didn't see it. So this is 613, because I'll just go to the part where she points him out in court because it pisses me off. And by the way, she wasn't interviewed with law enforcement until over 3 years after the homicide. And it's an elderly eyewitness. Let me see where this is at.
Brooke showed you a picture of a.
Okay, let me go back a little bit further.
Corman, you said that you saw
Him as well.
Okay, here we go.
A lot of us out there.
Did you see Brad Post over there?
I saw him walking around over there. Yeah.
Did you recognize him as well?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, it was before this. Hold on.
Well, there was a lot of us out there.
Did you see Brad Post over there?
I saw
Here
him
we go.
walk-
Here we go.
15?
Yes.
Ms. Gorman, you recognize that person in this courtroom?
Yes.
Will you point him out for me?
Right there.
He's right there. Look, guys. I mean, by the way, also the window I kept referencing, because this is the window. You see why this window is a big deal? See how it's huge and it doesn't have any of the painting? That's what they're called, window panes, right? It doesn't have any of the panes that went. So she sits there and has her coffee and people watches, right? So that's why I was like looking for this window. And you can see the victim's house right there. That all makes perfect sense since we found it in real life. Did she see a beard? She didn't say beard. The beard comes in. We don't hear about a beard until this dude. We're going to see it. Don't worry. I have it all included in here. But we don't hear anything about seeing a beard until he says you can see a beard in a zoomed in picture. She didn't say a beard. She did not. Right. I know. Right. Right. Good point. Could be a clock issue. Yep. Could be. But the thing is they're not addressing any of it. And we're going to get to this. Okay. Let's keep watching.
Okay.
You said you identified a ring camera.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about that.
Now
So,
we're
I met
getting,
with-
so this is the crucial part of the ring camera. That's why I wanted to look for this house.
The homeowner there, I believe his name's Chris, and he had multiple activations of his Ring doorbell camera. And staying there with him, we went through that, and there was multiple vehicles that went by and set off his activations. Well, in the process of doing this, we realized at 9:15 there was a car that passed. And when that car passed, you could see the front porch of 122. There was what appears to be a male stepping into the front door. And then it goes away because it's a short clip, motion activated, and there was no more motion from the road because the car passed. We continued to backtrack, and we were able to see that at 8:07 that morning, Ms. Parcell's vehicle is leaving.
Miss Parcell is the victim.
And there's multiple other activations throughout this time frame.
Can you describe this to this jury, what you're
Remember
seeing?
how I was like, yeah, we know which house is hers. There's the house. I'm circling it right there. It's that's the house, right? So that's why I had no trouble with that. So, okay.
Background there and what caused the ring camera to.
All right, so the
You can see the person right there.
white SUV that passed by activates the camera. And while watching this video, you see
I agree, Frank.
the vehicle first, and then
Oh, by the way, that's the court feed that cuts out there. So
the background, you'll see the suspect, possible suspect, stepping into the front door. Looks like a gray sweatshirt, a backpack, and pants.
court feed.
All right, so that is a still shot of 122 of the initial Ring camera after the white vehicle had passed. That is the suspect standing on the front stoop, front porch, directly in front of the main entranceway of the home.
And is there a car to the right there?
There is.
Did you determine whose car that was?
I
That was
agree.
Miss Parcell's. Yes.
Definitely.
That's 122 Cambridge. That's Miss Parcell's house.
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the same instant location, 122 Canebrake.
So notice, notice that in these pictures, right? There's no bike present. There's no bike. Okay.
The suspect stepping onto the front steps. I believe that will be at the top of the steps onto the front porch. Same instant location. Will be directly after stepping onto the front porch.
I think it's funny how he answers that because all it is it's just more zoomed in, but it's the same frame. And he keeps saying it's him going up each different step anyway.
Exhibit 21
Opening the front door,
Now that's a different,
and
that's
exhibit
different.
22.
See that's,
stepping inside the residence.
that was just zoomed in.
And I know we just reviewed the video. On the video, can you see the individual going inside?
Briefly, yes, right before it cuts off.
So as part of your investigation and canvassing, are you also trying to establish a timeline as well?
Yes, sir.
Timeline.
And when reviewing the videos or the Ring camera from across the street of Christina Parcell's house, did you discover any other times on there that were important to your investigation?
Yes. At that time, that was 9:15 when he had stepped in. So backing up,
The thing that bothers me is this Ring camera shit is so fucking crucial, right? The state is alleging this is the time the murderer accessed the house somehow. That's a whole other question. We don't know. Well, from what we know, that front door was locked. The back door was kept unlocked. This suspect, without any trouble, gets in the front door, right? So that's a whole other question I have, right? But the state is alleging this is when this suspect goes in and does this murder, and we're going to get to the time, how much time there is there. Which, by the way, it's crazy. It's actually, I think, rivals the window in BK's case, right? And so in terms of how little time, so they're alleging that's when he goes in the house, right? So to then represent, so you present an eyewitness who says 8:15, then they just say 9:15, but they've not provided anything to show where they got the 9. They're just saying it's from 9:15. It blows my mind. Like, and the metadata would show, right? The things about it being like exactly an hour off, if it was something like daylight savings or whatever, that's why you go through that. Because wouldn't they want to know if it was actually 8:15, right? So they've not, And the thing too is the jury might not realize that this is not normal, right? The jury might think, oh yeah, if they just say it, that's what it is. They may not know about how there's all these discrepancies when it comes to these cameras, and they can be off. Or, you know, it could be that the cameras somehow invert lollipop footage, you know. And so that, but us that watch these trials, we know that this is just not acceptable to just say it and then not present any like timestamp or metadata or anything. But anyway.
To a few other of the notifications that Mr. Chris had located at 9:27. I'm misspeaking here. That 9:27 is for 133. We'll get to that in a minute. At 9:15, he is stepping in the house. She arrives at the home at 9:12. So just a few minutes prior, her vehicle is turning into the driveway.
So this is where it gets interesting, right? So because we're going to see here, remember, this is what's interesting. At 8:15, the victim was not home.
7.
No, that would be
Let's look at the video.
Okay.
Gets crazy.
And so,
I mean, my time's off, but it's right there.
In addition, were you able to see the comings and goings of Christina Parcell's car,
Yes.
her sister Tina Parcell's car,
Yes.
and of course, you can see the arrival of Brad Post's car.
Yes, sir.
On that. Okay, so let's take a look at those.
All right.
And it's approximately 8:06.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at 8:06, what kind of cars do you see at the Parcell home?
So there is
So for those of you guys who don't know, so her sister lived there as well. So there's Christina and then there's Tina. Tina's the sister. So the car on the right, the SUV, that's Christina's car, and the car on the left is Tina's car.
a Lexus SUV and there's a silver sedan, which is the sister's vehicle.
Is that Tina Parcell?
Yes, it is. All right, this is at 8:11, and the only vehicle there is the sister.
Okay, so why does that matter? So this is 8:11. So because these are motion actors, so sometime between 8:06 and 8:11, Christina left, and we know she had that job interview at the vet thing. So she left prior to 8:11, right? She left the house. And remember, this eyewitness says 8:15 is when he shows up, right?
Her vehicle is in the driveway.
Yeah.
So,
That's what I think. That's what I think probably is the case. But you guys are going to see what made me realize that here in just a minute, because there's something there.
based on that video.
Obviously, the
Right.
victim in this case was no longer at her residence at that time.
Yep.
At 8:11.
Yes.
So what's interesting is so what does this mean to us? It means that the suspect did not know she had that interview, right? Potentially. Now notice, hold on. So notice they're clicking on these, right? And you'll notice that whenever they go to play these, there's no timestamp or anything like that, right?
No longer at her residence at that time.
At 8:11.
Yes.
And now what time is that?
That will be 8:35, and the silver sedan is fixing to start backing up,
That's the sister.
which will be the sister leaving.
And what time was that?
8:35.
So at 8:35, Tina Parcell's car.
Yeah, her vehicle leaves. Yes. And then this is where 9:12, the silver SUV is back in the driveway.
So we know from this video
At this
that
time.
at least by 9:12,
Yeah.
Christina Parcell is back at her house.
Yes. And then 3 minutes later, the 9:15 video of the suspect stepping in comes into play.
And what is this?
So this is the 3 stills that we looked at just a few moments ago, coupled with the map of Canebrake Drive.
Do you guys know each other? That's really funny. You needed Frank's. What did I miss here? Do you guys know each other? That's really funny. By the way, Frank's, I'm talking about you a lot, and I'm like, God, why is Frank's not here? Because like we've been talking a lot about in BK's case with the IGG, and anyway, yeah. So
116 Canebrake.
by the way, Frank's, if you didn't hear it, I'm going to be a best guess on SDS for BK coverage. So
To establish this timeline.
All right.
So 116 is where?
It is closer to South Batesville Road.
So let's take a look at where that is on the map. Okay. Okay, so let me just, so 116. Right, this is closer to like the cul-de-sac thing. Why does it, okay. Google, just don't suck. See if we can see an address. There's 115. Oh, it would be on the other side of the street. Of course it would. That makes sense. There's 116 right there. It's on the mailbox, right? There it is. Okay. So right here, that's 116. So this is how many houses down? 1, 2, like 3 houses over from the victim's house. Okay, cool. What am I doing? Oh yeah, back to the majigger. Where'd it go? Oh, here we go.
Right, so that's the victim's vehicle driving by. That's at 9:07 a.m. And if you remember, we spoke about 9:12.
Now, remember when I said it's just a couple houses down? That matters because remember, 9:12 is the car's already back at the house. It wouldn't have taken 5 minutes to do this drive, right? So 9:07 passes by here. At 9:12, it's in the driveway at the house. So you can probably expect her to arrive home at like 9:08, basically.
This is where the gap in the video surveillance is. From 9:07 to 9:12, we don't have anything because there was no motion activation. But we know that she was at home at 9:12 and she passed that residence at 9:07.
And how far away is that residence? That's 116 to 122.
Probably 350 feet to 400 feet, roughly.
So she passes by at 9:07?
Yes,
Christina Parcell does?
Yes.
So now I'm going to, so you found this piece of evidence of a suspect walking into Christina Parcell's at 9:07.
Yes.
Did y'all continue to canvass even after you located that?
Yes.
And what were you looking for?
At that point, we were able to tell the suspect from that view at 9:15 from 121, looking for black pants, gray shirt, possibly a black or dark in color backpack.
Did you guys hear him say a gray shirt? And well, and actually I forgot to point it out, right? So in the, because there's so much here. So in the, remember when we saw the pictures at the, just a second ago, when he's at the house, right? When he's at the, or the suspect's at the front door, that's a gray shirt. We can see that. And it's so funny because remember the eyewitness said gray, but then she's like, I said gray initially and then I changed it to black or whatever. So anyway, so he says we're looking for somebody in a gray shirt. So to answer this question, I'm waiting for Joel to call me, but they want me on next week, and I'll probably be coming on more than once. I think is what I gathered. Yeah, and maybe it'll be like a regular thing because they tend to have some of the same people when it's with certain cases. But I feel like it's going to be at least twice. Is kind of what I gleaned. So probably maybe once next week and once the following week. Kind of depends on when if something comes up with a Frank's hearing, right? Something big like that. But basically the first time is going to be just to get kind of caught up because they haven't covered it in so long.
And is that what y'all located right there?
Yes, sir, it is.
And at what time is that bicycle going past 133 Canebrake?
9:27.
9:27.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what kind of clothes?
Black pants, dark and colored shirt.
This is the first timestamp they have of the suspect. That would be after the window of potentially when the homicide was, right? So remember, because 9:15 at the front door, right? Keep this in your mind, guys. 9:15 at the front door, 9:27, and we need to get the address and see how far this is. Because in other words, because we're trying to figure out how long of a window was there, right? Like I said, this is crazy. Let me go back here and get that.
21, looking for black pants, gray shirt, possibly a black or dark in color backpack.
And is that what y'all located right?
Oh, and it's zooming in. I forgot to mention. It's zooming in. Look. Notice how on this one, look on the right, it's going to zoom into the right and then left. Look at this. It has the address and the timestamp, but wait for it. It's going to zoom in to the left after this, and you're going to see the timestamp on the video. But all of the other ones don't have this. So this says the address, 133 Canebrake, 9:27 a.m.
Right there?
Yes, sir, it is.
And now watch.
And at what time is that bicycle going
So it's going to zoom in the top left, and you can see the time.
past 133 Canebrake.
9:27.
9:27, and he should be more specific. It's 9:27 and 38 seconds.
9:27.
Yes, sir.
And 38 seconds.
What kind of clothes?
Black pants, dark.
So that's the only one with a timestamp on it. So 9:20. Write this down. Hold on. 9:27. And it's 1:33. So let's take a look at how far. Okay. So the math on that then, right? If we do a max window from 9:15 to 9:27 and 38 seconds. So that is like 12 and a half minutes, right? Any math people want to make sure about 12 and a half minutes. Now that's to get to this other address, right? So that's why I wanted to go see. So they said 1:33. So that's going to be this way. There it is, 130. Look, this one has the address on the mailbox and the curb. That's 133. Right there. I have an idea. 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 Hold on. Because I don't think that they even ask this question, though they should. Hold on. Look, because you can do the bike option. I mean, it's going to be, this is an estimate, right? But 1 minute. So if you say 1 minute, then that means that then we're down to like leaving the house potentially around 9:26:38. So what is that? 11 and a half minutes? 11 and a half minutes. Now, when we take a look at all the crime scene, which the crime scene photos we saw last night, but we'll take a look at it a little bit more today too. The rose petals everywhere. It blew my mind. I was saying this last night. It blew my mind that how much time it would have taken. Not to mention, it was like having to pluck the petals off of the stems because there were some that were like stemless and some that were intact. And then, so you had like petals, you had stems, and then you had intact flowers, and you had some wildflowers in the mix, but mostly rose petals. The rose petals were everywhere, including in her purse. And like that amount of time it would take for that alone is interesting to me. So 11 and a half minutes. If we think about this, does this make sense to you guys? Why is it weird? There we go. So I'm going to make a note here. 1 minute bike ride. We'll put it at 9:26:38. So yeah, 11 and a half minutes. Okay. For the murder and for doing all the stuff with the flowers, right? Okay. Flower shenanigans.
Colored shirt and then a dark backpack.
And wearing gloves?
Gloves. and
Remember what the eyewitness said, right? A hoodie, the hood of a sweatshirt, hood.
a 95 mask.
And we have determined kind of what's on his head.
It's either a hat or a beanie. So like I mentioned earlier, Saratoga in the intersection of Canebrake is to the left of this intersection, or the front of this house. The intersection is up to the left, and here comes the gentleman on a bicycle from left to right. That was at 9:28.
That was at 9:28.
So that's the next house over or whatever.
All right, so based on the neighborhood canvas, we were able to find from 807 was the first initial to 1104, 1105 is when EMS, fire department personnel are on scene. As we talked about earlier, we have the subject walking into the front door at 9:15. We're able to back up and see the videos of her leaving and then coming back, and seeing from 116 Canebrake. That shows that she returned, and directly thereafter,
So this
you
guy.
get to go back to 121. She's back at the house. He steps in at 9:15, and then at
So, okay, the question he was asked was like, oh, here's give the jury a timeline. I was like, oh, great, a timeline. It's a verbal or an oral timeline. What? the fuck? Not an act, like what? But listen to this.
927, he passes 133. At 928, he passes 207 Saratoga. That's a very short time frame when you break it down from 912 that she's there. We know that she had returned at 907. And then he's passing 207 Saratoga, 928.
Do you see what he just did? He expanded the window. And I actually, last night when we were watching this, I didn't catch it immediately. I caught it. I think I caught it after the fact, or maybe when I was doing timestamps. So that's why. Okay, this is insane. The first time he's caught on camera, remember guys, the first time he's caught on camera is 927:38. However, he rounded down. He's calling it 927. He just said 928, which is the next house over. Remember the second footage we saw? But so he's expanding the timeline in both directions. Instead of going with 9:15, which is when we see the suspect at the door, and then the next time that the suspect is seen on camera, which is 927:38, instead he goes with the victim was home by 912, and then he uses the second camera after the first camera at 928. Why? Because he's trying to expand this window of time, guys. Look. This is insane.
7, he passes 133. At 928, he passes that she returned, and directly thereafter, you get to go back to 121. She's back at the house. He steps in at 9:15, and then at 9:27.
So he's even repeating it, 9:15, 9:27. But when he goes to give the final window of how much time would have occurred, he expands it on both sides.
He passes 133. At 9:28, he passes 207 Saratoga. That's a very short time frame when you break it down from 912
Here.
that she's there. We know that she had returned at 907. And then he's passing 207 Saratoga, 928.
Right there. Expands the timeline, right? So that then if the jury's doing the math, they're like, oh, that would be 16 minutes. 912 to 928, that would be 16 minutes. When it's really 11 and a half.
And did you speak with Donna Gorman as well?
I did.
And so what time, do you remember what time she saw, approximately what time she
I don't know
saw
yet, guys.
a bicycle?
She mentioned in between 8 and 8:15 the same morning that she had saw a gentleman on a bicycle
Said 8.
going from South Batesville toward 122.
Actually, sorry. She actually didn't even say 8:15. Remember when he asked her the question and then she didn't answer it? She only answers it on cross when he says, and you said 8:15, and she's like, yes. So they're referencing her prior statements for that. This is just.
So what was the very first photograph
Cross.
or video that you have of a bicycle?
Yeah.
The first
Yeah.
Bicycle that we had was from 130.
Has to get into the house, and by the way, this is a stab for anyone who doesn't, it's a stabbing, right? Knife, and then, but when y'all see the fucking flowers everywhere, like that alone seems like it would have taken that full window of time.
33 at 9:27 a.m.
927. So you don't have any video or any photographs of a bicycle prior to 9:15 when you say you saw.
So this is where it gets interesting. So all the footage that they have of the suspect on the bike is after potentially the homicide. The only actual footage or camera footage they have of the suspect before the homicide is only that one ring camera that shows the suspect at the front door, not on a bike, and that's it, right? Nothing else before that, and the only other thing would be the eyewitness, right? But they have a lot of camera footage of leaving, right? I didn't even include all of it because there's so much, but there's really no point, right? I included the ones that were important for the timeline, but they have them on a lot of different cameras leaving, on the bike, but none on the way there. They just have the one ring camera at the front door without a bike.
Somebody.
No, we didn't see the bicycle at
I'll
9:15.
show you guys the flower
Sorry,
park.
see, or before 9:15.
No, we did not.
Okay, did you canvass the neighborhood?
That's what he's saying. Nothing before 9:15.
Well, during your canvass of the neighborhood, did you look for timeframes before 9:15 also?
Yes, sir. We backed it up, and before 8 a.m., there was nothing of relevance at that.
81.
That is just showing another close.
Okay. Now, remember when we talked about, guys, the gap in time and maybe he was waiting, right? Because she was gone, maybe he didn't know about her interview. And so he had to leave, or he had to wait for her and whatever. And that could explain the window of time. So this is where this started to really click for me when we watched this last night. And let me just get this ready to pull up here with the flowers as well. Okay. Hang on. Okay. Good. All right. So yeah, so here we go.
Close-up of the backyard along with the second story porch.
82.
That is a photograph of the nook that is underneath the second story porch in the back side of the house.
And you called it a nook.
Yes,
And there's even a
If I'm
bicycle
standing on
there.
Canebrake Drive, can I see somebody under there?
they cannot. So that's just another close-up of that nook area.
What do you guys think about that? So, the Nook area. So they brought that up several times. And that's when I was like, they really want the jury to hear that part. Oh, that's why. Because they, you know, without saying it yet, it's clear that they think that's what was going on. Because if he didn't, so that's why I made the timeline, right? So so she's gone at 8:11, potentially, if you can believe the eyewitness, right? Don't worry, Twiz, we'll get to it. So then comes by at 8:15, she's not there, right? Sister leaves, and then 9:12, but you know, before 9:12 or 9:12, she's back at her house, right? And then 9:15, he's in front of the door, suspect's in front of the door, and potentially, remember how I kept mentioning that bike? Potentially, that bike, he could have stuck it there in the nook and maybe waited out, potentially. Okay. So now, who's this chick? So this is the first witness from day 2. We watched her last night. I'm just pulling this up so I can show you guys the flowers. So she is the lead. She was the lead crime scene investigator person, and so she did all the crime scene photos and all of the things that they do.
So this is a close-up of those rose petals and leaves.
Okay, there's a lot of these. This is just one. This shit's insane.
That are leading from the doorway to the sitting room from the hallway of the house.
It's exhibit 45.
So that is the view of the sitting room from the hallway, just again showing those rose petals and leaves.
That's all we're looking for.
That's a good question. Are you thinking maybe in the interim? So that's a good thought. Remember, the sister was there. That's a good thought. That's a good thought. And remember, they said they left the, thank you, Twiz, you're smart. Because we heard testimony that they always left the back door unlocked, right? So if he was hiding in the nook, then he might have been, okay, so let me look at my timeline. The sister leaves at 8:35. That's a good thought. Because if the sister leaves at 8:35, then there's a window of time between 8:35 and like, let's say 9:08, where nobody's home. And that back door would have been unlocked, we heard. And so that's a good point. Could have gone in and done that ahead of time. Brilliant, Twiz. Yeah, that's a good point. See, that hadn't occurred to me that, again, he could have, like, waiting in the nook is one thing, but like that house would have been completely accessible. The daughter's at school, sister's gone, victim's gone, back door's open. Interesting. But you know what, though? What's weird, though, is this. Because then why wouldn't he have just lied and wait in the house, right? Like, why go through the front door, though, right? That's a good question to think about, because like that, if you would want to do the ambush is the normal thing. Like, as soon as, let's just say that this is the case, like when the victim comes home and sees this shit, they're gonna be like, something's wrong, right? You know what I mean? Something's amiss here. And then you could ambush them. Like, why would you then leave and then come back in through the front door? Especially when, and I didn't include it right here, but there's all this testimony. Well, let me just back it up. There's all this testimony about the backyard. So it's not just the nook, but if you're in that backyard or the nook, no one can see you from the street and no neighbor can see you. So literally, like, in other words, the smart thing to do would have been actually probably entering through the back door, because A, it's unlocked, and B, wouldn't been, had the suspect done that, he would not have been on camera going in the front door. Let me back it up just a second so you guys can hear what I'm talking about with all this. Okay.
See from the backyard. Viewed looking at the end of the backyard.
78.
That is just showing a close-up of the creek and what you can see from the backyard.
We're gonna go to exhibit 80.
That is the gate on the opposite side of the house, leading into the backyard.
That's looking into the backyard.
Yes.
81.
That is just showing another close-up of the backyard along with the second-story porch.
82.
That is a photograph of the nook that is underneath the second-story porch on the backside of the house.
Now you called it a nook.
Yes,
If I'm standing on Canebrake Drive, can I see somebody under there?
they cannot.
And if I'm standing,
Yeah, here we go.
can you go back to State's Exhibit 78? In the backyard there.
Yeah.
What was the collection of houses like, I'll say, with relation to the backyard of the house?
It was,
Or how close in proximity were other?
they weren't that close. They were separated by both of their own backyards, including that woodsy area and a creek.
Go to State's Exhibit 83.
So that's just
saw
another
this.
close-up of that nook area into the front yard, and that's just showing a broader photograph of that gate on the left side of the house.
So from where you're standing.
And I guess
there,
also the
State's
gate is open now, but we don't know. It could have been that was normally open. Anyway.
Could you see into that nook there that we were just reviewing?
No, you cannot.
Aha.
House, did you thereafter, if I showed you those photographs, would you recognize it? Or she's-
I wanted to get to the back door. Oh my God, they're taking forever.
and 60
Just 60.
through the house.
Door, which is in a room that I refer
So,
to in my report as.
Many of you guys seem to have missed this. Well, they are so quick with these witnesses. So we'll just watch these pictures again so you guys can, so everyone can make sure they see the crime scene photos. I'm sure we'll see more pictures with the back door as well. But anyway, so right, that's what I'm saying, right? And the thing is I figured, like, my thought is if he was hiding out back there, you probably could have heard the cars pull up, but also you very easily could have just peeked your head around to see if the cars are there or not, right? And then somebody coming home wouldn't have seen that if they weren't looking for it. So, so yeah, I mean, it's weird, right? And the ease of coming in the front door, it's like one of my questions was like, did he have a key? Now look, there's also one of those locky things. You see that? What do you call it? That with the chain, you guys see that locky thing? So so that I guess wasn't locked because it doesn't look broken. But she's going to say like when she got there, so like this was locked from the inside, the front door was, okay?
Living room.
Say,
Yes.
Exhibit 38.
That is a close-up of the door handle to that front door, showing that it was in the locked position.
Wait, we need to go back. I need to show you guys something that was important here that I commented on. Here, look.
Exterior side of the front
Hold
door.
on, right there.
72.
That is a close-up of the front
Here we
door.
go.
73.
Okay. This is obviously the exterior of the front door. This is really important. And you can see there's a marker here. So do you guys see that hole there? Somebody's going to have to know what the fuck, how to get, I don't know anything about picking locks, but they put a marker there. Again, it seems like if you believe that, what the dude said, that you can see him actually opening the door, I think that's kind of hard to see. But if you go with that, it gets in the front door with ease, right? Again, why not just go through the back door? That's a weird question as well. But they marked that for some reason, and there's a hole there, right? So does anybody know what's that? What is that about? But potentially they marked this because it maybe is indicative of how the suspect gained entry, and then potentially the suspect then locked the door behind him once inside. And maybe he didn't know the back door was left unlocked, although it still makes more sense to, if you're going to break in, why would you not just break in through the back door, and then find out it's unlocked, right? But because of the fact that no one would see you, that seems like the no-brainer. And then you just oh, it's unlocked, right? So the front door, this is interesting, right? And for anyone who doesn't know, besides even the flowers, there was also, they found a bag later determined to be cocaine that was a plastic bag with like cocaine. Okay. Carpenter bees, right? I know. It's weird.
That is a photograph of the exterior side of the front door handle.
You don't think so? So why did they mark it with a thing there?
That is the gate on the right side of the residence. If you're standing.
Okay, so that gate is also unlocked. Now, again, that might have been standard, but yeah, so both gates were unlocked.
From the
We'll see the
roadway,
back door here in a
showing
second.
the gate into the back or side door of the residence.
And there's the back door. Now that's open because that was opened by the fiance who found the victim and just left it like that. But he testified, said that they just left this unlocked. So there's the back door. What I want to see is a picture of where this is in this whole scheme of things with the backyard, right? But you know, the nookie thing is on the right-hand side. If you're facing the back of the house, this is on the left, looks like.
And at this time, had the initial deputies already gone through the house?
Yes,
76?
that is a
Okay.
photograph of the backyard.
And so would this be looking to the opposite side that we were just reviewing where the driveway,
Yeah.
away from the driveway?
Yes, away from the driveway.
The siding is two different colors, Heather. Yes. Peeping Tom.
77?
That is
We saw all this already. So now I'm going to go back to the interior photos for those of you guys who didn't see it. Also, we learned that she had a chipped nail. So as soon as this happened, last night, I was like on the live stream, I was like, oh my God, does that mean they have DNA on her fingernails? We don't know yet, but there's a chipped
to defend themselves.
nail.
Chipped.
State's exhibit. Flower stems in this photograph. Did you show me specifically where they are? Is this what you're referring to? I'm trying to use State's exhibit 42.
Mainly noting the broken fingernails can be a sign of what that
In process.
we really need to.
Why is it not? Okay.
So this is another photograph of that far wall in the sitting room. Again, just
Where's
showing
her hand?
blood pooling underneath the couch. And then in this photograph, you can also see some more of the rose petals.
I'm just trying to get to the picture where we can see it because they show that.
Answer B.
Subject to our objection.
Oh my God.
This is a photograph of the interior side. Yes, to that front door, showing
Door.
where you can see
Oh yeah, there's drag marks. That's the whole thing.
there are stains, apparent blood stains on the couch, as well as the
We'll just
pooling underneath
watch
the couch, the drag marks, and you can see right there is one of the flower stems.
So you noted, you said drag marks.
Yes.
In this photo. Could you explain that a little bit more, how you derived that, based on the pattern of the blood that is displayed? in the-
My thought was it got chipped on the knife. That was my thought.
So yes, as I referred to earlier, there's a pool of blood right there underneath of the couch. From that pool of blood, that blood being on the victim's clothing, when she was moved from that original location, it created the drag marks that you can see there on the floor. And then on top of these drag marks right here are what we refer to as
Oh,
drip
wow.
stains. That just means that an object or person or thing that had blood on it, that blood volume dripped on top of those drag marks.
You said you identified some flower stems in this photograph. Did you show me specifically where they are? Is this what you're referring to right here?
Yes.
Okay. Try to use State's exhibit 42.
So that is a close-up of the victim's right hand, mainly noting the chipped thumb fingernail, which is something that really stood out to me on scene.
Why does that stand out to you?
Broken fingernails can be a sign of a defensive, that the person tried to defend themselves. So that's what that broken fingernail kind of.
There it is. So it's not like a huge, I mean, I can't really tell where it is that she's saying, but you know, anyway, so there's the hand. So my thought was if it was chipped, it got chipped on the knife, but we haven't heard any mention yet of a weapon being found at the crime scene. So I'm wondering though, if potentially the hand was of a significance because maybe there was DNA under the fingernails. We'll see.
Are
That's
fingernails,
funny.
Something you commonly collect in processing a murder scene?
Yes, it's standard procedure, but considering that one of them was broken, it became apparent that we really need to focus on those fingernails.
Try to use State's exhibit 40.
Of that far wall in the sitting more of the rose petals and the
Okay, there we go.
that are leading into the hallway.
Look at that one. Oh my God, why is everything falling over all the time? Look at that, guys. Okay, so look, you can see the drag marks though. Isn't that wild? Gives you a really good idea of like the scene. Look at that blue couch. So interesting. Wow.
Were you able to find the victim's phone at the scene?
Yes, the victim's phone, it's kind of hard to see, but it is
I wonder
right
why they're dragging, you know,
there in that blood pool.
Right here?
Yes,
right?
Were you able to collect it?
yes, it was collected.
Who did you
She,
use that phone
she
to?
couldn't have been napping. She literally had just gotten home from that interview. Like, literally had just walked in the door.
I gave it to Investigator Sparkman.
I want to bring your attention specifically to the couch.
Yes.
There. What do you notice about the accumulation of blood and what the significance of the location of the blood?
She might have been sitting down.
So with that blood volume being located there, we call that a pooling of blood. The coagulation of the blood tells me that that a major artery was hit, and that also that is the site of where the initial incident occurred. Along with that, you can see some disturbances in the blood there. That also signifies that the couch was most likely moved after the incident.
Show you State's Exhibit.
Interesting.
So this is a close-up of that couch and coffee table area, showing the flower stems that were partially located underneath of that orange pillow and underneath the table. And it is also showing additional blood spatter that was caused. The location of that blood spatter, since it goes under the table, and the size and shape of those blood stains showed me that the table was also moved back into place after the incident.
Is that the victim's phone there in the bottom corner?
Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 46.
So this is a close-up of those rose petals and leaves that are leading from the doorway to the sitting room from the hallway of the house.
State's Exhibit 45.
So that is the view of the sitting room from the hallway, just again showing those rose petals and leaves.
That's all the way looking towards the front door.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 43.
So this is a photograph.
Franks, we don't know yet. We don't know yet. We just know that there were lacerations. We haven't heard anything from anything about really the nature of they haven't gone into that. I would imagine that testimony will be coming on this very day in trial, because the state rested their case like the day after this or something. So they plow through these witnesses.
Of the hallway while standing in the living room, just showing how some of those flower petals go into the hallway, and also the discarded pair of sunglasses that was located in the hallway as well.
Right? Okay, yeah, and also Franks, I know since for anyone else who's new, so she apparently, there's a lot of other things to this case, right? Like her fiance is currently in custody because of charges with CP, okay, like big time charges with CP. But one of the motions to eliminate with this case, that the CP also, the victim was involved as well with the CP, okay? And like, in other words, she would have been facing charges too on that had she not been deceased, okay? So there's that. But also it came out that she was working as like an escort. And so there's that as well. And so the fiance, the one who's in custody for the CP, is again the one who found the body and made a really sketchy 911 call. And like a lot of people like think clearly an obvious choice, right? And so this case has been called by everybody as like the most complicated case of all time or whatever. And we're just scratching the surface here, because I know that there's going to be more to come, but I'm not reading ahead, as they say, right? We're going to find out together. So. That's hilarious, guys.
This is a photograph from a further point in the living room, again, just showing that entryway into the sitting room in the hallway.
So inside, that is the sitting room in that room.
Correct.
And remember, I don't think we see it in these pictures, but there's also that, again, just thinking of the staging, right? Besides all the flowers, there's the bag of cocaine.
Exhibit 51.
Heather, we did it together.
So this is a photograph from on top of that console table sitting in the sitting room where the victim's purse had been located. And it's just showing that some of the rose petals and stems had made it.
By the way, so the victim's fiance and her ex-husband, or I guess they weren't married, baby daddy, okay? They're like decades older than her, and it's clear that they were sugar daddies. Both the baby daddy and the fiance. And so it seems like probably she met them through one of the, as they hired her as an escort or whatever, you know.
This is exhibit 52.
This is showing the victim's purse that I was just referencing and showing that the rose petals were also
Yes.
inside of her purse.
That to me is so interesting, right? Wow.
Before, approximately how many murder scenes have you processed?
Say close to 150.
You ever found flowers near the body?
No.
And I'm just gonna go back really quick. 52. Are to the location of these flowers? Were there some found inside her purse?
Yes.
Inside the items I thought.
So that's pretty much the rest of this. Like it's just more flowers, and so then that's it. So now we're gonna move on. Oh wait, hold on. So there's also, by the way, let's just take a look. There's some blood like on the door and stuff, like right here.
Blood stain to me appears to be what we refer to as a transfer stain, meaning that an object or thing with blood on it touched a surface that did not have blood on it.
56.
That is a close-up of one of the gray sitting chairs next to that window on the front side of the sitting room, just showing the blood drops that had gotten into the surface of that chair.
So that potentially was like she was moving at that point, right? Like that dripped from her, maybe.
57.
This shows those blood drips
Yeah,
that I was
there it
referring
is.
to earlier.
Yep. So that would have been like maybe when she was first stabbed and she was moving.
Near that gray chair.
Yep.
The reason that those are so significant is
Yeah.
because they are farther away from that initial pooling that we saw underneath of the couch. So what that means is that the shape of those blood drops tells me they're about 80 to 90 degrees, which means that an object with blood on it was directly over.
Oh, okay.
that
So she's actually thinking it was maybe the knife that was dripping it. Okay.
area of the floor when the
Okay.
blood drop was
Okay.
created.
58.
Because when you think about it, right, if somebody, we don't know the nature of wounds. If it's like multiple smaller stabbings or whatever, right, you know, then you can imagine if somebody's still alive and they're moving around. We don't know yet. Or it could just be a big slitting of the throat and it's over, right? We don't know. We'll find out.
Where is this in that room?
That is over by the wall where those curtains and windows are located.
Right? We don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. We'll find out. And the other thing is, we're going to hear this in a second. They find just like a handful of like a couple like random wildflowers, which is
And that's the same.
what?
You're talking about.
But it's a shit ton of roses.
This blood was most likely transferred. That's different than what you were saying the drag marks were the earlier exhibit.
Yes, drip stains are created by a blood drop just falling in motion.
Heather, I don't know what cuts is.
From gravity, kind of if you had a nosebleed and the blood was just falling out of your nose. Because that area of the living room was so far away from the initial blood pool, that was not caused from the incident. It was most likely caused, again, like I said, from an object or a
Okay.
thing.
Yeah, so the wildflowers come up on cross at the end of cross. Let me go to that real quick.
That is just a different view of those same stems showing the leaves.
Well, I think the pictures are on direct.
89.
Here.
So that is a close-up of one of the flowers that was found on the sitting room floor.
So they don't ask her more about it on direct, but then it comes up in cross. I just wanted to show you guys what it looks like. Let me go ahead.
You doing there?
So at autopsies, we take additional photographs.
Still prosecutor still.
Understood.
Literally the cross is just like the question about the flower and that's it.
On taking these samples, being the fingernail samples and the buccal swabs, what thereafter do you do with them?
I take them and I submit them to our property and evidence section.
Oh,
Testing.
Yes.
I see what, okay. I see what you're saying. The way it was in all caps, I thought maybe it was an acronym for something. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's crazy. It didn't dawn on me because that's so idiotic. I didn't. Okay. I thought maybe it was like stood for something. Wow.
Yeah, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Okay. Cross.
Good morning, Ms. Ford. I just have a couple of questions for you.
He does. Just a couple.
That they're not roses. Was any determination made as to what type of species of flowers, what kind of flowers they were?
Just wildflowers.
When you say wildflowers, what exactly?
This is insane.
Things that could just find in someone's yard,
Okay.
just wildly
Crazy.
grown in a field.
Okay, and that's just based on your training, or is that based on just your experience of just knowing about flowers?
Just
over years?
experience about flowers, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that's basically it. So for like, I hope to God that somebody, should be the state if they're doing their fucking job, hired one of those forensic botanist people, like we saw in the Casey Anthony trial, to examine those and identify them. Because like the to this point about the questions about like someone purchased a fuck ton of roses, right? That like there should be a paper trail, right? Like that's, you have to buy them, right? That's one route. But just as important, if these are wildflowers that are growing in somebody's yard or whatever, knowing what type of species it is for the wildflower is equally as important, because it shows where they came from, right? So far, all we've got is like, you know, she's like, yeah, they're wildflowers. I don't expect her to know what they are. That's not her job to identify them. So I'm just saying, I hope somebody did identify them, because that's really important. And that's a travesty if nobody did that, right? So that's where we left off last night, was with this witness. So now we're going to just start with new testimony I have not heard yet at all. I don't even know who it is. Brand new testimony for all of us, guys. Yay! Squirreling together. Oh, there's Kleenex if you need it. Is this the sister? Is this the sister? Oh my God, it might. Oh my God, is this the sister? Wow. Oh my God. Witness number 18.
My name is Lutina Parcell. I go
Yep.
by Tina.
That's the sister.
Ms. Parcell, where do you reside?
Oh my God.
I would prefer not to give my home address, but I do live in Greenville County.
Well, we all know. Well, maybe she moved. I don't know.
And what is your relationship to Christina Parcell?
She's my younger sister.
Wow.
And so, can you tell this jury a little bit about y'all's relationship?
Wow.
Going back to the 2000s and kind of taking us through that.
Sure. I mean, she was 2 years younger than me, so we were close. We were different people, but we were, you know, close in age, close as sisters. Early 2000s. She got married for the second time. I got married for the first time.
You know, that's a thought, right? What if you, okay, just thinking along the lines. So like, what if they haven't gotten into that yet. I don't know what was tested. We don't know yet. They probably did test them. There's like, well, I didn't play all of it because we watched it last night and it's timestamped, but there's like 1 or 2 wildflowers and there's close-ups of it. It's just, I wanted to get to the new testimony. So anyway, but I promise you it's there. So, and they just look like your standard run of the mill, whatever. But what was I saying? Right. So that's a good point though. Like what if, just to think about it, right? What if it was an escort that brought flowers, right? And then there was some sort of a struggle and that's how the flowers got tore up everywhere. I mean, that's totally something that, you know, I mean, Denise also, that's also possible. But like, I'm thinking like, what if it was like something went wrong? Yeah. Didn't do the kink. So then there was a struggle and then the flowers were flying. I don't know.
Both living our lives. We were close, but not intertwined, I guess would be the best way to put it. And we, you know, we were friends, not best friends, but we were friends. We were still, you know, young enough where all of your childhood, younger, older sister relation, you know, all of that baggage.
And the thing is, everything that you guys are saying, honestly, I think all of it is possible because again, this case has so many layers. Like even Kit Smits was saying last night, she's like, more than Murdoch. Yes. From what they've said, like we're just learning, we're just at the tip of the iceberg. But the fact that again, everybody has said, like, just to give it an example, right? Will Folks of Fitz News, right? Murdoch is their specialty. They know how complex that is, right? I wouldn't trust mainstream media to know all the complex layers of Murdoch, but I trust Will Folks, okay, to know all the complex layers of Murdoch, okay? And that's how I heard about this case months ago because they were talking about it on like their like month in review or whatever. And I don't always listen. I think there was a Murdoch update. And so then anyway, I heard about this case but literally from his mouth and the other people who work there that know Murdoch inside and out, they all said, this is the most complicated, complex, convoluted case of all time they've ever heard of. And then I've heard similar things from like, you know, people on Court TV and whatnot. They're like, this case is insane. So, but to that end, I think that nothing can be ruled out at this point in terms of whatever happened here. We're just getting started. I typically unique Kimmy, right?
Begin a relationship with John Mello.
Yes, she began dating Mr. Mello, I believe, around December of 2008.
And in 2008,
Okay.
where were
John Mello is the baby daddy.
2008, I lived near downtown on Glen Street, right behind Cleveland Park. My sister lived in, at that time, in her home in Greer with her estranged husband.
And how long did Christina Parcell and John Mello date?
Yeah,
they
I
broke
mean,
up to
the
my
thing is
first
there's probably not that many cases where like making shit up. It's like, yeah, right. You know, like you could be funny, but I mean, honestly, this might be an exception because I mean, like, how many times did we all freak out last night, right? With like, wait, gay lovers, what? Escort, what? CP, what? I can't even remember all the things. There were so many things. It's like, what the fuck is happening in this case? This is like, so, you know, this is just this point, you know.
in October of 2015, so just under 7 years.
And during that time, did she have a child?
She did. She had my niece.
And when was your niece born?
June of 2012.
And so during the time in which Christina Parcell was
Oh, not to mention an international child custody battle with the baby daddy who went off to Italy. There's so much.
What kind of relationship did y'all have?
So they began seeing each other, again, just based off of my sister's papers and all of that sort of thing.
Papers?
December of 2008.
Papers?
We have a person to put things like in place and time. So December of 2009, my dad had his first stroke when he was 51. And within the...
I wonder if the papers are because, like, why would you have, like, is she referring to, like, transactions because of the escort service?
Within a year, so April or May of the next year, my sister wrote a letter cutting off contact with our whole family, saying that she had reached a new place of spiritual love and needed to only have true and pure love in her life, etc.
And so around 2009, did you see her very often?
I would see her.
That is interesting. So this is in reference to her being with the baby daddy Mello. But what we heard because Bradley Post, the fiance, testified yesterday, and we heard him. Remember his testimony was like he had like power of attorney over her finances and stuff. So it sounds like Bradley Post did not disconnect her from her family, at least that we heard. But this is crazy. This because you know there's a potential here that this Mello dude is like a master manipulator, right? Being is how he had some sort of relationship with the young defendant on trial, the piano prodigy. They had some sort of relationship, might be gay, things happening there. And even though they, I think, had never met, and he was living in Italy, the baby daddy. And so, but then he's telling her to cut all contact. I mean, that's me. I guess she's saying she got a thing saying like, yeah, I don't need the family anymore. Just in my mind, I'm like, I'm sure she'll like, it has to be coming from the dude, right? Like,
her less and less in 2009, and then beginning in 2010, she cut off contact.
Oh,
I see her for 4 years.
A lot. You're getting into a lot.
2009 to 2013.
2010 to 2014. We didn't see her for 4 years.
And
wow.
Did y'all have the occasion to reconnect?
My sister reached back out to my parents in July of 2014. My parents found out they had a grandchild.
Wow.
That my niece was 2 years old. My sister began reconnecting. She reached out to me.
Okay.
We met for, I don't know if it was lunch or dinner, but Freddie's Custard and Easley was the first time I kind of got to see her and my niece again for the first time in 2014.
So during that time, did you know where Christina Parcell was living?
She lived at a house at Easley on 3rd Avenue or 3rd Street. I don't remember Avenue Street.
And is that where she brought home her daughter?
Yes, my understanding is Aida lived with her full time. The photos I've seen of that time period, she had a room, photos there, and they lived together.
And so she was raising your niece during that first couple of years.
Yes, and all the court documentation follows that as well.
And during that time, did you have the occasion to meet John Mello?
Not during the first few years of my niece's life because we didn't have contact. I met him maybe a time or two from 2014 to when they broke up in 2015.
Now, did they ever live together?
No, he was living with his wife at the time.
So around 2014, 2015, you and your sister.
Wait.
She reconnected with them.
Wait. He was living. Hold on. He was married. He was living with. Hold on. Another thing.
Maybe a time or two from 2014 to when they broke up in 2015.
Now, did they ever live together?
No, he was living with his wife at the time.
So he was married. Awesome. Let's just complicate everything more. John Mello was married while he was together with the victim.
So around 2014, 2015, you and your sister sort of reconnected.
She reconnected with the whole family.
Yeah, you guys who weren't here last night, you guys missed a really fun time. This case is insane. You totally should have come last night, guys who weren't here. Yeah. So Twiz is like, that's what she like. I heard it, but I'm like, hang on, because my brain is like, wait. Of course, though, like there's just gonna be more. There's just gonna be more.
And did Christina, Parcell, and John Mello ever engage in disputes over who had rights to their daughter?
For years, yes.
About when did that custody dispute begin?
They broke up sometime in October of 2015, and I know that she had a family court deposition in March of 2016, so almost immediately would be the best I could put it.
So about the time y'all reconnected, she was already engaged in disputes with John Mello over the custody of her daughter.
I don't believe they had begun in 2014 when she first started reconnecting with our family, but within that next year, shortly after they broke up.
So from that point on, were you, I won't say involved, but were you?
I'm writing it down. They said it was 2008, right? October 15th, 2008 was the year, right?
Aware of the dispute and
when they broke up.
Sister during that time.
Well, sure. Not financially, emotionally, or because we had been estranged for 4 years. That is, it sounds so trite. It's a big hurt. That this is my baby sister, and I'm trying to find a way to put her back in my life. So even though she was going through this custody battle, I was also kind of.
Yeah, thanks. So Denise, he's married, has a kid with victim, has a gay lover, and then Twiz added their possible hitman hire. Accurate. And we have not seen him yet. We've heard, I mean, it's so funny because Bradley Post was the other big character here, and he testified yesterday. On day one of trial, he testified. We saw him, the fancy man, and his fall to the bottom in custody for CP and all that. But Mello is like a mystery here, which is wild, right? Heather, accurate. Like I said, this case highlighting the reason why weird sex is dangerous. Yep.
Trying to get over my hurt feelings with her. So we interacted, but we weren't, again, tied at the hip best friends at that point.
So as time goes on, did the custody dispute continue?
For years, yes.
And did
y'all are
Parcell begin a relationship with Brad Post?
I love Frank.
About what time did she begin that relationship?
Also, Frank's Meg P was here earlier. Did you see her?
Again, based on documentation I've seen in her effects, within a few months of ending things with John Mello.
So around 2015?
Yes.
And so pushing up to 2020 timeframe, did your relationship with her grow closer?
Yes, in January of.
Don't hate me, guys. I'm making a timeline here. I just want to verify I have the year right with that breakup. Let me I'll come right back to where we were. I just want to make sure I have the dates right here.
Connected. She was already engaged in disputes with John Mello over the custody of her daughter.
I don't believe they had begun in 2014 when she first started reconnecting with our family, but within that next year, shortly after they broke up.
So from that point on, were you, I won't say involved, but were you aware of the?
Okay, so I need to go back just a tiny bit further because she just referenced the breakup.
And so
dispute began?
They broke up sometime in October of 2015. And
October of 2015. Glad I checked. So I wrote down October 15th, 2008. Glad I double checked that. Oh my God. Okay. October of 2015. Okay, good. Now we'll go back to where we were here.
And during this lunch, she looked at me and said, I really want you to be a bigger part of my life and my niece's life. And so we started consciously choosing to be more involved with each other.
And at that time, where was everybody living?
So at that time, COVID, I was sheltering in place with my estranged husband and my marital home in Greer.
Sucks.
That's awkward. It was. My sister, again, she rented a duplex. So when she had visitation with my niece, they would do those visitations in the duplex. And then when she was not living in the duplex, she spent her time with Brad Post.
Okay. And up until about 2020, did John Mello and Christina Parcell share custody of Aida?
Early on, I hate this phrase, but it's the only one I can really know. They had a gentleman's agreement early on about custody that suddenly nobody agreed to, so they went into court. John had primary custody. My sister had visitation, standard visitation every other weekend, weeks during the summer, time on birthday and Mother's Day, at the holidays. I think it's Richards Brown. I don't remember the name.
And so, and And during all this time, was there litigation going on between the two?
Yes, multiple times.
So guys, I gotta feed Frodo real quick. I'll be back in just a sec. If any important dates come up, if someone can just put it in the chat or write it down or whatever, so I can add it to my timeline. But I'll be back in just a second.
So I'm gonna take you to about October of 2020.
Yes.
Did John Mello leave the country with your niece?
Yes, he emailed my sister and said we won't be here for the next visit weekend. Can't make it to the next visit weekend, something to that effect, and missed the court-ordered scheduled visitation. Didn't know where or why necessarily until shortly after when we discovered they were out of the country.
And so in October of 2020, where was Christina living? That same duplex?
So no, in again March going to April of 2020, I'm sheltering in place with my now ex-husband. So super great. I decided I didn't want to do that, and I'm getting an apartment for myself. And my sister had just said, I want us to be closer, and her lease on that duplex was coming due in that spring of 2020. And I told her, I'm getting an apartment. I can get a 3-bedroom apartment. I clearly am an army of one and don't need a 3-bedroom, but if I got a 3-bedroom, then you could have your visit weekends with me, and we can spend time together. We have a playground, have a pool, et cetera, et cetera. So summer going into fall of 2020, my sister had her visit weekends with my niece in my apartment. And then she, again, was living for the most part with post non-visit weekends or non-visit weeks.
And was Christina Parcell working during this time?
Yes, she was a vet tech.
Was she a full-time vet tech or?
No, at that time she was part-time.
So in 2020, y'all discover that your niece has left the country with John Mello.
Yes.
Did this sort of set off a new set of litigation as far as the custody dispute is concerned?
Yes, she filed a rule to show cause in family court under the then agreement that she had, because they had reached an agreement. He was in violation of that agreement. Rule to show cause was, the family court equivalent of you broke the agreement. Once we determined where he was, and she'd already spoken to family court, her lawyer, Greenville County, tried to reach out to SLED, tried to reach out to the FBI. Once we discovered where they were, started investigating, how do you get someone back from a foreign country?
And was she dedicated to trying to get her daughter back?
Every day.
So what did she do?
Once we've finally figured out that there is a Hague Convention for child abduction, not just war crimes, but truly for child abduction, reached out to the State Department. Her first contact was Zach, and then the second contact was a woman named April Conway. And essentially, you go through this entire application of the circumstances. You have to provide the court orders, the existing orders, that funnels up through the State Department to, they call it the central authority. So the U.S. central authority then reaches over to their counterpart in whatever the country is, because this happens for all of these countries that are a part of the convention. And then it goes down their chain. In this case, it was Italy.
Okay, they're getting into
When
the
did she start that process?
Steve. Welcome.
We found out where they were later.
Are you familiar with it at all? Is the way that you've said this sounds like you must be somewhat familiar with it. Thank you, Twez. Thank you. Thank you. I'm back, obviously. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. You're the best. Yeah, this case is y'all. This case is it's everything. It's literally all of the things. You got all the crazy drama and surprises, but you also have a really interesting case with a lot of things that don't make sense. It's great in all of the ways. Not to mention they're moving through these witnesses really quickly. There's not a single moment that's boring. It's great.
October, early November, so probably November, possibly December of 2020.
And again, how did you find out that?
Like, I don't think anyone can wrap their head around this, though.
Yeah.
Her father posted a photo on Facebook of her standing in, I think, like a cobblestone plaza type situation. It was nighttime. There was a banner on the wall behind
This is the
her
best.
that said the name Rovigo, Italy. And
This was the self-snitching. We heard about this yesterday. That the baby daddy posted this picture on Facebook of him apparently he was trying to brag that he had the daughter, right? And in the background of the picture, it says where they were at. This talk about the self-snitching there.
once we began searching down that rabbit hole, we found an online news article.
Were you having any contact with your niece at that time?
First time my sister got to speak with my niece was Christmas Day of 2020, so it had been 2.5 months.
All right, so you mentioned this Hague Convention. Did Christina continue to pursue that and, in fact, have some hearings in Italy regarding the ultimate custody of your niece?
Yeah, so when you go through this process with the Hague, I'm not an expert, but this is one of those things that kind of sticks with you. Since it goes through the central authority, essentially that other country, their government is acting on your behalf. So the equivalent of WILDE in Italy was representing my sister. It's not that she had to hire an attorney. The state or the nation of Italy was doing it because this is all international agreements and arrangements. All communication was done to her through the State Department. So they channel up, it goes over, it comes down and back and forth. The State Department let her know that a hearing had been scheduled for February of 2021 and that she could attend either virtually or in person. And she called me to let me know I was at work. She called me and I asked her if she wanted to go, and she said yes. And I asked her if she wanted me to go with her, and she said yes. So I bought 2 round-trip tickets that day.
And did y'all ultimately go to Italy for a hearing?
We flew out of Atlanta on Wednesday, March 10th. We arrived in Venice, Italy at the Marco Polo Airport.
Marco Polo.
To stick with you. We arrived around noon that Thursday. Court was the morning of Friday. We flew back to the States that Sunday.
And were you successful in getting your niece back?
We were nothing at getting my niece back. There was no decision reached in that trip in March. They said they would deliberate and they would reach out with more information.
Now, when you were there, did you get to see your niece?
Did I lay eyes on her? Yes.
Did you speak with her?
And again, this
Kimmy,
is just based on.
Kimmy, I see your question. I'm trying to think of how I could possibly do that. Give me another second. I'm trying to think of how I can distill it, and I got your back. I got you covered. Don't worry.
And I know the rules of Italy, but when we were there, they said the mother has to go in, the father has to go in, and the minor child cannot go in. He brought her to court, and she was not allowed to go in the courtroom, and she had to stay outside of the courtroom. I couldn't go in because I wasn't a party. She was now an unattended minor in a foreign country, which is, again, not great. And they asked if I would watch her. His attorneys asked that I not speak with her. That wasn't a court order. It was just, hey, can you sit here and watch her and not say anything?
And was John Mello there as well?
Yes, he's the one that brought my niece into court for that hearing.
So did y'all ever return back to Italy again?
My sister returned to Italy. So this was in March of 2021. She, again, received notice from the State Department it felt like forever, of course, but a few weeks later, either end of March, beginning of April, there's another hearing. Again, you can attend virtually or in person. She said, I want to go in person. I asked if she wanted me to go again, and she said, no, I'll go by myself.
So did she fly to Italy?
She did fly to Italy, give or take tax day.
And was she successful in getting the return of your niece?
At first, there was no decision reached, and they said you can leave and come back when we decide. She opted to stay, and a few days later, I can check my records for actual dates. A few days later, they let her know that they had decided to repatriate. Italy repatriated my niece to my sister. John Mello and my niece were brought to a police station. Aida was given to my sister. My sister then had to wait a week to get a replacement passport for my niece because hers had expired when they were in Italy.
While Christina was over there, did she have to hire bodyguards?
We had 2 bodyguards. When we were there, we weren't allowed to, because again, COVID, we weren't allowed to take public transportation. We weren't allowed to sit down in restaurants. So we did have 2 people that were hired to both provide some protection for that day in court, but also to get us from point A to point B while we were in court. And she had the same staff were hired when she went back.
So what day did Christina and your niece return?
April 22nd of 2021.
So when they returned, to what residence did they initially go?
They started living with me full-time in the apartment that we discussed. The lease on that apartment was up in the middle of May, so I'd already started making arrangements to live somewhere rather than renew the lease on the apartment.
And so did you eventually secure another location?
I had made an offer to buy the Canebrake home December 17th of 2020. I'd already been trying to buy that house for 4 months.
And did y'all eventually move into 122 Canebrake?
We moved into 122 Canebrake on May 14th of 2021.
So when once y'all moved in, you and who all lived there?
I was in the master bedroom, a nice tan with wood trim and a bay window. My sister was across the hall in a not great yellow bedroom. My niece was down the hall from her in what came as a hot pink bedroom. And she was thrilled about that. So it was the 3 of us. I had chosen this home. It was large enough. There was an ensuite. You saw it in the walkthrough. The salmon color in the back had its own full bathroom, and that was going to be where my parents could live if they needed to in the future. So it was the 3 of us.
So you talked about this custody dispute, let's call it before John Mello and your niece went to Italy.
Yes.
And now we're past that. During this time frame up until May of 2020, how would you describe the dispute, this custody dispute?
Hi,
between,
Victorine.
Christina and John.
Oh, thanks. I'm sorry. Frodo, I need to let Frodo. So thank you, Twist. A girl gets stabbed on again, off again. BF fiance post finds body. He's a suspect. Baby daddy Mello. Yeah. So, okay. So Bradley Post is the fiance who found the victim. Mello is the baby daddy, former husband of the victim, and was married when they were together as well. Somehow, I don't know how he was married to two people, but anyway, and the defendant is Zachary Hughes, who's 33, and he's a concert pianist from Juilliard, who is a piano prodigy. And so, right, that's the last part is the thing of this. Somehow Zachary Hughes is arrested and charged. That sums it up right there, because that's the real thing. It's like, what the actual fuck? And it was stabbing, and at the crime scene they found roses everywhere, a lot of them, and a bag of cocaine. Also, the suspect was in and out in 11 and a half minutes. Mission complete in 11 and a half minutes. But there's a lot that is definitely, I didn't know much going into this trial, but one of the things I knew was that they had never met. And I don't think that they dated. That hasn't come. If that happened, that hasn't come in. Oh, so also the victim was working as an escort. And the dudes, the baby daddy and the fiance, are like decades older, and they're definitely sugar daddies. So there's that. And then did I already mention the CP? The CP, Bradley Post, is in custody on CP charges, but also the victim was involved in CP as well. And like would have been charged if she wasn't deceased. So there's like that whole thing. And the defense wanted to bring that in because I think that their defense was going to be to look at Bradley Post, look at the fiance, right? But there was a motion in limine, and because of the fact that the victim was also involved, that's the reason it couldn't come in, because it was prejudicial for the victim. Yeah, Mello kidnapped the baby. Mello's the baby daddy. Kidnapped the baby, went to Italy, had the kid while the victim was married. Has a gay lover who's been, yep, also accurate. Yes, this is just the tip of the iceberg. This case is insane. 11 and a half minutes. 11 and a half. I did the math earlier. 11 and a half. Right. We know there was some sort of relationship with the baby daddy between the concert pianist and the baby daddy, who was in Italy. So yes, all of this is and this is the victim's sister, for anyone who's just now joining us. The victim's sister is on the stand here. And just because, let's just real quick, just because this is important, let's just show you guys a little snippet of the defendant real quick here. Give me just a second. Well, I'll play her testimony as I get this pulled up.
Till the moment she died, there were still hearings while he was in Italy. He did not return to the United States for the, I guess it was 5 months, 3 weeks that they were here, almost 6 months. He would attempt to retain counsel, or did retain counsel, though would attend a hearing on his behalf. There was a hearing with regards to when could phone calls happen.
Did you ever fear for your safety or anybody, or your niece's safety, or your safety?
We wouldn't let her play outside by herself. It is a beautiful neighborhood, an exceedingly safe neighborhood.
Wow.
I mean, kids everywhere. So it's not that the neighborhood wasn't safe. We just wanted her to be playing by herself. We didn't want her to get taken.
Yeah.
The front window, part of why we always left it open was so we could see the front yard if she was out there.
Okay. So now, real quick, we're going to take this is short, but this is worth watching. We're going to take a little peek at the defendant here. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, wait, this isn't the one I meant to play. I meant to play, hold on. I meant to play, where is it? Hold on. We'll just go to his YouTube channel. I meant to play the other one. Where is it? Here we go. Okay, so hold on. So there's the defendant. So yes, again, this is the, wait, hold on. This is the victim's sister. Welcome, by the way, if we have some new girlfriends here, Amethyst Moore. Yes, the door was locked from the inside too. Yeah, and a point I made earlier too was like, why didn't he just go in through the back door? Because we know that they always left that unlocked, especially if he was already lurking back there with the bike and whatnot. I don't know what this means. So yes, like I said, Ida was at school. That was already covered in the trial. And yeah, the reason the lover thing happened is because the way the state presented it in their opening statements, which, by the way, we should probably watch. Those opening statements are what, 4 minutes of confusion. Not like, maybe we should watch that again for those of you guys who didn't see it. But anyway, in the opening statements, one of the few things we heard from the state that actually had anything to do with the case was that the way they said it was like funny, right? They said Zachary Hughes had a relationship with John Mello, and the way they said it was like, wait, what? And anyway, that's sort of where, I don't know. There's a lot we don't know yet, but again, we wouldn't be surprised. Yes, accurate there. Stabbed. We haven't heard from any medical examiner yet. We don't know the nature of the injuries. We just know she was stabbed. Oh, good. So she says she's always watching. Amethyst North says she's always watching. We have a bad. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're able to be here in the chat. I hope you get your battery sorted out. But yeah, that is freaking awesome. So let me know in the chat for anyone who has seen opening statements or hasn't, if you guys want to watch them again. Again, it's about 4 minutes and then they're over. Not joking. So let me know. And maybe it's something we can do after we get done with her on direct. And the way they move through these witnesses, my guess is probably will be pretty soon. So.
Did John Mello ever do anything that made y'all feel unsafe?
Can you be more specific with your question with regards to place and time?
Around that
Around that time, I can't say if it was John Mello or not. I know that my employer received an anonymous packet full of John Mello and my sister's family court documents.
Oh, well, she didn't say naked photos. That's another thing. One of the things that this defendant is being charged with is harassment. Now, from what we can tell so far, what has come in already at trial from yesterday when on the live stream was there were these naked pictures of the victim, presumably having to do with her on the escort website thing, that was being like going to be mailed out to people, right? There was like a list of people it's going to be mailed out to or whatever. And there were like all these envelopes, right? All these different envelopes. And so when she said a packet full of, like, her answer here sounds exactly like the circumstances in which Bradley Post answered this question. However, it seems like the contents of his envelopes were different than hers. Interesting.
Around that time, I can't say if it was John Mello or not. I know that my employer received an anonymous packet full of John Mello and my sister's family court documents, and I know my sister didn't send it.
But not nude pictures.
The end of June and July, do you remember Christina and Brad Post receiving some envelopes?
Yes. I didn't. Many envelopes.
Okay.
Kind of a flurry of activity as to
These envelopes, dude, this case is fucking insane. It's complete insanity. Also, I'm going to put some links in the chat here for the Discord. We're going to be doing a movie night at some point here soon, and that's going to have to be done through Discord because of copyright stuff. So, oh my God, I can't type. So anyway, another incentive to join the Discord if you haven't already.
had all of them arrived in our neighborhood, his neighborhood, the guardian, her attorney, her employer. It was.
Were you aware of the contents of those photos?
Yes.
I mean, of those envelopes?
Yes.
Okay.
What were the contents of those envelopes?
If it were something that existed in South Carolina, I would call it revenge porn, but apparently that's not illegal here.
So
naked pictures of my sister.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as state's exhibit.
No, there's tons of Ring cameras. Again, we watched that testimony yesterday. We actually recapped it. We started the live stream today by recapping the timeline that we've heard so far, which is based mostly on the surveillance camera footage. That's how I got the 11 and a half minutes for the window of time that he would have.
One, for identification purposes only. And I'm going to show you state's exhibits 1A and 1B. I'm going to ask you if you recognize these photos. And I'm sorry.
Oh, this is awful.
Yes, that is my sister.
Oh.
Christina.
And then I'm going to show you what's marked as.
Yeah, and what I'll say about what they have on the cameras is they have the suspect at the victim's door, like, you know, you can't see who it is. It's just you can see there's a person, right? And then they have a suspect leaving the scene on a bicycle wearing a mask and a hood, and you really can't tell who it is. However, the eyewitness is like, that's him, and pointed him out in the courtroom. Anyway, so basically they have plenty of footage of a person that is considered to be the suspect. However, it looks like the suspect maybe changed clothes, but also you can't tell who it is because of the mask and the hat. And, you know, the eyewitness tried to say that at one point she could identify the red hair and the face, but that's impossible with the mask and the hood/hat. I say hood/hat because she said he had a hood on. Everyone else says it's a hat. So in other words, completely covered. There's no way you could identify that person, but she tried to say that he at some point didn't have that stuff on so she could then point him out in court. That's my take on it.
Envelope states exhibit 6 and ask
Me?
you if
My
you
brother's a storm chief.
recognize photos 6A, B, C, D, E, and F.
You mean Bradley? Oh, you mean the defendant? What? I don't know what you're referencing here, but we're watching this in real time. Like if that's something that I don't know, if that's something that comes up later, we don't know that yet. We're here on day 2 with the sister, so.
Those are all my sister.
Oh, well, I guarantee you he's out there. Let me see if I can I think I have a way to put his YouTube channel in the chat. Let's see if that works. Yep, there you go. Anyone that wants to follow my brother, he does live feeds. He actually just started doing that recently, live streaming, because he usually was doing videos, but he didn't know how to live stream. I kind of tried to like teach him how to do that. So, so he now is he'll live stream his storm chases as well. Yeah, if there's tornadoes, he goes. If he, you know, he's got 2 kids, but he makes it a priority. So
Y'all received these about June and July of 2021.
Yes.
Now, did your sister go to the police?
where are you at again, Kimmy?
She went to a postal inspector.
in regards to the photos, how do you know that's your sister?
I'm going to try not to be. I recognize her, having known her her entire life.
Oh.
I recognize her haircut. I recognize her tattoos.
Huh. So is it like they don't show her face? Interesting.
And can you give this jury a time frame of when those photos were taken?
Based on the length of her hair and the state of her tattoos, I would say somewhere between 2010 and 2011.
Interesting.
And was that the time in which she was dating John Mello?
That's correct.
Yeah, so because he's not, I mean, I don't think he's done that many live streams. It's not like he's, he's not like, it's just like if he's chasing and he can go live. I mean, he has to get enough signal to do it, right? So that's the other thing. So like if he's chasing and he can go live, he will, but it's not like a regular thing because you have to have a storm, right? So, but he might, I can ask him if he's out there. And see if he's going to go live. But yeah, if you can subscribe and turn notifications on, and then you'll find out when he's going live. But he's got videos. He's also, in addition to being a storm chaser, he's like a awesome wildlife photographer. So he's got like other stuff like related to that as well. It's not just storms, but storms are his favorite thing. Sorry. Okay.
Now.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So how old would Christina Parcell?
He goes all over the country.
In 1980, so 2010 she would have been 30, 2011, 31.
30, 31.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm going to take you to, when did y'all move in? When did you move into the Canebrake house?
Are you in Texas?
2021.
So from then until October 13th, 2021, what was life like?
Yeah. He goes there all the time.
Well, it was still COVID, but it was less COVID-y than it had been. So
Accurate.
She's joined the swim team and played her first team sport. She.
Oh, cool. We have actually another school friend in New Orleans. Shout out to Abby, who's also, I know she's in Louisiana. I think she's in New Orleans. That's interesting though. Shout out to Louisiana. I don't want to say New Orleans wrong too many times because I know that there's a certain way that people say it and I'm not saying it correctly probably. But anywho, shout out to you guys, to Amethyst Noir and Abby and anyone else who's over there in Louisiana. So she did say less COVID-y. I appreciate it. I love it. I think the way she described that is like makes perfect sense to me. You know what I mean?
Had friends in the neighborhood. She
miraculously
was promoted from 3rd to 4th grade, even though she missed 6 months of that school year.
I can't say it like that.
I worked downtown. My mother would come and babysit if Christina and I both had to work or maybe our schedules overlapped. And I know that this sounds odd, but I would text my sister, I'm coming home, can you chop the onions? I'm making this for dinner, or I'm going to the grocery.
That doesn't sound odd at all. They live together.
Standard.
That makes perfect sense. And you know what? To that end, I'm glad that they were able to salvage their relationship after she had to cut the family off, to where now they're like living together and able to, like it's the little things, right? Can you chop the onions? Like, I love that.
We're living together and we have a kid and school and etc.
So I'm going to take you to October 13th, 2021.
Lucky you had a generator. Oh, this is October 13th, 2021 is the day of the homicide.
I worked at a company called Norris Financial Group in downtown Greenville.
And we've seen video of your car leaving. Do you remember about what time you left to go to work?
That's not my car. That was a rental. But I left give or take 8:30 that morning.
And with work?
I did go to work, yes.
And when did you realize?
Oh, that's funny.
That this incident happened?
I had a voicemail. My phone hadn't rang, but I had a voicemail.
Oh.
That happens sometimes. And it was from Brad Post saying there's.
I can explain that. Shout out to the Murdoch trial for teaching me so much about, not just me, but everyone so much about how shit like that can happen. Shit like that can happen with fucking cell phones.
You need an emergency at the house. You need to come home. And so I grabbed my purse, walked into the hall, told my boss, there's an emergency at the house. I'm going to go home. And made my way to the car.
And before you left for work, what was going on inside the household as far as Christina and your niece?
Do you mean that morning? Okay.
Spinny wheel's been good tonight. Now it's doing its thing. So I was just looking it up while it spins here. I'm 3 hours from Greenville. Let me see I was like, oh my God, could I go to this trial one day? But I'm worried it's going to be over before I can blink because that's how quickly they've been going.
Do you mean that morning? Okay. I slept a little later than normal. Who knows why? And Christina had a job interview, so she was not necessarily up earlier than normal, but trying to get the day started and out the door earlier than normal. So she took Aida to school while I was drinking my
earlier than normal
in that middle sitting room where we called it the den. That's where we spent our time. Christina came back. She had forgotten the school communication folder that you're supposed to bring back every week. She'd forgotten that. So she came back to the house to get the school communication folder and stood in the doorway and said she had a hair appointment that afternoon and it was gymnastics that afternoon. And what are we going to cook for dinner?
Yeah, they had some certain restrictions with the camera. They've mentioned that a little bit.
And then
hi,
Tanya. I love you. Bye. And she walked out the door.
And when did you first hear about this incident?
The voicemail from Post said there was an emergency. And as I was going back to my car, he called again. And I, again, went straight to voicemail. So I called him back. And he said, it's her. I think she's dead. And so I got there as fast as I could.
Did you ride back at the house?
Give or take 11:30 that morning, yes.
Now, in regards to your house, what door do you namely use to enter and exit the house?
Okay, this is interesting. I can't wait to learn all about their habits with the doors because as we saw with the front door, it had one of those slidey chain things. I don't know what you call it. That was open. I just said, this is great. This is really, I have so many questions about the doors.
And which doors do you have keys to? Explain this your front and side door.
Yeah. So I made an offer December of 2020, less than a year into COVID. And what neither I nor my realtor knew, this house was under foreclosure. We didn't know that.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
And because of COVID, all foreclosures were under a moratorium. So it was in foreclosure, but they, not done in foreclosure. And kept trying to complete the sale and couldn't get the final number that you had to have.
Heather, that might explain the two different types of siding you saw.
Those number, the actual dollars you had to have. So by the time the lease was coming up on the apartment, I have to have a place to live. I want to buy this house. And so we had what's called an occupancy prior to purchase agreement, where you're essentially renting the house from the people that own it.
Oh, interesting.
I had this, so I could move in before I.
It also explains why the paint was chipped. Just, all these things are making sense now. Okay.
But it's still a rental. So we had keys for the
front door.
door.
That's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh my God, spinning wheel. Interesting. Twiz with the wheels. I lost my wheel. Speaking of wheels.
In the house, but it's still a rental. So we had keys for the front door only. We didn't have a key for the back door.
Oh,
and since I didn't
my God. You guys, it's not just that they kept it unlocked. That's what Bradley Post said, which is true. But they didn't have key. Why the fuck did the suspect not come in the back door?
Move in before I owned the house, but it's still a rental. So we had keys for the front door only. We didn't have a key for the back door. And since
not to mention,
I didn't own the home, I couldn't change locks. It was a rental. So when we came and went day in, day out, we would go through that front door. That first month, more than one occasion, we would go out the back door, go play in the yard, try and come back in the back door and get locked out because we had no key for the back door. And I crawled into the garage one time to get in the house. So when we were home, we would
say back door. Is that the door?
Oh, wait, did she say no keys to the front door either? Hold on, let me back it up a little bit. So, but the other thing too, as far as not using, as far as why it's weird that the suspect didn't use the back doors, because that whole area, as we heard in the backyard, is completely obscured from view and no one would see you versus like the front door. Even if you don't know there's a Ring camera, obviously your chances increase of being seen. But the back door and that whole backyard area is no one would see you. Anyway.
Couldn't change locks. It was a rental. So when we came and went day in, day out, we would go through that front door. That first month, more than one occasion, we would go out the back door, go play in the yard, try and come back in the back door and get locked out because we had no key for the back door. And Like I crawled in through the garage one time to get in the house. So when we were home, we
I
would,
see.
Or is that the-
This makes
on the
sense
side
now.
of the driveway?
yes, I would go into the sunroom, which was my office. And so when we were home, we would leave that door open, but really tried to be diligent to lock it up at night when leaving, etc.
So you would lock both doors when y'all were going to sleep at night?
Yes, and it's just part of that nighttime routine. You go, you check the doors, you turn off the lights, slide the deadbolt on the front door because it had a little slidey lock, and then go on down the hallway.
So if you were going to get out of your car in your driveway and you're coming home from work, which door would you typically use?
Always the front door, not typically, always.
Always the front door.
Yes.
So it would be normal for if Christina Parcell arrived home from a job interview, which door would you imagine she would enter into?
She could only enter the front door.
So what about
Wait.
the curtains in the front of the front room?
Well, as I mentioned
Wait,
earlier,
she
they
could only enter the front door. Wait, so she's saying that they always kept the back door locked unless they were playing? She's saying, wait. She's saying the opposite of what Bradley Post said. Am I hearing this correctly? She's saying the opposite of what Bradley Post said. And Bradley Post entered through the back door when he found her dead. What is happening? Am I crazy? Did I hear this wrong? What's going on? I don't know what, I mean, if no one's going to be home, they can't leave it locked or none of them can get in the house. Right. They just went to play. Right. If they just went to play in the backyard. Let me back this up again.
Do you mean
What time did they
that? Do you mean
wake
that morning? Okay. I slept a little later than normal. Who knows?
Oh, I went back too far. I didn't even go back that far at all.
Bring back every week.
Okay.
Doors you all namely you namely use to enter and exit the house.
They don't have a key for the front door either, though, right?
Doors you have keys to. Explain this jury your front and side door.
Yeah.
Front and
So
side
I've been
door.
I made an
Hang on, front and side door? Is there a side door also? How many doors are there? Why? Just why? Can't we just stick with the two doors?
To enter and exit the house, and which doors you have keys to. Explain this jury your front and side door.
Yeah. So I made an offer December of 2020.
Y'all are hilarious. So here's the thing. Here's part of why this is confusing. I'm just going to reference what happened yesterday. What happened yesterday was Bradley Post said, yeah, they always leave the back door unlocked, because what happened was when he showed up, remember, he found the victim dead. He went in the back door, and the pictures that we have of the crime scene, the back door is open because he's like, yeah, they always leave that unlocked. That's what Bradley Post said. That's why I was just saying right before she said this, I was like, why didn't the suspect just use the back door? It was always unlocked, right? So remember, he's pretty sus. So maybe that's not accurate, right? So we're going to listen to her describe this again and try to get less confused.
Less than a year into COVID, and what neither I nor my realtor knew, this house was under foreclosure. We didn't know that, and because of COVID, all not done in foreclosure, and kept trying to complete the sale.
Well, I think she was saying that happened one
couldn't get the
time.
final number that you had to have, the close number, the actual dollars you had to have. So by the time the lease was coming up on the apartment, I have to have a place to live. I want to buy this house. And so we had what's called an occupancy prior to purchase agreement, where you're essentially renting the house from the people that own it. So we had this, so I could move in before I owned the house, but it's still a rental. So we had keys for the front door only. We didn't have
Okay.
for the back door.
So that's what I thought she said. And then I said, I saw you guys in the chat saying, or somebody, I saw something about how they didn't have keys for any doors. But I heard her say this, and then I second guessed it. But that's what I heard her say initially. They had keys for the front door only and not a key for the back. Look, it's on your screen right there, guys. Keys for the front door only and not a key for the back
door. And since I didn't own the home, I couldn't change the locks. It was a rental. So when we came and went day in, day out, we would go through that front door.
So what that would mean, think common sense, guys. What that would mean is it would mean you would keep the back door locked, right? And you'd go through the front door because you have a key for it, right? Probably.
That first month, more than one occasion, we would go out the back door, go play in the yard, try and come back in the back door and get locked out because we had no key for the back door.
So that sounds like the back door must lock automatically if you close it.
And like I crawled into the garage one time to get in the house. So when we were home, we would.
Right. So guys, listen to how she's saying this. She's not saying this was a regular routine thing they did every day. She's saying it happened one time.
In the back door and get locked out because we had no key for the back door. And like I crawled into the garage one time to get in the house.
Yeah. So she's just giving an example of how this was a whole thing.
When we were home,
When you say back door, is that the door down the side of the driveway?
Yes, I would go into the sunroom, which was my office. And so when we were home, we would leave that door open, but really tried to be diligent to lock it up at night.
So if they were home, they would. She's down at the back. They would leave it open, but if it was overnight, they would lock it.
When leaving, etc.
Good night, Kimmy.
Both doors when y'all were going to sleep at night.
Yes, and it's just part of that nighttime routine. You go, you check the doors, you turn off the lights, slide the deadbolt on the front door because it had a little slidey lock, and then
like I said, that's what I said. A slidey lock.
So if you were going to get out of your car in your driveway and you're coming home from work, which door would you typically use?
Always the front door, not typically always.
Always the front door.
Yes.
Because it was the only door they had a key for. And so why does that matter? Because if they always used, she said not always, only, it's like the only door that they would use. If they kept the back door unlocked, they could use that door, right? So this is really interesting because it means that they kept that back door locked or locked automatically. They would only use the front door because it's the only door they had a key to. But why did Bradley Post then say the back door was always unlocked? I have a lot more questions now. God damn it.
Or if Christina Parcell arrived home from a job interview, which door would you imagine she would enter into?
She could only enter the front door.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That wouldn't be true. That would not be true if the back door was kept unlocked. That wouldn't be true.
What about the curtains in the front?
Interesting.
The front.
What the fuck?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, they were kept open.
Hold on. So how the fuck was Bradley Post then able to get in the house? He used the back door. Or he said he did. Huh. And he said, so the fact that he said they always kept it unlocked is completely opposite of what is the case. Now it's like, was this an arranged thing between him and Mello? I don't know. Like in terms of the thought of like if they hired a hitman. Like, what could that be possible? Could it be possible that the thing was like, we're gonna have this pianist do the killing, and then Bradley, your job is to go and find the body? I mean, because I don't understand this at all. Because it's like, it's one thing to just get information wrong, fine. But it's like, how did he get in the house though? Because like, not only is that incorrect about the back door, but like how, unless, and again, where my mind is going to is like, unless the suspect went out the back door, which then it would be, well, no, it sounds like the back door locks automatically when you close it. But even if you say, okay, maybe it was unlocked because the suspect left out that wouldn't make any sense. But Bradley Post saying it was always unlocked is I am fucking confused. We don't know. I have questions about that too. We don't know yet. I don't think it's a peeping Tom thing. I don't know. I mean, clearly he was watching her come and go with the vehicle, the suspect, I mean, right? Because of the fact that like the timing of showing up right after she got home, like within 3 minutes. So I don't know. We don't know yet what it's for. So I mean, maybe they conspired together against her. Like maybe the fiance, you know how we're like, oh, who is it? Is it the fiance? Is it the baby daddy? Maybe it was both. Maybe they conspired against her. I don't know. This is just getting more complicated, but I knew it would. So,
and what was that front room meant for?
So it's a standard ranch house where you have that front long, skinny, formal living room that nobody uses unless you're the kind of person that has furniture with plastic on it, and that's my life.
I like
So
her.
you know what I'm talking about.
I like her.
But that front window got a lot of light. So, and you saw in some of the photos, my sister kept her plants there. We had my 2 silver chairs. The neighborhood kids and my niece would do puzzles in that room, arts and crafts. My sister had a desk where she did her schoolwork that was in front of the smaller window, but it wasn't the TV room or the family congregation eat dinner room. We did that in the den on the other side of that wall.
And so when you left that morning for work, were those blinds open or were they closed?
We always left because it was always open. Blinds and curtains were always open to get lights in for the plants. We didn't keep a light on in that room, so we weren't concerned, say at nighttime, we weren't concerned people were going to see us through that window because we didn't do anything in that room at nighttime that people would see. We were on the other wall, so it was just always open.
So when on this incident, did you talk with law enforcement about that day? Did they interview you? You talked to them?
Yes, I sat in Investigator Sparkman's vehicle, and he said, "Tell me the history of your sister." And I said, "How far back do you want me to go?"
Oh God, yeah. She's, you know what it is. She's like, you don't know what you're getting into with this, with the child custody shit.
Did you tell him anybody you thought might have done this?
I said, I absolutely believe John Mello did it.
There you
Do you
go.
know where John Mello was located?
I knew he was supposedly in Italy, but who knows?
And Ms. Parcell, have you
It
ever
was.
met
It was very
Hughes?
gothic.
No.
Have you ever spoken to him?
I've spoken at him, but no, never with him.
Prior to October of 2021, have you ever spoken to him?
No.
Ever seen him before?
No.
Noticed him?
No.
Have you ever seen Christina Parcell talk to him?
No.
He's never been to the house?
Oh, no. I'm not while I was there. I wasn't there 24/7, but no.
Did you know her to ever have any communications with him?
I found this week when I was reviewing all of
Oh, boy.
the files, an email John Mello sent to my sister where he CC'd.
Oh boy. Interesting. Oh, there's the defendant. This case is fucking nuts. Please excuse the jury and go on the record with this. Please, I want to know all of the tea. Give us the tea.
Found in that front sitting. Ms. Parcell, you've heard testimony here today, yesterday, that there was cocaine, small bag of cocaine found.
Okay, so that got sustained. He wasn't able to follow up with that. Yes, CC'd. In other words, like, he copied the defendant apparently on the email, but then that got cut off.
Sitting room.
Okay, now on to the
Did you ever
cocaine.
use cocaine?
No.
Did y'all keep cocaine in the house?
No.
Did you know Christina to use cocaine?
I've never seen her do cocaine.
And we've discussed this child custody dispute. Was there a guardian appointed to your niece?
Guardian amount
Yes, Alzheimer's was taken, and my sister filed a rule show cause, which essentially opens up the prior action that had been settled. The court appointed a guardian ad litem to act in the best interest of my niece.
And would the guardian keep in contact with Christina Parcell?
The guardian was in very frequent contact with Christina. The guardian did home visits of my apartment, number one, because that's where I would have been returned to. She also did a home visit of Canebrake.
Mhm.
I'd have to check paperwork to see if Christina took drug tests during that time. There were many over the years. So
You know that she was asked.
Right. I remember hearing this. I think it came up earlier, like that she had to do drug tests regularly for her job or something.
Oh, many times over the years.
Yeah.
And had you ever known Christina to use cocaine?
No.
All right, Ms. Parcell, if you'll just answer any questions.
On across. Let's do a swoop. Let's do a swoop, a cleansing swoop. Let's do a Wendy swoop.
Yesterday I was taking a walk around 5. I met a new friend. We went to Tallahassee food trucks.
Wow.
Last night, hung out with her for hours.
Yeah.
Wendy made another new friend. Are you fucking kidding me? Why?
She also Googled. There was a shooting, do you know?
I know.
Both she and John.
Stop.
Why would they
I'm
Google?
going to die.
Why would that just come
I'm
up?
going. Sorry. Heather says, I met a new friend on a walk. Bitch, how old are you? There's so many. Wendy is just, yeah. Anyway, okay. We've swooped. Now we're on across. I know. It's too much. It's too much.
Good morning, Mr. Purcell. My name is Mark Moyer. I have a question for you today. Okay. So just
I see what you're saying with that.
A little bit about
Yeah.
your background with Mr. Purcell. You said Christina was about 2 years younger than you. Is that right?
2 years, 4 days.
2 years, 4 days. And you all began living together the first time was at the Woodruff Road apartment. Is that right?
I'm doing a bonus one because I love you guys, and I'm doing a bonus. This is a quick one. Bonus swoop.
My friend Elizabeth is a mortician. She's the prettiest mortician I've ever met.
You guys. Andy's friend, the fucking mortician. What is happening?
I had room in my apartment.
Bonus,
for
Wendy.
her to have visitation with my niece. Yes.
Okay, so y'all were living together at the
As I testified to earlier, she had visitations with my niece under my roof. At that
Wow.
moment, but my sister
She's
herself.
taking a tone with him. I get it. I think what's happening here, right? Okay. I don't blame her. People don't understand how this works until they're told, right? People don't like, in other words, you know how there's people that don't know what's happening, and so they just think that defense attorneys are evil and terrible and bad and all that. I understand why people would think that until they know more in life about how this works. And so anyway, I don't blame her, but I can, she also kind of looks like Natalie Portman. You guys see the Natalie Portman a little bit? Yeah, I totally see that as well. I also see the Reese Witherspoon cousin thing.
Typically live with us.
I don't know what that is.
Okay. And it
No.
wasn't until you all moved into the Canebrake house that y'all were living together.
No, as I testified earlier, when my sister and my niece returned from Italy, April 22nd of 2021, my niece and my sister lived with me full time. The first few weeks I was still at the apartment, but we moved into Canebrake May 14th of 2021.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about the custody disputes that were going on.
I don't know what you
You
talked
said
about.
you did not stay very much involved in the actual disputes at the beginning of that. Isn't that right?
No, that is not actually the character of my testimony. What I said was that
Oh,
my sister and I were
shit.
becoming closer and essentially trying to get closer after she had cut contact with me for 4 years. So that's not something you get over quickly
Sure.
or immediately.
I understand, but that kept
She
you
did.
from staying very much in tune with exactly what was going on at that time.
Well, that and John Mello threatening to have me charged with kidnapping, that also had a factor in it.
Okay.
I can
and
see you.
You gave up, Christina gave up custody of Aida to John Mello, didn't you?
No, I don't believe that's actually accurate, and I would like to make sure it's accurate. As I testified earlier, she and Mr. Mello had a quote-unquote gentleman's agreement, and then when my sister was not receiving the visitation and she thought she was due, that's when the actual court actions began, which is not in any way, shape, or form the same as giving up custody, I believe.
Okay, but John Mello had primary custody.
That's right. You did
I
say that.
believe that the agreement was written that he had custody and she had visitation, correct?
Okay, so that was in the court documents that he had custody, and she didn't dispute that. She didn't fight that.
Isn't that?
She had fought that repeatedly, trying to get custody and then would reach an agreement with him.
But not initially. When that first document came out, where John got custody, when John Mello got custody, she did not.
Mr. Mello had physical custody before there was a document in that original Pickens County family court action. Mr. Mello had physical custody and was not allowed.
This is crazy. I get it though. She's like her sister's advocate right now. The thing is here's what I want to know. It's clear that at some point, right, Christina did not have custody. Like, okay, when there's custody disputes, like when they first start out, right, the first thing that's going to happen, right, is normally it's going to be arranged to where you have like, you work it out. Okay, what am I saying? If both parties want equal involvement in the child's life, right? Because sometimes you might have a parent who's like, I don't really care or whatever. I don't know. If they both are like, we both want, if like, okay, let's just say if they both are like, we both want full custody. Well, then what they're going to do is try to come up with a compromise where they both see the child equal amounts of time, right? Just like you deal with children, like toddlers, right? It's like fighting over a toy. You each get half a toy, whatever, you know what I mean? And so the way, and when it's not equal or given to one side, not the other, right, is because, as you guys probably know, but just in case, they're going to come out and they're going to assess all of the shit. Do you have income to support the child? Is it a safe place? Is the house whatever? Do they have a bed? They're going to look at, like, for example, when both parents want it, right, they're going to look at who's basically, is anybody unfit, right? Is anybody unfit to be a parent? or not, is somehow not in that position to be a parent. So in other words, that's why I'm so curious about the fact that she didn't have custody initially. That only one of two things can be the case there. Either she didn't want it initially, which is interesting, or she did want it, but she was found to not be as good of a parent, if you will, or whatever. What's the word I'm looking for? Qualified. And that would be why it would be given to the baby daddy. Now, having said that, if she's an escort, right, and bringing men over to the house, totally could see how you wouldn't maybe think that's the best environment for a child. Totally could see how maybe they would end up giving the baby daddy custody. Unless it had to do with the financial stuff. But it seems like she didn't really have issues with that because she had all the sugar daddies. So if it wasn't for financial purposes, and it's not like there's nothing to suggest she was like a bad mom or anything like that. I'm wondering if it had to do with the escort stuff, and it wouldn't be a decision made because it's like, oh, you're a whore. It wouldn't be like that. It would be like, well, if there's dudes coming and going, whatever. And then of course, then it becomes pretty ironic that she ends up with a CP dude right after that. So worked nights. That's a great point also. Yeah. So even if she wasn't bringing dudes back to the house, working nights. Yep. That's a great point. And then think about it. Visitation, that would make sense so that she would have to do it when she's not working. Right. Also agree with that. Weird to give custody to the child. Also, he was apparently also still married somehow. Stop. Don't get me started. You guys are funny, though. I don't think that's the case. She said she worked for a financial place. Anyway.
My sister to have visitation, so she took him to court and then reached an agreement where he retained custody, but he was not granted custody by the court.
Okay, but she reached an agreement, so they didn't have to fight it out in the court because she allowed him that custody, correct?
That is the agreement which she reached. That's not the same as allowing, but
Well, she agreed to it. That's what an agreement is, right? Right?
She entered that agreement, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just briefly say every single witness that the state called, every single witness the state called, I think they counted them up, 18. The state called 18 witnesses in the Casey Anthony trial who were either friends or family members or whatever of the family. Every single state's witness said the same thing about Casey Anthony, and every single one of them said she was a phenomenal mom and they had a special bond and they got emotional even talking about it. That's all I'll say.
And it was not until Ida was taken to Italy by John that she began trying to get full custody. Is that true?
No, they had multiple family court cases. Sometimes she initiated, sometimes he initiated, trying to modify the agreement that they had.
And it wasn't modified until after she came back, Ida came back, right?
Honestly, I would have to check the paperwork.
Okay. Now, you had met Brad Post before he started dating Christina in 2015 or 2016, correct?
He was a customer at my father's cigar store.
And that was somewhere around 2000 or 2001?
That's the other thing. So that's the other thing that was weird. So the victim and her fiance met 20 years prior. Like she was 20. What did we did the math? She was 21 and he was 48 or something, 38. I don't know. They had what was it? It was like 28-year age difference or something. We did the math last night. I don't remember exactly. I remember she was 21 when they met. I don't remember exactly how old he was, but I remember the age gap was a way more than even a bigger age. Yeah, I think it was like 28 years.
I couldn't tell you.
It wasn't just her friend.
Sat in my father's cigar store, so I couldn't tell you the first time I noticed him as a human being. No.
Okay, you worked for him for a period of time?
No, I did not.
You don't remember?
My sister worked for him. I did not.
Your sister did, but you never worked for him?
My father?
No, did you never work for Brad Post?
So I worked for a company. It was originally called eBridge Technologies. It was owned by Brad at Cunningham. It was a software company. That is where I worked. And then
now we're hearing about her job. That would make no sense because George tried to throw Casey under the bus immediately and continued to do so and probably still does now. It's just thinking of all the funny things related to George. So yeah, no. If anything, George was probably the one who was the least expressive or descriptive in terms of what a great mom, but he still didn't say she wasn't. This is misinformation. If you want to know why, I have a playlist. Go watch it. And yeah, Exhibit 313, fuckery.
Mr. Cunningham is the one who began purchasing NCNE.
I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming Nancy
I did not
Grace.
work for Brad Post. I worked for Brad Cunningham, who purchased NCNE from Brad Post.
Literally none of that is accurate. Nothing in this is accurate. Nothing is accurate. Nothing is accurate.
Other than that being correct.
Never heard him say I worked for him, so I don't know what to tell you.
I'm saying if you did, you told this department that you worked for him for a period of time, that would not be true.
No, I work for eBridge Technologies, which again, I don't want to say subsidiary, I didn't do any of the paperwork, but eBridge Technologies, that software company, kind of merged with Network Controls and Electric once Brad Cunningham became the person that was buying NCNE.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a shame. It's a shame. It's like the Mandela effect. I mean, that's the thing. It's sad. It's sad. And I think very few people have gone back and tried to figure, like, I didn't know anything until I watched, anyway, you guys, but I have never been more disgusted with any prosecution in my life, or any government or state or any trial, anything in my life, than what happened with Exhibit 313. And the jury called the state out on their fuckery. It is on a different level, even for all these cases where there's fuckery, it's on a completely different fucking level. And it is incredible to me that the narrative, again, I can go through and explain how literally all of those things are incorrect, but that would derail this entire live stream. It's just a shame that misinformation is persisting all these years later.
Christina was working part-time at as a vet tech, correct?
Correct.
When she died. And Bradley Post was helping her.
I'm wondering if you're behind on the stream, Cece.
I couldn't give you any type of dollar amounts,
Yeah.
but I assume so.
Was he helping with the house at Canebrake?
No.
Okay, but you all had conversations about when you were having trouble getting the house. Did you not have conversations with Christina about getting Brad Post involved with that?
No, I unequivocally did not want Brad Post involved.
So you never talked to Christina about, you never sent her an email or said, this house is more expensive than I thought, so maybe Brad Post could buy it and then we could rent from him?
No. So I found out October 9th, 2021, that the people I was trying to buy the home for, again, it was in foreclosure. Foreclosures went for forbearance because of COVID, and
I would say she's even worse.
Kept going up. My
Did even worse than Casey, but yeah.
That Saturday and said it's got to be this much. It was approximately 10 to 15% more than I was.
So, and just it's a good point, right? When you think about anything that Nancy does to other cases, I will tell you that what she does to those cases is nothing compared to what she did with Casey Anthony. So think about that, and then imagine, wait, that means literally everything we know about that case is incorrect, and that would be accurate. Literally nothing that, unless you've watched. The only exception is people that have watched the entire trial, but I don't think there's been very many that have done that, and those are the only people that maybe would understand what I'm saying, which is that literally nothing is correct. Literally nothing. It's all opposite day. It's just like a completely fabricated, entirely fabricated reality. It's awful.
And I told her, I can't do that, but give me a couple days. I'm going to figure something out. And so my sister and I began texting new houses to try and buy a different house, which meant I was looking for a new house at the time my sister was murdered, which means I was not trying to have Brad Post buy Canebrake so I could rent it from him.
Okay. Now, when John Mello took his daughter and Christina's daughter to Italy, he had the primary custody at the time.
That was the agreement, and also he was to allow visitation as per the agreement he reached in family court, yes.
And he was a dual citizen of this
I know
country.
he claims to be a dual citizen.
Oh, claims to be.
I know he claims to be a dual citizen. I cannot ascertain the truth of that statement.
And your
That's
niece.
interesting. And I will just add one thing too. I didn't even know, like, it's one of those things, like, I did not know the depth of the misinformation. I would not have expected the amount of, I would have thought maybe there's probably some misinformation in terms of Casey. I had no idea just how wrong everything was until I watched the trial. I mean, it was just, it's shocking and it's disturbing and it's sad. And it's just one of those things where it's like, it's, again, it's on a level that's really, and more persistent and pervasive to where people still are thinking the things and people still are like, You know, I also talk about how there's always going to be people popping up in a chat for any trial, for any case, and they're just going to be like, I hate Casey Anthony, even though it's not even on top. It's like not related to anything. You know, it's just, I hear it all the time too. It's like people will bring her up and it's like everybody's been fucking brainwashed. It's really sad. It's really sad. And I'm sure she gets death threats all the time. And anyway, but I didn't know any of what I was in for until I started covering the trial because I didn't see it. I was a kid when it happened. You know, it's like I went in completely objective and I didn't even know all of the misinformation, right? I learned that over time as people in the chat would say stuff, and that's how I learned. But anyway, okay.
Became an Italian citizen while she was in it.
I know he claims
Oh.
he became an Italian citizen. I cannot ascertain the truth of that.
You can just say shit.
And you talked about having a bodyguard or someone to drive you around while you were in Italy and then back here. Brad Post was paying for that, wasn't he?
I don't know who paid. I didn't see an invoice.
So when Christina went to Italy in mid-April for the final hearing, she went alone that time. She testified, correct?
Oh, I didn't go with her. That's correct. I understand she went alone.
And she returned to this country with Aida, right?
She returned with my niece April 22nd when they landed in Greenville.
And you met her at the airport?
Yes, I did.
The guardian ad litem was there?
Yes, she was.
Brad Post was there?
Yes, he was.
Who else was there?
Representative from Lindsey Graham's office was there. Friends of the family were there. My parents, people, my sister's neighbor from the duplex where she used to live, and her children were there.
And Brad Post was there?
As I said earlier, yes, he was there.
And he proposed to her at the airport, didn't he?
That was a choice that he made, yes.
Then there's a welcome party later that night too, same day?
No, sir. Everybody was at the airport with flowers, with balloons, with signs. My sister and my niece got back into my car. I took them to the apartment. I picked up Indian takeout food, and we ate Indian takeout food at my home that night.
Okay, so the welcome party was what happened at the airport.
Yes.
And so just to be clear then, Aida was out of the home and gone between October the 5th of 2020 and then mid-April of 2021, correct?
My understanding is October 4th, but again, since I was not there when they left the flight, I would have to check documents.
Okay, now you all moved into the Canebrake house on May the 14th of 2021, right?
That's correct. That's when the movers came on Friday the 14th.
Okay. And you testified today something that contradicts what you told Investigator Sparkman in your interview about where everyone stayed in the house.
I was in the tan room, the master room, in the back of the bay window, right over the Nook. My sister was across the hall in the yellow bedroom. My niece's bedroom was the hot pink bedroom just down the hall.
Okay, you told Investigator Sparkman that room had been turned into a playroom and that your niece
No, the
stayed.
the purple bedroom was going to be the designated playroom.
So do you remember telling Investigator Sparkman that your niece slept in the bed in the same room with Christina?
No, I'm not saying she didn't. I'm saying there were times that she would sleep there. She would sleep on the couch. She might sleep in her bed. And my understanding is she co-slept with her father as well.
And you told Investigator Sparkman, though, that she didn't have a room, that the room that was supposed to be for her was turned into a playroom and that she stayed with Christina.
I don't believe I said that she didn't have a room. It clearly had her toys in it, had her clothes in it, had her bed in it. Now, again,
I mean, I don't know. Are they trying to get at the fact that she would maybe stay in a room with Bradley, the fiance, when he was there? I don't know. Could be.
Just discovered that my sister was dead in my house and I was homeless, so it's entirely possible I misspoke, and for that I apologize.
Wow.
Days later,
Wow.
on the same day.
And again, I'm sorry if I misspoke.
Okay. Now, Brad Post would come by the house every day, would he not?
Aha, there it is.
It was every day, depending on the mercurial relationship. Sometimes they were in a better
Oh,
spot.
mercurial.
So there
What do you
were
like?
times
What do you
where
think of
they
that,
didn't
Heather?
at all.
Mercurial.
There were times where he would come over and have dinner.
But while they were dating and not broken up.
That's a really interesting way to put it, isn't it?
Brad Post would come over every day, isn't that true?
Bless you. Again, not a matter of broken up.
You guys! Oh my God. This is so South Carolina right here, though. They always did this in Murdoch. Oh my God, spinning wheel. Well, all the spinning wheel spinning, hopefully everybody heard her say that she called their relationship mercurial. And now we're going to, if this will work.
The mercurial relationship.
Here we go.
Sometimes they were in a better spot. So there would be times where he wouldn't come over at all. There would be times where he would come over and have dinner.
But while they were dating and not broken up, as you told Investigator Sparkman, Brad Post would come over every day, isn't that true?
Bless you. Again, not a matter of broken up. If they were in a good patch or a bad patch, as anybody is having a good patch or a bad patch, there would be times he'd be there every day, yes, for dinner or what have you. There would be times where he wasn't.
Now, you mentioned Ida wasn't allowed to play outside.
No, I said we wouldn't let her play outside by herself.
By herself. So, and you mentioned that she had friends in the neighborhood, so would friends come over and play inside with her? in the
Well, no,
house?
she would play outside with friends. We would do our best to, again, keep an eye out on her, on the friends, as any adult would do to make sure the children are going to be safe, especially with the creek nearby. So she would play in the house, outside the house.
Okay. And her friends would play outside with her and play inside with her?
Yes.
Now, I have to ask you just a few questions about the packages that you received, that you were asked about by the solicitor. You mentioned the pictures that were in the packages, but in addition to the pictures, there were some website postings that were included, were there not?
I wasn't shown any by the solicitor.
Do you remember when you looked at the packages though, do you remember seeing the website from the escort service?
I saw that there was something textual. I didn't lend credence to it.
And again, I hate to have to ask you about this, but were you aware of that part of your sister's past?
I was aware the allegations had been made in family court, just like there had been allegations made. I was going to try and keep.
I don't know what you're talking.
So I didn't lend credence to them.
Are you aware that she gave a deposition in which she did give credence to the allegations?
Objection, Your Honor. It's the same.
So after the death of your sister, Christina, where was Ida?
I'm sorry, could you clarify the question?
After your sister died, where was your niece?
I would also ask you to rephrase that question to be accurate.
Okay, who did your niece live with?
Yeah, that's not, you're not allowed to do that. That's called objecting. The state has to do that. That's fucking funny.
So after my sister was murdered, what is the question for that?
Where did your niece live?
The guardian ad litem, after my sister was murdered, got an ex parte emergency placement with me. My niece and I stayed with friends, and that's where we went.
All right, and then what happened with Aida on October the 19th of 2021?
She was put into foster care.
Okay, and what time of day was it?
Oh, that sucks.
It was at night.
Okay, and police came and got her?
Yes.
About what time at night?
It was approximately 10:30 at night.
Okay. How long were the police at the house on that day?
I don't know, maybe an hour, less.
And she was taken into emergency protective custody at that time?
Yes.
And who got custody of Aida?
Would you clarify the question, please?
Where does Aida live now?
Oh, I've reached an agreement with Mr. Mello right now.
Okay, so you gave up custody to allow.
I never had custody, but
You dropped your petition to try to get custody.
I did not drop a petition. I reached an agreement with Mr. Mello,
Huh.
and he has custody.
Okay, you never
You
had
pay her money? What is happening? Because my initial thought was when she mentioned the foster care, I was like, wait, she didn't get custody? What's happening?
I had ex parte custody briefly.
Okay, and then after Aida was taken out of the home, shortly thereafter, she went to live with John Mello, and she still lives with John Mello.
She was not with John Mello for the first almost year and a half after her mother's death. Almost 2 years. She
Was he pay? Was this like one of those things like in the Adelsons, like pay for the? Can I bribe you to have the children? Is like that what's going on? I mean, this wasn't her child. This was her niece. Like, is that the agreement? Is this another gentleman's agreement? Like, what is going on?
Here, and then she's in third-party placement. He did not receive custody of her until August of 2023.
Okay, and she remains with him.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And John Mello was exonerated of the charges of taking Aida to Italy. Is that right?
Right. And so there's that. And so that's part of the thing, right? Because as far as why he wouldn't just automatically get custody, because of the fact that that the victim had custody, it would have been like, hopefully she had plans in place, right? It would have been up to her, right? In her stead, who would have custody. And she probably did not choose the dad, right? And then it would be like up to the sister, right? I mean, now this is all very confusing. It sounds like she kind of wanted custody and then walked it back. And there was some sort of agreement. She said she referenced that twice. But add to that the fact that if Mello was in trouble for trying to kidnap and take a kid to another country, then yeah, talk about being ineligible to be deemed worthy for custody, like we were talking about earlier. That would be like, nah, right? But then he was exonerated. This is just a lot.
I believe what you're looking for is a directed verdict of not guilty, not actually exonerated by a jury. Yes.
So a judge threw it out, basically.
A judge said South Carolina state law says a non-custodial parent has no rights to their child.
No, she had custody. She had custody at the time. Yeah. She won the custody battle. That's why there's all this revenge. That's why one of the thoughts is that there's this revenge. She won because of the fact that he tried to he kidnapped the child and all that, right? To Italy. She got the child back and had custody. And then that's why that one of the thoughts is like, this is to quote the sister called it revenge porn as far as the naked pictures. That's a good way to summarize it, right? Because this custody battle was so ugly and he was pissed at her for getting the kid, right? And to their knowledge, he was still in Italy. And then, and even the murder, revenge murder, right? Maybe. So.
Yes, that is correct.
One moment.
And I think it was Heather, wasn't it you that said yesterday that maybe he was exonerated? Because remember Bradley Post said there was something odd about the timing of the exoneration. Remember how Bradley Post said that? And he said it was all tied together and he got kind of cut off. But like, again, it was like there's way more to the story. But it seemed like if you read between the lines, like he was saying that he got exonerated, not because he didn't do anything wrong, but because that way he could have custody because they needed someone to have custody once the mom was killed. Right?
The murder of your sister, where did your niece go?
I think this is the first time there's been a redirect in this entire trial yet.
Are you talking short term or long term?
Both.
Again, she was ex parte emergency placed in my care. She was removed from my care and put in foster care for 2 months. After that, she was placed with Allison and Lamar Sutherland from December of 2021 until December of 2022, where she was then placed with her half sister Isabella Mello, Jonathan's eldest child. She was there until August of 2023. And then in August of 2023, when I reached an agreement with Mr. Mello, where I had visitation and my niece was returned to his custody.
And have you seen your niece?
I've not seen my niece since August of 2024.
Wow.
And do you have rights to see her?
I do.
And have those been complied with?
We currently have active family court
Okay, so that's a no. Wow.
action.
Wow.
So you and John
So
Miller
it's
are
still a
now.
mess. You've got to be kidding. If I were her, I'd be afraid for my fucking life because now she's in this fight with him. You've got to be fucking kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, God. Imagine being in her position. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. And it would be like you're in your sister's shoes, right? Walking in those same footsteps, fighting with John Mello over this custody. That is fucking fucked. That's fucked. Well, that gives us a much bigger insight into him, right? Because again, he's been like a ghost this whole trial. That is wow.
Family court action over the custody or access to your niece.
There is a new action, and the agreement that we reached is currently being appealed in South Carolina State Court of Appeals.
No further questions.
Any recross? No recross, Your Honor. We would just ask that the witness remain on speaker.
I don't know. I mean, he was a suspect. I don't know. I haven't looked into it because again, I didn't have any background on this. we're learning as we go. I have no idea. It could be he's an unindicted co-conspirator if they're trying to go with a hit thing. I really don't know. But it's clear that everybody feared him, right? That's clear. From Bradley Post to the sister to and every single person that was involved with this, the first person they said we thought it was Mello. Even with the envelopes, they said it had to be Mello. Like literally every single person has been like Mello, right? They didn't want the kid to play in the yard. Why? They thought Mello would come and kidnap her. I mean, you're seeing that people, I don't know. So it's interesting. Okay. Are they going to take a break? Yep. They're taking a break. So a 2-second witness again.
Did you meet Zach Hughes?
Oh my God.
He was having me clean his house up to get ready for sale.
Okay. Interesting.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael Manigault?
Mr. Manigault, you reside in Greenville County?
Yes, sir.
And where do you live?
Dale Street.
And what do you do for a living?
Currently, I'm a photographer.
And how long have you been doing that?
Since I was 6 years old.
Back in 2020, 2021, were you working for John Mello?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do for John Mello?
I was helping clean his house while he was out of town.
And how long did you do that?
On and off for several months.
And what about October of 2020
Did
through
did
2021?
anyone catch his name?
Was John Mello living in the United States during that time?
I believe so, but I'm not entirely sure because I didn't keep up with all his trying to fill all his movements because I was at the time working 2 jobs and I had to keep track of everything going at once.
How did y'all communicate?
Text messages or video chats.
And so he would text you and ask you to do things?
That's when he worked when I was telling you, sir.
Okay. What kind of things would he ask you to do?
Guard work, cleaning up. If he was moving back to Italy, he was helping me clean his house up to get ready for sale.
And what about, and how would he pay you?
Cash.
And where was this?
Interesting.
It was on Blake Street.
Now, back in 2020, 2021, did you meet Zach Hughes?
I met him while John was in Italy. And I did a little work around the house with Zach. That's about all I did with him.
So how did you meet Zach?
Through John.
Through John, and then did you and Zach work together?
On and off throughout a couple of days, yes, sir.
And where would y'all work together at?
At the house.
At the Blake Street house?
Yes, sir.
And how long did you do that with Zach?
Huh.
About 2 weeks starting with them. We were doing mostly outside work, a little bit inside, cleaning up around the house and the inside.
And then after October 13th, 2021, did you ever talk with investigators?
I was pulled over. I will get on the bus. I was stopped by 2 investigators at the vape store on Lawrence Road, taken back to the county. That when I was there, questioned if I had any involvement in the crime that I did not know I committed at the time.
And was that Detective Sparkman and Master Deputy Wolf? Do you recognize
Yes,
them?
sir.
And what'd you tell them?
I had no idea what the crime was committed. I willingly gave them my phone to go through it so they could check everything. I gave them all the access codes, everything. So
Poor
I
guy.
Handed over your phone?
Yes, sir.
And
This
what
poor guy. That's really fucking funny though, right? Twiz.
about, did you voluntarily give them your DNA? Did they swab your mouth?
I don't recall.
And did they ask you about any other associates that John Mello may have?
No, sir. Not from my recollection.
Well, did you not tell them about Zach Hughes?
I knew Zach Hughes, but that's to the point where I only knew Zach Hughes because of John Mello. I didn't know him before that or during the fact, after the fact.
But did you tell these investigators?
That I worked with Zach Hughes, yes, sir.
Told them, the investigators, that you worked with Zach Hughes?
Briefly, not for a long
Heather,
period of time.
stop it.
Did you tell
Stop.
them that you knew Zach Hughes through John Mello?
Heather. Heather says this is a suit made of rose petals. Stop.
What did you tell them about
I only knew Zach
John Mello and
Hughes.
Zach Hughes?
I only know John Mello. I knew John Mello for years. I knew Zach Hughes for a brief period of time. This whole situation, I had no idea about the murder, none of that stuff.
Absolutely. But did you tell investigators?
I only knew Mello. I only knew Zach Hughes through John Mello briefly. After we stopped working together, that's the last time I talked to him.
Thank you, Mr. Manigault.
Just to make sure I understand this, you knew Zach for just a total of about 2 weeks, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Thorn.
He's a good man, in my opinion. And that's off record.
Oh dear. Wow. That just came out. Oh my God. Trial. Nothing like trial, guys. What is 2 days for, Twist? Did you guys hear that? That just came out. I mean, this poor dude, right? I mean,
Just to make sure I understand this, you knew Zach for just a total of about 2 weeks, is that right?
Yes, sir. He's a good man, in my opinion. And that's off record.
oh, poor kid doesn't know how it works. I wonder what the defense team or what the state, like, what's going to happen? I mean, that's really good. That's really good for the defense.
Thank you.
I don't know what you mean, but did you guys all hear that one more time?
He's a good man, in my opinion. And
Like, that's not something you're allowed to, like, that's not, he wasn't.
Just to make sure I understand this, you knew Zach for just a total of about 2 weeks, is that right?
Yes, sir. He's a good man, in my opinion. And that's off record.
I mean, the state could have objected to non-responsive and asked for it to be stricken from the record and it would have been granted. But it happened so fast the jury already heard it. Yes, thank you. No, there was not an objection. That's what I'm saying. It's insane. Like that happened so fast and now it's over, right? Like normally the thing is normally witnesses are like, they understand they have to like wait for another question. And the point is like the question, when the other side hears the question, they might be able to anticipate the type of answer that could be like, oh, we might want to object. Like that just came out. That just literally came out. The question was just, how long did you know him? You knew him for 2 weeks. And then Like, that happened.
I think that's all. Thank you.
Yep. Wow. And whether, no, you know, something like that, even if it doesn't matter what he said, it was technically, it was non-responsive to the question. Like yes, he was offering his opinion, but that's not why it's objectionable. It was him just making a comment. It was non-responsive. The objection there was non-responsive that they could have made, but they didn't make.
Who do you work for?
Oh, this is the name. Okay.
All right, Master Deputy Wolf. Who do you work for?
Deputy Wolf? Deputy Wolf?
And how long have you been working with them?
I began working with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office in
This trial.
2019. Before that, I was employed by the Greenville County
They
Department
didn't even do a first name. He's just Deputy Wolf. So
for 7 years.
there you go.
And what do you currently do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a master deputy assigned to Bravo Platoon.
Were you ever in homicide?
Yes, sir.
How long were you in homicide?
A little over 3 years.
Did you get involved in this case back in October 13th of 2021?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us how you got involved in this case.
I was asked to co-lead this case with Investigator Sparkman on October 15th. When Miss Parcell was murdered, I was involved in another case. We concluded that case on the 14th. And then
How old is the child? I don't know how old she is now. I know she was 3 at some point. When was that? We haven't heard much about her ages, I feel like. We heard something about her. She got promoted to 4th grade at some point in time. We heard something about she was 3. That might have been when Bradley got involved with the victim. I don't know how old she's now. That's the answer.
I was asked to assist with this case on the 15th.
Okay, so on the 15th, did you head out to the scene?
Oh, he was
no.
saying, what was the dude's name? Investigator. That dude testified yesterday. What was it? You guys be nice to his ears. Look, the only person whose appearance we're allowed to, the only person whose ears and appearance we comment on here are going to be Wendy. That's it. She's the exception.
How you got involved in this case?
She's the exception to the rule. She's the only one that, you guys know, like Wendy's the exception to the rule in terms of like appearance wise. Let's be nice. Oh my God, come on.
I was asked to co-lead this case with Investigator Sparkman on October 15th.
Sparkman, I guess he said.
When Miss Parcell was murdered, I was involved in another case. We concluded that case on the 14th, and then I was asked to assist with this case on the 15th.
So on the 15th, did you head out to the scene?
No, sir.
What did you do on the 15th?
So the first thing I was asked to do is a Google geofence search warrant for location.
And what is a Google geofence?
All right, let's go.
So if you have
All right, guys, cell phones. Here we
any
go.
Google
Here we
apps
go
on your
with
cell
cell
phone
phones.
and allow them to
Oh my
store
God.
your location data.
Sorry. Sorry. You just said location data. I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God, I'm so excited. We're getting into the cell phones. I completely even forgot about cell phones. There's so much in this case that I completely fucking forgot about the cell phones. Who else forgot about the cell phones? Even though that's like normally the biggest thing and the first thing and like most important thing. I completely forgot about cell phones. I wasn't even on my radar at all. Holy fuck. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, spinny wheel. Okay.
Head out to the scene?
No, sir.
What did you do on the 15th?
So the first thing I was asked to do is a Google geofence search warrant for the location where Miss Parcell was murdered.
And what is a Google geofence?
So if you have any Google apps on your cell phone and allow them to store your location data, we can find out.
You guys hear that?
We can get access to that data through Google. So when we have a location where a murder occurred, we can send them a search warrant for that location, a specific radius around that location for a time frame. And if any devices were in that radius, they will let us know. But that only applies to people who allow them to track their location data.
Brilliant.
Significance from those efforts?
No, sir.
Love this. This is so great.
What else did you start doing involved in this case?
On October 19th and the 20th, I went back out to the Canebrake neighborhood and continued canvassing the area for potential witnesses or additional security footage.
So we heard Master Deputy Stokes talk about canvassing this neighborhood. Were you doing sort of the same thing?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all do it 2 separate times?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
People are home. People come and go. Her murder happened earlier in the day. People could have been at work. So we go at, usually more than once at different times just to try to catch people when they're at home.
And in doing so, did you talk with Donna Gorman?
Yes, sir, I did.
Oh, boy.
When did you talk with her?
That'd be the afternoon of October 20th.
And at that time, had y'all obtained ring cameras and video footage related to this case?
Yes, sir, we had.
And did you show her a copy of the individual that was on a bike at that time?
No, I did not.
Did anybody else speak with Donna Gorman?
Investigator Riley Stokes.
Do you know when he spoke with her?
The day of Miss Parcell's murder.
All right. About when did you obtain video footage of a suspect leaving on a bicycle?
October 14th, I believe.
All right. So after you continued to canvass the neighborhood, what did you do?
I made contact with Miss Gorman and spoke with her.
And then after that, what did you do?
After that, it was on October 22nd that myself and Investigator Sparkman learned that Michael Manigault is somebody that was familiar with John Mello, and it was suggested that we speak with him.
Did you, in fact, try to go and locate Michael Manigault?
Yes, sir.
And where did you locate him?
So we were told that he rides the Greenlink buses. So we went around to some of their bus stops and we located him getting off a bus on Orange Road.
And did you speak with him?
Yes, sir, we did.
Was that the gentleman who just testified?
Yes, sir, it was.
And did you have the occasion to obtain a DNA sample from him?
Yes, sir. He gave consent.
And where did you take that sample?
It was in the CID interview room in the homicide office.
Did y'all carry him down there, or did he meet y'all there?
No, he doesn't have a vehicle,
Carry
so
him?
he rode in Investigator Sparkman's SUV.
And down there,
Pick him up and carry
did you
him?
take a buckle swab sample?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 111. Ask if you recognize that.
111. I know, right?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Yeah, CID. They referenced that earlier. I don't know. Clearly, that means something else to you, Heather. I don't know what it means to you, but they meant that came up with another witness. It's not. It's just I don't remember. It's just like one of their offices or something. It's not anything exciting.
This is the packaging for the buckle swab that I collected from Mr. Manigault.
All right. And you like to open it?
Yes.
See what's inside of it.
Like it's like where they, I don't know, do law enforcement stuff. It wasn't
Inside
anything.
State's Exhibit
It came
11.
up. It came up during a really mundane thing when they were talking about like the Department of Transportation or something yesterday. So.
Yes, sir. This is the buckle swab I collected from Mr. Manigault, 2 of them.
Now, what did you do with those buckle swabs?
I placed them into our property and evidence room.
Now, after you spoke with Mr. Manigault, what did you do?
I began researching Zachary Hughes.
And so how would you go about doing that?
So I started, I just did a basic Google search of Zachary Hughes, Greenville, South Carolina.
And what did you find?
I found,
May we approach? Sure.
Wow. Well, we'll start with a Google search. Yeah, right. I know. This is a great point, Twiz, right? That, again, clearly, like I said, right? Every single person thought it was Mello in terms of the people involved with the, the situation, like the family. But clearly, law enforcement, and remember, they would have been familiar with the background. Remember when Bradley Post said, "Oh, you should talk to the other deputy who's familiar with this case." I think that there's a lot more issues here than what we know about, right? Especially because, let me pause this real quick. Especially because for there to be for the law enforcement to be involved like that is really kind of unusual for like the family court type of stuff. Like, I don't know. I think there's a lot more than we know. And because again, it's clear that literally immediately, how normally they have to look into it and figure out that they knew immediately about the problems here with John Mello. They were up to speed with Deputy, what was his name from yesterday? Anyway, so So yeah. So again, to that comment, yeah, like I think it's because they and everybody figured this has to be Mello, right? But yeah, weird, right? Okay, so looks like they're back.
Yes, sir.
Master Deputy Wolf, in trying to locate Zachary David Hughes, what did you do?
So I began by just doing a basic Google search of something along the lines of Zachary Hughes.
And clearly they thought it was a hit job, right? I mean, that's
the first thing I noticed is there were several articles online about him being a pianist, being famous for being able to play music by memory.
And then once you had that information, what
wow.
So then I logged into my South Carolina DMV online account and I obtained a picture of Mr. Hughes's driver's license, his DMV photo. I showed that photo to Mr. Manigault just to confirm that
they're allowed
looking at the same Zachary Hughes that he was referring to.
It's on Google.
Yes.
You're allowed to do that. Anyone can Google anybody.
Once you've confirmed the person that you're looking into, what did you do next?
Well, I continued to look at his DMV online account. And one thing that I found was important is the address on his driver's license was 200 Tyndall Avenue.
So here's the thing, Twiz. So anything that's on Google is available to the public, right? Like, in other words, in terms of when does it cross the line of being too intrusive of a search? That's why what he's saying here, and it's going to vary by the state. Googling somebody is going to be fine anywhere, right? But DMV, like I learned about this when I got my paralegal certificate, because if you're like an so if you're like an investigator, you know, like law firms and law offices will have investigators that work for them. You're not law enforcement, right? So they go through the ways that you can learn information and obtain it in a way that is completely allowed. Like it doesn't need a warrant. It's not, anybody can do it, right? It's not like you have to have anything special. You just have to know you can do it. But I remember one of the things they said is the first places you can check is the DMV, because you can get this information. It's available to anybody. Obviously Google, right? But yeah, DMV. Yeah, I can find my book. There's a whole list. I'll see if I can find it in my textbook. There's a whole list of resources, and it's like all stuff that anybody can do without having to have any type of permissions or having anything like that. So everything he's doing here is above board. Totally. Yeah. Yep.
200 Tyndall Avenue is located within the city limits of Greenville. A few months prior to Ms. Parcell's murder, the Greenville Police Department had installed traffic cameras around the city. So since he lived in the city, I believed if he had a vehicle, there would be some photos on these traffic cameras of his vehicle. So also using my South Carolina DMV online account, I found that he had a gold 1999 Ford Ranger registered to his name. So the city uses a traffic camera system. Some people call them license plate readers, LPRs for short, called Flock. When you pass a Flock camera, it takes a picture of your license plate in the back right side of your vehicle, and then it goes into a database that's searchable. So once I had Mr. Hughes's license plate from the DMV, I entered it into the Flock system. At that time, Flock had a retention period of 90 days, and I found 55 images of Mr. Hughes's vehicle.
Now, explain this, Jerry. So how many Flock cameras are there around Greenville County?
At that time, they were just in the city. I would say maybe 10 to 15. Okay,
so we only had 10 to 15 cameras in the city limits.
Yes, the county had not yet employed any Flock cameras.
And now you say you have access to this Flock camera system. Is this a nationwide system or a local system?
Yes. So Flock is a national company. They sell these traffic cameras to law enforcement agencies across the country.
All right. So after you searched a car registered to Zach Hughes, what'd you find?
So I found the 55 images of his vehicle during that 90-day retention period. I found 2 images the day of Ms. Parcell's murder.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 114 and 115. I'll ask you if you recognize those.
Yes, sir. These are the Flock pictures of Mr. Hughes' vehicle on October 13th, 21.
Steve, tell him to go to the trial and get us the inside
Exhibits
scoop.
114 and 115 into evidence.
No objection.
Get the inside scoop, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Twiz, you can look people up. It's allowed. Google. Start with that. Yeah, I'm 3 hours from Greenville. Charlotte, North Carolina, that was really close.
Exhibit 114. Can you tell the jury what's in this photo and the time and date?
Yes, sir. This is a photo of Mr. Hughes's 1999 Ford Ranger.
Oh
It was
my
captured
God.
at
You
2:31
guys
p.m. on
see
October
that
13th
shit?
at
Fuck.
the Bunkman Rutherford intersection.
I will
And then you
say,
can see
for
a
me,
black bicycle in the bed of his truck.
for me, I'll back this up because I was talking. For me, this is the first really big moment for me of like, now this is actually connecting to the person. Well, this is connecting more to the person on the bike, right? But again, but here it's also connecting to the defendant, right? This is now changing for me because of the fact that the person on the bike and all that, like the bike, no one's questioning that the bike was involved. You know what I mean? That was a getaway bike. But again, you couldn't see shit, right? And the timing and all that, whatever. This is significant for me. Holy fuck. This is a breakthrough. If I were these law enforcement officers, this would have been like your happiest day. This is great for them.
Mr.
Wow.
Hughes's 1999 Ford
Fuck. Did he
Ranger.
really?
It
The
was captured
pianist?
at
No.
2:31 p.m. on October 13th.
This is crazy.
At the Bunkman Rutherford intersection.
Dude.
And then you can see a black bicycle in the bed of his truck.
Yeah, I guess if he left it.
2:31 in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
It's actual evidence. Yeah, it's
why was this
actual
significant?
evidence. That's what it is. I hate to say
Because
it. I
we
really
had
didn't
the
want.
video of a suspect leaving the crime scene on a black bike.
I'm going to show you what states exhibit 102. Was this what you were trying to compare it to?
Yes, sir.
And what was your conclusions?
My conclusion is that there's a lot of similarities between the bike in the photo you were holding up and the bike in the bed of Mr. Hughes' truck.
Then I'm going to show you states exhibit 115. What is that?
That is another flock camera of Mr. Hughes' vehicle at night. Lawrence in East Washington, 7:30 on the same day.
You can't really see anything.
You guys see?
No, sir.
Do you guys see how seeing the bike in the truck though pushes it over from like, you know, like that is because the bike is specific, right? You know, that's not going to be quite. I mean, they're going to have to go further and prove more that it was his bike and whatever. But still, like again, if I was on that jury, this would be the first moment where I'm like, okay, now I can see a possibility that maybe they have the right person sitting there. But is it like, oh, it's a done deal? No, of course not. But it's like in other words, nothing really connected him until now, and you know, in terms of the evidence until this. I really hate it, right? I hate this. I really don't want him to be guilty. And I wish he didn't do it if it was him, because like, again, it's just such a shame with all that talent, you know? Ugh. It was a shame, but you know.
So as a result of that, what did you do?
So after learning this information, I acquired search warrants for 200 Tyndall Avenue, Mr. Hughes' truck, his DNA, and his cell phone.
Now, did you, after talking with Mr. Manigault and your independent research, did you learn where John Mello lived or had a house at the time?
Yes, sir.
And where is that?
So he has a house here in Greenville in 12 Blake Street.
And did you also look into the location?
That's
of
true,
Mr.
Twiz.
Mello at this particular
That's
time?
true.
Yes, sir.
And were you able to confirm where he wasn't?
Yes. We obviously had to consider him as a potential suspect. We were told at the beginning he was potentially in Italy, so we had to confirm that.
Were you able to confirm that?
Yes, sir.
Classic Italy alibi, right? Fuck.
So you went and got a search warrant for 200 Tyndall.
Yes, sir.
This is insane. This is
Did y'all
insane.
Go out to 200 Tyndall?
God damn
Yes,
it.
sir, we did.
And did you execute a search warrant on that house?
Yes, sir, we did.
I want them to
Tell the jury how that occurred.
bring Mello in.
So we started by meeting at a predetermined location a few miles from
You know
my
what?
house. And we had a deputy.
See, now I'm like, dude, if indeed Mello is responsible for all this, like now I feel like this is like another Wendy situation, right? The person at the top who's supposed to be untouchable and like all the people beneath them are getting like fucked. Like that's what this feels like to me. Like a freaking Juilliard pianist, right? Possibly. This is just if he did it, right? Manipulated, whatever. And it's like Mello is like out free. To our knowledge, he's just out free. Like Wendy. And now I'm going to have to be like that. It's going to be the same thing. I'm like, I'm going to wait to see the day until they finally come for Mello. If maybe, potentially. I'm just like, this pisses me off, man.
unmarked vehicle drive by the house to make sure Mr. Hughes was going to be there.
Right.
Mr. Hughes was actually leaving the driveway at that time.
Yeah.
So we waited at
Because
our
he has the
predetermined
child.
location
He has
until
the child, dude. Mello has the child.
Once he returned, we went to the house.
Wow.
The search warrant.
And did you?
Wow.
Did the defendant own this house?
No, sir.
Did you discover or learn who the owners of this house were?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Jeanette and Marshall Wynn.
So how many individuals arrived on which day was this?
This would have been October 22nd.
So October 22nd. So about 9 days after.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
So tell us what happened when y'all arrived.
So when we arrived, we sent deputies to the front of the house and then to the back of the house. Their driveway is located behind the house. You have to go down a side street to get to it. And I was one of the deputies.
What are you talking
that went
about,
to the back of the
Jules?
house. I parked directly behind Mr. Hughes's Ford Ranger. When we exited our vehicles, he was standing inside the house, right in front of a double French door. When I first observed him, he already had his hands up.
Wow.
And did he have a cell phone?
Yes, sir, he did.
Where was the cell phone?
It was in his hand.
Wow.
And did you approach him or did he come out?
No, we called him out.
Why did you say this?
And what did he do when you called him out?
He complied.
And what did he do with the cell phone?
He put it down on the table he was standing beside, just almost directly inside the French doors.
Wow.
Did you secure that cell phone?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
Oh boy.
It was collected by another deputy.
Oh boy.
And then, transported to be downloaded.
Please say
And where did they take that cell phone from?
The kitchen table.
I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit
Oh my
12.
God. So bright. Wow. Let's see what he did with the cell phone, guys. Holy shit. We're going to get into the cell phone evidence. Oh my God. Oh my God. This trial is like, wow.
Yes, sir. This is the cell phone that we collected that belonged to Mr. Hughes.
Your state moves Exhibit 112 in evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
X 112 in there.
Right?
So I'm going to show you States Exhibits.
Keep in mind,
117, 118.
keep in mind, we know Mello makes mistakes. And I'm referencing that picture he took and put it on Facebook. So maybe Mello will have made a mistake at some point in relation to this. If he's involved, seems like he is. And that'll get him in the end. Maybe, like showing up on Trescott type thing, right?
Ask if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. These are photos of 200 Tyndall Avenue.
Your state moves 116, 117, 118 in evidence.
No objection.
116, 117, and 118 United States.
So I'm going to show you States Exhibit 117. What is that?
That is the front door if you're on Tyndall Avenue and you're facing the front of their house.
Was that where Zach Hughes was standing?
No, sir.
Let me show you States Exhibit 116. What about that?
That is the back side of the residence that leads to the area where we were parked.
And where was Mr. Hughes standing?
You can kind of see the French doors through the bushes there, but he was standing there.
Imagine that. They pull up and he's just standing there. Incredible. It's like a movie.
So did y'all effectuate the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
And did you, so what at this point, what is important to your investigation?
Okay, so the bike was enough to get a search warrant.
So at this point, we knew Miss Parcell was killed with a sharp force object. So we're looking for any type of knife, screwdriver, anything of those means. Clothing,
Screwdriver.
a bag, a bicycle, things like that.
And did y'all search the house looking for those items?
Yes, sir, we did.
What about who was there, who was living there during the time of the murder?
Mr. Hughes was living at the residence. I assume the Winds.
Were they there on October 13th?
No.
How do you know that?
When we were able to access Mr. Hughes' cell phone, he was receiving pictures from the Winds while they were in Europe.
Did you talk to the Winds when y'all were executing the search warrant?
Investigator Sparkman and I did, yes.
Were they compliant?
Yes, sir.
In terms of looking for a bike, did y'all
Oh, boy.
locate one?
Yes, sir, we did.
Oh my God! Why didn't he get rid of the bike? You've got to be kidding
I'm
me.
going to show you
If he did it.
what's marked as state's exhibits 119.
I mean, if he did it, what he should have done is like given that bike to one of those bike recycle places, and then they would have broken it all into a million parts and used it to do other things, and then they would have been shit out of luck. You know, they can take the bikes apart and reuse the frame and do other things.
I'm going to ask you to look at state's exhibits 119 through 125 and ask you if you recognize it.
Do any of you guys ride a fixed gear bike? I have a fixed gear bike and I love it.
Yes, sir, I recognize these photos.
I apologize. I'm going to backtrack 2
Right.
seconds.
Yep.
I got one of my
Yep.
exhibits. But I'm going to show you what's been marked as state's exhibit.
Yeah, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Because people enjoy making their own bikes with parts. It's like a custom thing. So there's like several of these where I live in Greensboro, actually. It's different than a car chop shop, which is like junk vehicles. It's like it's not like that, but it is a chop shop in a way, but different purpose. Yeah, sure. So you're familiar, yeah.
Let me show you state's exhibit 132. You recognize this?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
So that is a photo of Mr. Hughes' vehicle with the bike in the bed of the truck on the day of Miss Parcell's murder. And then that is just a Google image of the Buncombe and Rutherford area where the camera is placed.
State moves 132 in evidence. No objection.
32 comes in evidence.
Now back to 210. Did y'all focus on the garage at some point?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to show you state's exhibit 119. Is that the garage?
Yes, sir.
Are these in evidence? I'm not sure.
Oh.
He was getting ready to.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I got sidetracked. All right.
So 119 through 125.
119 through 125.
Defense position.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We like a clean record.
I understand. Thank you. A lot of exhibits, it gets confusing.
Ton.
All right, I'll show you state's exhibit 119. And you said that's the garage?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all enter inside the garage?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. I'm going to show you state's exhibit 120.
Oh.
And what'd you find inside?
We found several bicycles inside the garage.
Okay. Were some bikes, well, explain the different bikes that you found inside.
So there's some bikes, as you can see to the upper left of this vehicle that's, mounted on the wall. Several on the ground as well near that vehicle that were just dirty, dusty, look like they've just been sitting in a garage for a long period of time. They're not used regularly. And then to the right of that vehicle, you can see there's a bike sitting upside down on its handlebars and seat. That's a black bike that was very similar to the other two images we had. And it was pristine condition, perfectly clean.
All right, so I'm going to show you state's exhibits 121.
Oh.
What are the bikes on the left there? Or in this little?
Those are just some of the other bikes, the dirtier bikes that we found in the garage.
Did those bikes look like they had been ridden?
No, sir. Some of them had cobwebs on them.
All right, and I'm going to show you state's exhibit 123.
Yes, sir. That is the black bike that I mentioned earlier that was sitting upside down and was just very, very clean.
When you say very, very clean, what do you mean?
So compared to everything else in this garage, it's just a dirty, dusty garage. Things sit there and collect dust and dirt. And this bike looked like it just rolled off the showroom floor.
Oh my God, there's the bike. Oh my God. Oh yeah, they're definitely insinuating there's no question about that it was clean. What do you say, fresh off the showroom floor? Yeah, yeah.
You recognize this?
Yes, sir, I did.
What is this?
This is the bike that was seized from the garage at 200 Tyndall.
Statement 133 in evidence.
No objection. Objection. 133 comes in.
There's the bike. You know what'd be really funny?
It's like the other photos.
Yes, sir.
You know, it'd be really funny, kind of OJ style, like to see if like, well, I guess it would have to be the defense, but like, okay, let's get the defendant. Let's see, will this bike, is this the right size bike? Does he know how to ride it? You know, anyway.
What did you conclude?
There's a lot of similarities, such as the frame of the bike, the shape of the handlebars, the placement of the brakes.
And you compared it to the photos from the ring cameras?
Yes, sir.
So once y'all concluded the search of 200 Tyndall, what did you do next?
The Ford Ranger was taken back to the crime scene unit's office, so I responded there while a forensic technician processed the vehicle.
And once you
Yes.
concluded that search warrant,
Exactly,
were you able to
Steve.
locate
Exactly.
another location that may be important in this case?
Yes, sir.
Tell us a story about that.
Through phone location, we located a residence on Indian Flats Trail in Marietta that was also owned by Jeanette Lynn.
Like if he got on the bike and he like just fell over because he doesn't know how to ride a bike.
Flats Trail?
Yes, sir, we did.
And did you get a search warrant for that?
Yes, sir.
And when did you get that search warrant?
It was in April of 2023.
Why did it take so long?
The location data from his cell phone, we did not have his password, so the initial downloads were only partials.
So when you obtained information that Zachary Hughes might have been at that location, you obtained a search warrant?
Yes, sir.
So where is Indian Flats?
It's in the northern area of Greenville County.
And so how long do you think drive-wise would it take to get there?
About an hour.
So as far as this question here, Twiz, usually what people will do, like if, for example, if he was like an avid bike rider and like wanted to go and ride at like a, you know, if there's like a trail, like here we have a lot of like mountain biking trails. That's why I would, you know, you would put your bike, you know, either in the truck, or if you have a bike rack and you would, you know, drive it to the place where you're going to go ride it. So that's what I assumed was happening there. You know, obviously that was not related. Like that would, my thought is like that would have just been him maybe going to ride it on some other day, not murder day.
So when did you go up there to serve a search warrant?
It was in April of 23, I believe April 14th, but I could be wrong on that day.
And who went with you?
Most of the homicide unit.
Most of the homicide unit?
Yes, sir.
And what were you looking for?
So at this point, we still had not recovered a murder weapon or clothing that Mr. Hughes or the suspect was wearing at the time of the murder.
I have numbers on these. It's 134 through 139. Actually, do you recognize those?
I know, right? No. Juilliard pianist, please get it together.
Yes, sir, I do. These are photos of the Lynn's residence on Indian Flat Trail.
State moves 134 through 139.
No objection.
All right, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 134.
So these are the homeowners that own the home where Zachary Hughes was living.
That is the front of their residence there. And then on the tree on the right side, you can see a trail or deer camera.
That we're referring to right there?
Yes, sir.
Now, as far as location or seclusion related to this house, where would you compare this house?
Oh, this is in the middle of the woods on a mountain. You could walk around naked and there's nobody to see you.
Okay. I was going to say, I'm really curious how this house is relevant. I'm wondering if where they're getting to maybe is because remember how they were in Europe, right? During the time of the murder. I wonder if what they're getting to is like, because these are the same people that owned the house. And so maybe they're family friends. I don't know. But maybe he was like, oh, you know, potentially that this property would have been a good place to ditch some of these items that they're looking for? We'll see.
Neighbors near you?
No,
Nobody.
nobody.
Now, did y'all walk all around this house and
Yes, sir.
look at different locations? I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 137. What is that?
This is so exciting.
That's a fire pit or burn pit there on the property.
Oh dear.
I guess what you can do with there is burn things.
Yes, sir.
Oh boy.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 139.
That is just one of the closets that was full of cleaning materials.
Now, did y'all search the entire house
Yes, sir, we did.
and the surrounding areas?
Yes, sir.
How deep did y'all go into the woods?
Pretty good bit.
Now I will
Look
say,
at anything?
No, sir.
oh, they didn't find anything. So I will, interesting. So I will say, you know, thinking like all these other cases, right? It's like Zach Hughes has pled not guilty, right? It's like, it's another one of those things where it's like, you better believe that at some point it was discussed that, like, you know, I'm sure it was thought of probably on behalf of not just his defense attorneys, but probably also the state. Like, hey, like, if you were hired because you have no connection to this victim and Mello and all that, right? That's how they even got to him, was through Mello, right? Like, hey, look, just rat on him, turn him in, and then, you know, we'll charge you with just the burglary or the harassment. You know what I mean? Plea deal, plea deal. And again, just like we see in other cases, it's interesting that he didn't take a plea deal because it's looking like, you know, I don't know. Because you know they would have rather gotten a Mello, right? I don't know.
What about that trail camera?
That was seized under the search warrant, and then I obtained another search warrant for the SD card contained within it.
So what is a trail camera? Do you know?
Yes, sir. Most people just use them to take pictures of animals. Some people that hunt put them up in the woods to see, you know, what's in that area. Most of them are motion activated.
Did you seize that trail camera?
Yes, sir.
And did you? What did you do with it after you seized it?
Oh my
Took
God.
it back to our office.
What was on the camera?
Were you able to look at any photos on the trail camera?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
Oh my God.
So the camera contained an SD card. I got a separate search warrant to remove the photos or search the SD card. After that, you just plug that SD card into any SD card reader, and all the pictures are there.
And were you able to look at any photos on this trail camera?
Yes, sir, I was.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 140.
Oh my God. What's it going to be? Him burning shit in the burn pit? I will lose my mind. I will lose my mind. The self-snitching of it all. I mean, surely he...
Yes, sir. This is the trail camera we seized from that tree on the Indian Flats Trail.
Like, wouldn't you avoid being in front of that?
No objection. No objection.
And you were able to locate some photos on that trail camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. What were those photos of?
Zachary Hughes.
Mother of God. Because I was thinking the same thing. You can see how different this is, right, from other cases, namely Idaho. Yeah, he's very. There's no weasel activity here with the law enforcement. Thank God. Yeah, Steve saying the same thing.
Exhibits
Yep.
141 through 145. Do you recognize those?
Did everything above board, looks like, so far.
Yes, sir. These are photos of Mr. Hughes that were recovered from that trail camera.
Why, oh, why did he do that? Why? Don't go in front of the freaking trail camera. Yeah, right? For real. Yep. And you see how they got there, right? They got there step by step, just like we saw with how they built the case with the Nicholsons, step by step.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 145.
Twiz, yeah, good point. Twiz is saying there's still hope. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for giving us.
That's a photo of Mr. Hughes.
What's
Now-
the date of that photo?
October 11th.
About what time?
A little after 10 a.m.
Okay, so before the
2
murder.
days before the murder?
Yes, sir.
Anything significant on here?
Yes, sir. The hoodie or jacket that he is wearing is significant.
Heather,
Why
that's
is that?
So you can see the outside is black. We have the individual on the bicycle riding away.
That's not good
with a black
enough.
hoodie.
That's not good enough.
You can also tell the top being
Black
folded
hoodie.
out. The inside is a grayish color. The person who entered her house was wearing a gray jacket.
Is it a reversible jacket? I will lose my mind. Is it a reversible jacket? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. I don't think there was a mask.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 105.
Did he have a mask?
Is this the photo that you're referring to?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is this what is
Hang
this
on.
photo?
Did he have a mask?
It's a
on?
photo of a person entering her house shortly.
Let me back it up. See if he had a mask. I didn't see a
House
mask.
was wearing a
Yeah, no
gray
mask.
jacket. Inside is a grayish color.
No mask.
The person who entered her house was wearing a gray jacket.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 105. Is this the photo that you're referring to?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is this what is this photo?
It's a photo of a person entering her house shortly before she was.
I bet it's a reversible jacket. Wow.
What color is the sweatshirt?
Gray.
Because otherwise the lining of the jacket wouldn't matter unless you can become the outside of the jacket.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit
Oh my God.
141.
I will tell you what, guys.
What kind of haircut?
If when they did the search warrant, if they found the jacket and the jacket is in fact reversible, that will be another key piece, I think, as we're seeing this get kind of built.
Does Mr. Hughes have that time?
I don't know what you would call it. It's shaved on the side. It looks like a long ponytail in the back.
And what
I don't know.
arm, what left or right arm is he carrying something?
Left.
What is he carrying? I swear to God, what is he carrying? Hang on.
And then State's Exhibits 142.
Y'all, what did I say? What did I say? I was like, did he, if in fact he took and went to destroy shit out there, right? You know, they didn't find anything, but there's the burn pit, but then there's the camera. Like, what did he have in his hand? There it is. What is that? What is that? Oh my God. Why would you walk in front of the freaking trail camera? It was so visible. We saw it. It was like, there it is. A bucket of root. Is it a bucket? I wish I could zoom in. I mean, it looks, oh my God. Oh my God. Water bottle. It looks square. It looks square. It looks like a square blue thing. Oh my God. What if it's an accelerant, like gasoline? What if it's an accelerant? Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I wonder if that's what that is. Oh my God. Oh my God.
The right arm is he carrying something?
Left.
And then State's Exhibits 142. Is that a
No picture of Mr. Hughes.
And again, this is on what day?
Oh boy.
The same day, October 11th.
Oh, well, it's before the murder,
It's on
so
State's Exhibit 144.
before the murder, so
So zoomed in picture of Mr. Hughes on the same day.
So that would be what Mr. Hughes looked like on October 11th of 2021.
Yes, sir.
unless he burned things regularly out there, maybe. I don't know. I wonder if they're going to get to ones after the murder. Why are we seeing ones from before? If that's all they've got, then that's lame. But I guess it's just to try to show that he goes out to that property, right? Maybe that's the point, to show he just goes out to the property. I would hope there's more. I mean, if you're the state anyway. That's
Couple more questions, Master Deputy.
Okay.
Approximately how far from that mountain house to the Canebrake location would it take to drive?
I believe a little over an hour.
So it seems like that is it. So maybe he didn't self-snitch that bad after all, right? Because that's before them. So if they had other pictures after the murder of him doing shit back and forth there, that would have been the time to present them. So, okay. So there you go. So my hypothesis was right. It's just to show, I guess, that he does go to that property. And All right, so that's not great for the state. I would say it's better for the defense. It's like, okay, you know, that, yeah, okay. That's nothing. That's nothing.
How many flock photos did you locate of Zach Hughes's car when you did the search?
55.
Right. And of all those photos, how many did you find his car with a bike in the back?
Just one.
And what date was that?
October 13th of 2021.
Thank you. Answer any questions the defense counsel may have.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Wow. What about the phone? I guess it's going to be a different witness. Wow. Wow.
You testified that one of the reasons why you thought that the other bikes in the Wynn garage had not been ridden was you saw cobwebs on them, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't see any cobwebs on this bike. Have you been riding this bike?
No.
Did you ride this bike over from the peony?
No, sir.
Okay. You talked about cleaning supplies. Do you live in a house or an apartment? Do you have cleaning supplies in your house?
Yes, sir.
You have in a closet?
In the closet under sinks.
You talked about, based on your investigation, you realized that John Mello was in Italy. Is it true he was in Italy and with Aida from October of 2020 until April of 2021? Isn't that true?
And to the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
Liz, what are you referencing here?
You said a word I want to make sure I understand. You said that you could be at the Wynn Mountain House and you could be what and nobody could see?
You could walk around it.
Talked about.
Oh, right. Gotcha. Okay.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 144.
Gotcha.
Take a look at this.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, is it true in 144 that picture shows a person who's clean shaven?
It's hard to tell. There's a bit of a shadow in the neck.
Can you see a beard on that man?
No.
When you went to 200 Tyndall to execute that search warrant, did you go by yourself?
No, sir.
Okay. There were numerous police officers on scene, isn't that right?
Yes.
And some of those police officers were armed, is that right?
They're police officers. Everyone's armed.
And you talked about how the winds complied that day, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true? My client, Mr. Hughes, complied, didn't he, that day?
Yes, sir. Good.
So you testified in 2021 you were working in homicide. Is that correct?
I was up there for a brief period of time to assist them.
And you said you're back on the road now in Bravo Platoon?
Yes, sir.
Are you a supervisor in Bravo Platoon?
I'm a master deputy. I have several deputy twos that work under my supervisor.
And is there a sergeant over that platoon as well?
There is.
So how long, so I need to be clear, were you ever assigned to homicide?
Yes.
How long were you there?
3 years.
And now you're back on the road, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that usually means you did something bad. That's usually punishment.
You heard, we in this courtroom when Deputy Riley Stokes testified,
Yes, sir.
and he heard his testimony about the videos that were obtained from residences in Canebrake, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true, and I want to say it's 8:45 or 9 o'clock, something like that. Let me ask this, do you recall when he said the first video was significant? The first time he saw any vehicle tractor in?
I remember him talking about that. I don't remember the time frame of that video.
Is it true, though, that
What was the date of that photo that he showed you regarding the beard that Mr. Mormon showed you?
October 11th of 2021.
2 days before the murder?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And, you know, I just recross. You just testified on my cross-examination that you did not see a beard in that photo. Is that correct?
You can just see a shadow on his face. That's
Yeah,
it.
this is my question to you. Did you not just testify you couldn't see a beard in that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Thank you.
Interesting. So quick, I didn't get to update my ticker.
No, Your Honor.
Riri! I love it when there's Riri or Riri, which happens in the Casey Anthony trial a lot. New witness time, guys.
State will recall Kaitlyn Ford.
This is the crime scene technical lead crime scene person. Call Kaitlyn. I have no idea how she spells it. I'm just guessing. I probably spelled it different yesterday.
Ms. Ford, hello again.
Hello.
We've gone through your background for the jury, but were you still involved in this case at the time that the home on Tyndall was being processed by law enforcement?
Yes.
So when you were involved, were you doing essentially the same procedure, same duties as you were at the Canebrake home?
Yes.
Okay. And were you tasked of going through the Tyndall home and taking photographs of that home?
I was.
Were you able to identify the rooms of the house?
Yes.
Were you able to identify which room was the defendant's room?
Yes.
How?
The homeowner stated it, and he had personal belongings in that room that were observed as well.
Okay. If I showed you pictures that you took in that room, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I wonder what he has. A bunch of roses, a bunch of drugs, a couple of gats, a couple of knives, a couple of rats, a couple of wives. Did a good ass job just eyeing me, spying me.
One 126 through 131.
Early, what you got in that room? Yep.
Yes, I took these photographs.
All right, this time the state would move into evidence. States exhibit 126 through 131.
No objection.
No objection, 126 through 131.
I'm just going to go through these with you up here. What is 126?
So this is a photograph of a shoebox that had been located inside of his bedroom that contained multiple knives and sheets.
Uh-oh. Sheaths, guys. Oh my God.
127.
Wow.
That's a photograph from his bedroom. There was a storage bin that had the name Zach on the top.
How is that spelled?
Labeled it.
Zach.
Z-A-C-K.
That's fucking hilarious. Also true. You guys, I have to say something real quick. We're going to have, we've talked about doing a movie night. We're going to have to watch The Room. So far, no one that in this Gold Chat knows this movie, but it is a B movie. It is one of my favorite movies. It is so terrible. It's good. It's become like not meme isn't the right word. It's like become a legend. But I just thought about this because of the roses. When the comment about having roses, sheets with roses on them, the roses are a huge theme in that movie. And so it's going to be the perfect thing to watch after this because it's going to be really fucking funny with the roses. That's all I'll say. You guys will love it.
129.
Y'all will
This
laugh your
photograph
ass
shows
off.
a backpack and a pair of gloves along with other miscellaneous items in the bedroom.
Now, I will say, the roses, again, we don't really know what the deal is, and they don't really make any sense. If they can show that either John Mello's or Zach Hughes's favorite movie was The Room, and that this was just a personal tribute to that movie, then I would be like, yup, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Were you involved at all with the processing of the bicycle that was recovered at the
Right.
Tyndall address?
Yep.
And how specifically were you involved in the processing of that bicycle?
Once the bicycle was located in the garage, I photographed it. I then sprayed the bicycle with Blue Star and took swabs of different areas of the bike before it was actually collected.
Oh God.
Blue Star.
Blue Star is a presumptive reagent, a chemical reaction that can show the presence of blood.
Are there any significant findings as a result of spraying the Blue Star?
The bike illuminated on the handles, the seat, and the pedals.
What did you do thereafter as far as processing the bike?
I then took swabs from those 3 separate areas that glowed.
Did you take swabs of the handlebars of the bike?
Now, one thing to
I
note.
showed you those swabs. Did you recognize them?
Yes.
One thing to note for you guys, in case anyone is unfamiliar, bleach, I believe it's Blue Star. It might have been a different reagent. There are reagents, I'm trying to remember, maybe Blue Star is the one that doesn't do it. So there are reagents that will glow or whatever and react to other things. And the thing that is noteworthy is bleach, right? So you can see how it's problematic if you're like, oh, is this involved in a crime? And like, let's just say something was cleaned with bleach. And then it's like, oh, it's glowing, right? So anyway, but that's why they always do subsequent testing. However, I think Blue Star is the one that maybe doesn't, it was the better one because it doesn't do that. Maybe it's Amino Black. I just know there are other, I can't remember all the names. So there are ones that are less optimal because they will glow in reaction to other things. So.
Showing you States Exhibit 98 and 99. Are those the swabs you used for the handlebars of the bike?
Yes.
Are those your initials on each?
Yes.
Is one for the left handlebar, one for the right?
Yes, 98 is from the right handlebar and 99 is from the left.
After you collected these swabs, what did you do with them?
They were submitted into evidence.
Ms. Ford, were you involved at all with the collection of evidence as it relates to the defendant himself?
Yes.
How exactly?
I took photographs of him and I also collected his buccal swabs.
I showed you the buccal swabs you took from the defendant. Would you recognize them?
Yes.
I just looked it up. It's luminol. It's luminol. Luminol is the one that reacts with bleach, which is why it used to be used all the time, and then it got outdone by Agent Black and Blue Star. There we go. Looked it up. Cool. Yeah, luminol used to be the thing, and now it's not the thing anymore for that reason. Unless they're like, I guess, trying to find bleach, maybe. Like, you'd rather have blood, so.
I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 100. Can you identify what I just handed you?
Yes, it is the buccal swab from Zachary Hughes.
Did you take several?
Yes.
Or actually, did you take 2?
Yes.
Okay. Is that typical?
Yes.
Your mom's typical.
After you collected these buccal swabs, what did you do with them?
They were submitted into evidence.
Twiz, what are you what the fucking? Silly. Silly.
Ms. Ford, were you still involved in this case when John Mello returned back from Italy?
I was.
Yeah, that's a good point.
How were you involved specifically oriented towards Mr. Mello?
So I responded to the Greenville County Detention
Oh,
Center where he was being held at the time. I
That's
took
funny.
photographs
Okay,
of him and I collected his buccal swabs as well.
Oh, Mr. Mello. I wasn't even talking to you, Twiz. I'd be done.
States Exhibit 101.
Those are also submitted to evidence.
So there's 4 days of this trial so far. I think we're going to be able to get into day 3 as well today. So catching on up. That's why I'm like, let me speed through the silence. Cross. Oh, all right, they're done, and no cross. All right, next witness. Speedy through. And I had a feeling they might take a break soon, but maybe not yet.
Only swear or affirm to tell the
Okay.
truth, the whole truth,
Break
and
yet.
nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Next witness.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Please be seated. I bet she's the DNA person. What do you guys
State your
think?
name for the record.
Sergeant Allison Wright.
Ms. Wright, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with Greenville County Forensics.
How long have you been with them?
A little over 7 years.
So were you employed with them in 2021?
Yes, I was.
They're not
And
asking
what's
you
your
to spell
specific,
any
in
of your
2021, what was
names.
your specific role with the sheriff's office?
Don't spell your
So
name.
I was with Greenville County Forensics. I was a field training officer.
And could you explain a little bit about what your roles and duties were in that?
As a field training officer, I went out with on calls with some of the newer employees and helped train them. And then I trained the newer employees as they came in.
So that involved evidence collection and documentation?
Yes.
Nope.
How are you
There's
involved?
been a
in the
lot of
present case?
witnesses that haven't gotten crossed.
I was requested to process the subject's vehicle.
Oh.
1999 Gold Ford Ranger.
Yes, it is.
Does that include
Why?
taking photographs of that vehicle?
Yes, I photographed the vehicle.
When you're processing this truck, what other things are you doing and going through it?
We first photographed the vehicle and then we searched it, or I apologize. We photographed the vehicle and then collected DNA swabs. We did the door handles, the tailgate handle, steering wheel, typical places that you would normally touch. And then after that, we searched it to see if there was anything of evidentiary value. And then at the end, we used Blue Star to search for or detect possible blood.
Now, was there any significant findings as a result of the use of the Blue Star?
We did have a few areas that illuminated.
And you say illuminated. Can you describe a little bit more as
I mean,
to what
well,
that indicates to
probably
you when
doesn't
you're
know.
going through and using Blue Star?
So Blue Star is used to detect blood. It shows the possible presence of blood. So when we spray it, we have a dark room. We'll spray the area, and if it illuminates, it'll illuminate like a blue color. That will indicate that there's possibly blood there.
And then subsequently is when you do DNA collection?
So I swabbed for DNA on multiple items beforehand, but then if it does illuminate, I will also either swab or collect the item.
Understood.
They can do further testing to determine the blood separate and concurrently with testing DNA because they're different things. Anyway, just being nitpicky. What the fuck is Jinkies? This young prosecutor seems to be struggling a little bit getting his exhibits ready. We ain't got no time for this. We're trying to catch up. Just kidding. Wow.
To 163. Do you let me know if you recognize those photos as what you observed that day?
Violin childhood? I don't know. Normal? Oh, it's from Scooby-Doo. I forgot. I used to see that. I just forgot about the Jinkies. I just forgot about it. Sorry. Oh, that was a good clue there, Heather. You're not wrong, Heather. You're not wrong.
Yes, I took the photos that were in vehicle bay.
Everybody all said that. You're not wrong, literally.
Now, this time the state moves into evidence states 146 to 157 and 159 through 163.
No objection.
Objection, states 136 to 157 and 159 to 163.
Showing you states 147. What is that?
That is the vehicle at the incident location that technician Ford photographed.
Look at that apparatus. What the fuck is that for? That's wild.
Showing you 151. What is 151?
State Farm
That's the
screening is
insurance card
expensive.
found in the vehicle.
Why would you ever have state? I mean, no offense, but it's just expensive. Like, wow.
Show you 152.
That is showing the truck bed of the vehicle at our vehicle processing bay.
You explain, why do you bring the car back to a different location to process it?
We bring it back to a different location in order to have a secured location where we can take our time on processing it.
Can you show you states 154? What is that display?
This is a picture of a gas can and ropes that were inside the toolbox in the bed of the truck.
Was it George Anthony's gas can?
159.
Because if so, you're going to have him filing a complaint with law enforcement.
Those are the items that were found behind the front seats, and there's a pair of gloves in there.
I'm going to show you 160.
You know what? Great question, because we know he might be gay, right? Is he cheating on John Mello with David?
That was a pack of gloves that was located behind the seats in the vehicle.
Uh-oh. Wait, sorry. Hold on. Hang on.
And
Okay.
let's go back to
Hang on, because I was talking. Hold on. We're going to watch this again, but also we have to stop and appreciate, though, the thing about the gay, because that sounded terrible. The thing about being married, right? Because like, let's just make sure it's clear, right? Because now fair is fair. John Mello was married also while he was marrying other people. So maybe there's that, right? But like, I don't know who David is, right? But like, you know, maybe there's some problems there with being married to David and having a relationship with Mr. Mello. You know, maybe it was another sugar daddy situation. We don't know. We will learn. But now let's take a look here. Ruh-roh.
160. What is 160?
That was a pack of gloves that was located behind the seats in the vehicle.
And just going back to 160. How many pairs of gloves does it say are in that pack?
It says there are 6 pairs.
If there's one pair missing,
I'll show you 161. There's 6 pairs of gloves in that.
and there it is.
No, there were 5 pairs.
Okay. See, this is a lot different than a large ass box of disposable gloves for obvious reasons,
And
right?
finally, 163.
That's showing the bed of the truck and the toolbox that was in the bed of the truck.
I'll talk just a little bit more about Blue Star. Is blood the only thing that Blue Star might use a hit on?
No, there are some additional false positives that Blue Star can eliminate on.
What are some things that if you give a positive on?
Cleaning supplies are one, as well as bleach is a big one. Some plants can actually illuminate as well.
Well, never
or different
mind.
Paints and tarnish.
Here we go. Bleach for that as well. Fuck.
That's right. I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much.
Cross-examination.
I got a question, John.
Okay. All right.
Thank
No
you.
questions again. Wow. Dude, that is.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break.
I knew it.
Discuss this case among yourselves, and we will see you back in.
Y'all remember when I said I feel a break coming up, and then I was like, oh, one more witness? I knew it. So this is highly unusual with the number of times that they've passed on cross-exam. I will say, I'm not saying that they're ineffective for like assistance of counsel. However, the fact that they are not crossing so many witnesses, if he gets convicted, if he's found guilty and convicted, if you're his appellate counsel, that is definitely something you would raise and be like ineffective assistance of counsel, because it's highly unusual. There's also things that they could be objecting to that they're not, but they're not. That's less, to me, that's less of a big deal than the not crossing. Like that's you know. But we're gonna skip past the break, of course, and move right along. And we have some lady. Need her name.
Next witness for the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Vanessa Kormylo.
Kormylo? I don't know what they said. I can't understand. They don't ask anyone to spell their last name, which is also really unusual. Never seen that before, ever. Please state and spell your name.
Or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did. Very weird. I love that he tells every witness he offers them the water.
Vanessa Kormylo. Kormylo.
First time that's happened.
Good afternoon.
That's really funny because I was literally just complaining about that. That is the first witness they've ever said that to, though. But look at her coat. That is a statement. So is her hair. She's living her best life, first of all. But I need her spelling again because I was not expecting it.
Please state your name for the record.
Vanessa Kormylo. Kormylo.
Kormylo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please tell the jury a little bit about what you do?
YLO?
I'm a practicing family law attorney, mostly in Greenville.
Oh boy. And that's why she did. So that makes sense. I'm sure had they not asked her, she would have done it anyway. So I just want to make sure I've got her spelling. I think it was a Y.
Vanessa Kormylo. Kormylo.
Okay. God, this is so much like the Adelsons. It's insane.
Please tell the jury a little bit about what you do for a living.
Family law attorney.
I'm a practicing family law attorney, mostly in Greenville
Oh,
County.
boy.
I've been practicing 28 years, predominantly in family law. Handle some closings, but mostly family law, representing litigants and also representing children in court when I serve as guardian ad litem.
What is a guardian ad litem?
That is an advocate for the child who's appointed in family court cases when there are issues involving the children, such as visitation issues or custody issues. A guardian's appointed. It's typically an attorney, but sometimes we have some non-attorneys that are awesome.
She's done this a million times.
And so that's just part of our system. When a case involves a child, we do an investigation. We're kind of an arm of the court, and we report back our findings to the judge.
I will say, if her hair was just a little bit longer, like an asymmetric bob, I think it would suit her even better. But you can tell she's like, again, remember when we talked about pearls? Look at that. See, this is not my style at all. I'm sure you guys, but you can tell it's her style and she's rocking it. So good for her, man.
Involved in this case, the state against Zachary Hughes.
In the case against Zachary Hughes, I came into a little bit of this case because I was the guardian ad litem for the child of the mother who was murdered.
Of Christina Parcell?
Yes.
And John Mello?
Yes.
When were you appointed the guardian ad litem of?
Oh, okay. She was the gal.
Mello?
In October of 2020.
How old was Ada when you were appointed?
I believe she was 8.
Okay. So people were asking how old is the child now. So she was 8 in 2020. So she's somewhere 12 to 15 now, basically.
So getting a little bit into this, as guardian ad litem, are you responsible for communicating with the father and the mother of the child?
Yes, I typically start with the parents, the parties.
I can't wait to hear what she has to say about this.
Talk to third parties, go visit the child at the school, of course, talk to the child a good bit. And then by the time we get to court, I would have investigated and talked to way more people. And I
also want to know what the child said, right? Because remember, I don't know, like, wow, just
written report before the trial.
So in October of 2020, where was Ida Mello?
She was in Italy.
Okay. So were you able to contact her while she was over there?
I had her father's email address, and Mr. Mello and I would email back and forth. He did not necessarily cooperate in allowing me to speak with him or the child. There was one time I was going to get to speak with her. He wanted to script my questions, and I didn't want to put her in an uncomfortable position. So I waited to meet her until she came back.
So I think you touched on it, but by what method would you communicate with Mr. Mello?
Email only.
Okay. Was Ida Mello ever eventually returned to the United States?
Yes, in April of 2021, the Hague Convention, the international body that helps enforce different custody rulings, ordered that Aida return to South Carolina, and then the mother was awarded custody here by agreement.
Okay. So once Ada had returned to South Carolina, what developed as far as that custody dynamic, specifically with regard to your role?
So the parents were in contest.
I wanted to get back that up so I could put this on my list here.
To return to South Carolina, and then the mother was awarded custody here by agreement.
So did she get was there a date? Hold on.
United States.
Yes, in April of 2021, the Hague Convention, the international body that helps enforce different custody rulings, ordered that Aida return to South Carolina, and then the mother was awarded custody here by agreement.
So once Ada had returned to South Carolina,
Twiz, I don't know where you're
what
finding
developed-
this, so I don't know. I mean, I don't know if this is accurate or not, but Twiz is saying a lawsuit was subsequently filed. Remember when I said there's a lot more here and that clearly the victim did some bad shit, right? Okay, a lawsuit was subsequently filed by a guardian of a minor seen in the material, claiming Parcell was also involved in performing sexually explicit. This is what I anticipated, and I will tell you why. Because the way that the judge worded it when he gave his order on this motion in limine, he obviously was talking about Bradley Post with the CP, but he said the victim, and then he said Bradley Post, and then he said and the child, the minor child or whatever, and he added her in the group as if this would involve her as well, like because the reason he denied the state's or granted the state's motion is because of the involvement of the victim and the daughter, right? Mostly, I mean, well, in terms of the reason for it, legally speaking, it had to do with the prejudice to the victim, right? But you can imagine how, but my point is like the fact that he said the daughters too meant the daughter was also involved. And so this does not surprise me. But I wonder if this is going to come out at all. I don't know that this is going to come in at the trial. See, I mean, at this juncture, it's not, right? But things can always change.
As far as
somebody opens
that
the door.
custody dynamic, specifically with regard to your role.
And actually, to be specific, the state would have to open the door.
So the parents were in contested custody litigation. The mother wanted Aida to stay here, of course, with her. Mr. Mello was in Italy, and I think there were some criminal charges that he was working through before he could return here. So they were just in what I would consider very highly contested litigation. Mr. Mello regularly emailed me, and he was a very difficult litigant to manage.
So speaking to this particular dispute, was this the first time? But let me back up. Was it your role upon being appointed guardian ad litem to investigate a little bit into the history between the custody dynamic?
Yes, typically I'll speak to the prior guardian ad litem if there was an older case. In this case, sadly, the parents had been fighting since Aida was 3. So there were several cases, Greenville County and Pickens, and I was able to talk
Also, I can see a world in which, given the fact that, apparently the victim also worked as an escort or whatever, I can see a world in which that's something that you're doing, right? And then you end up with a sugar daddy, right? And then it's like, okay, I'm going to support you and pay your bills, right? And all, we heard all that, right? And it seems like both of these sugar daddies, Mello and Post, also were very controlling, right? Because we know, like with Mello, right, he got her power of attorney, cut her off from her family, and then with Post, right, she got to be back with her family again and all that, right? But it does make you wonder that if he was someone who was already into CP, right, and this is the sugar daddy, and you've got someone who already has willingly, had sex for money, right? And that's how they met, maybe. You could see, I can envision a world in which something like where it can take a turn, like whether it's threatening to not support you anymore, or I don't know. Do you guys see where I'm going with this? Like I hate having to go there, but I can see that happening. And what I mean is that it might not be that like the victim was into this and was like, hell yeah. It might have been a coercion thing in terms of like, and I could see where if this dude is into CP and maybe he's disseminating it, we don't know. He's going to stand trial. We already heard that. We'll find out what was going on. But like, that could be a thing. That, and blackmail is another good point. No, that name has not come out yet. Nope. So are you saying it was a different minor? This looks like the way this is worded though. And I don't know where you're getting this from. The way this is murdered I thought this was worded as if it was referencing the daughter. Is it not the daughter? again, the way that the judge worded it, he did say that he did group the daughter in as if she's involved with that whole thing with the motion in limine. By the daughter, I mean the daughter of Christina. Okay. Interesting. Well, because the other thing is this, right? Like, if this was filed by a different minor, interesting. Here's the thing. If this was happening with another minor, I feel like it's probably pretty certain that it was also happening with the daughter, right? Because that would be an easier situation. If you're a horrible person and you're trying to coerce a minor into doing these things and not telling anybody, what the best way to do that is with the person who relies on you and lives in your house. And you know what I mean? Like, so like if they're doing it to somebody else where that risk is a lot higher, I don't know. It's all awful to think about. I hate I don't even, you know, but, right. So that's the thing, right? Because that's a lawsuit. Remember, they can't file criminal charges against the victim because the victim's deceased. We don't know yet what all they've got for Bradley Post. And the reason I'm saying that is because with civil, it has to be up to the person to file that lawsuit. So like if you got out this child and then you've got, let's say you've got the child who's also the daughter, two separate children, it would be up to each of them separately if they wanted to file a lawsuit, and it would just be their lawsuit, right? And my point being that it may not come out if indeed this was going on with their own child as well. It may not come out if it was happening until Bradley's trial, because that's criminal. Unless Aida were to file a lawsuit as well separately. So that makes sense. That makes definite sense. But I can't imagine a world in which they're doing this to other children and not the one that lives in the house. That doesn't make any sense. So, wow, though. Like that's a whole, just thinking like that is a whole other level, right? Most people, even when this happens, right, that we hear about, aren't also doing this to other children that aren't related, right? Like, how do you even make that happen? That takes some level of, I don't even know what, bribery, manipulation. I don't know, like gun to their head. Like, I don't know, right? Because it's like some other child, like what? That's a whole different level, right? And again, it would be impossible to fathom that they're not first utilizing the one that they have control over living in the house.
The prior guardian ad litem, and increasingly grew concerned about Mr. Mello.
So you said you communicated with Mr. Mello through email. Was that primarily the method of communication, or like the only method of communication?
It was the only method of communication except one phone call I had with him.
So over the course of your role as guardian ad litem, approximately how many emails did you exchange with Mr. Mello?
I don't even know if I could count them. I know when we printed them for the family court trial, I think
I know that
4
case.
reams of paper.
I know that case.
So also in the course of once Aida returns from Italy, did Mr. Mello continue to communicate with you?
Yes, he was continuing to communicate, harass, threaten, intimidate, bully. His communications were unlike anything I've ever encountered.
Wow.
As a guardian.
Wow.
And so they continued to escalate. And
that is saying a lot, because you guys know, every attorney will tell you that you think you've seen it all in criminal. No, everyone will tell you ain't seen nothing yet until you get into family law. That it is the most. So the fact that this is that, like what she just said, that is, again, another person coming in and saying things like this about Mr. Mello that are just like, holy shit, man. We're getting a good idea of just how bad he is. And just to the extent.
I think it was 3 or 4 reams of paper.
So also in the course of once Aida returns from Italy, did Mr. Mello continue to communicate with you?
Yes, he was continuing to communicate, harass, threaten, intimidate, bully. His communications were unlike anything I've ever encountered.
Did you guys notice her use the word harass? Because isn't that interesting, right? Considering the defendant is being charged with harassment. It sounds like this is a strategy, a pattern of behavior maybe for Mr. Mello. And again, this just reminds me so much of like, again, the Adelson trial where it's like, you know, you're sitting there thinking, is this Wendy's trial? No, this is not Wendy's trial. Like I'm having that thought right now, which is like what she's saying here again, sounds like, wait, should this be Mr. Mello's trial? Right? Shouldn't he be the one charged with harassment? Anyway.
As a guardian. And so they continued to escalate. And I was pretty concerned.
So not getting into the specifics of maybe some of the things
that wouldn't surprise me, Heather. I get that
kind of when you say
impression.
threats and harassment.
I
What
get
kinds
that
of
same
things
impression.
was he conveying to you?
He would tell me that I always needed to be looking over my shoulder, that he was coming after my license, that I was going to get arrested for criminal charges or civil charges, that I was definitely going to jail. He mentioned my children to me by name with specific information about them at one visitation I had with him.
Oh my God. Okay. He takes it there. That's insane. Wow. Yeah, I see. I 100% Heather, that makes sense because we know Mello had multiple women in his life. It makes sense, right? And this is where I said it from the get-go before we knew it. It was like, if Mello is involved in the way it seems like he is, then he's next level, like Moriarty level. Because, like, for example, let's just say, maybe, potentially, let's just say, for example, if Zachary was interested in dudes, right? I will just go ahead and say this. In the classical music world, that is super common. You know, like, that's just very common. And there's nothing that's not looked down on, not that it should be looked down on in any case, but like, in other words, that wouldn't surprise me. And if this Mello dude wanted to manipulate somebody, you know, could be pretend he's into dudes just for the one dude. And remember, he was in Italy the whole time, so he wouldn't have to actually even follow up on that, right? You know what I mean? Like, if it wouldn't be like it seems like they never were in a position where, because remember, like when the prosecutor was talking about their relationship, he said it started when Mello was already in Italy, right? So in other words, it's like you could, if you're not actually gay, you could like, and you're trying to manipulate somebody, I don't know, right? You wouldn't ever be put in a position to put your money where your mouth is, right? If that makes sense. So
he put terrible things on the internet about me, including my office address and phone number. He actually included my husband in his posts. He said awful things, that we were trafficking children, Ukrainian children through Spartanburg.
What?
That's like on the internet. It was Facebook and Reddit. And
wow.
At one point he had said I was manufacturing child pornography in my law office and put my address.
Isn't that interesting? What does this sound like, guys? Listen closely. Listen. Wow. Holy fuck.
Spartanburg. That's like on the internet. It was Facebook and Reddit. And at one point he had said I was manufacturing child pornography in my law office and put my address and my phone number right there. So he was definitely.
What do you guys think about that? This is just like we see this in other things where it's like with with actual, you know, child predators and stuff, right? And it's like you're like encouraging, like, okay, it's like when you want to encourage vigilante, someone wants to encourage vigilante behavior, so they're like, here they are, go get them, right? But it's like doing this when it's not actually happening. But there's a lot. Like, obviously, this is a pattern. Like, this is insane because it shows that he's done this before, but it also shows that Mello thinks along the lines of, if you want to get rid of somebody, right? Make it look like they're a child predator or whatever, put their info out there and someone will vigilante them. You guys see what I mean? Wow.
Definitely. What's fired up?
And once you assumed this role and this line of communication began, did you receive similar types of emails from, let's say, third parties?
Yes, I would start receiving emails early
on. I'm on this jury. I'm like, wait, why aren't we at Mello's trial? That's where I'm at. And I didn't know what swatting was. I just learned the other day. Shout out to Twiz for teaching me what swatting was. But this reminds me kind of like that, but worse. Because it's like, the difference here is it would encourage people to probably kill someone, right? Because that's how much people hate child predators. So it's like, instead of like, here, go get them, and then law enforcement shows up, it's like, here, go get them, and it's like a gunman shows up or something to kill. You know what I mean? Like, this is wow.
On not just from Mr. Mello, but from other people on his behalf, multiple different, one was an attorney, one was a private investigator.
They might have all been fake. Yeah, there it is.
One was
a saint.
They were just multiple people that would email me from different addresses.
A saint. Oh my God. This is so helpful. Wow. I wonder if Mello also has like multiple different identities and shit. Like, does he have like fake passports? I wonder.
One was an attorney, one was a private investigator, allegedly. One was a saint. One was, they were just multiple people that would email me from different addresses.
This is
with
insane.
Very similar threats and characterizations
Oh my
of me
God.
in the litigation.
Oh my God.
And they would definitely be arguing on behalf of Mr. Mello.
Would you attempt to follow up with these individuals when they reached out to you?
Yes, I would typically try and return an email, try and find out who the sender was, try and verify if they were real. We had suspicions that many of them were Mr. Mello himself.
What was he? What? At the very least, if Mr. Mello should be charged with harassment, and maybe he is, and we just don't know. I mean, I would imagine potentially if that's the case and that's all it is, you could be let on bond. But like, this is clearly this is criminal behavior. I mean, these actions alone that she's describing are I would imagine there's going to be there should probably already are criminal, but also civil. Like there could be, and it seems like he has money too, right? So when it comes to damages, when it comes to civil suits, that's crucial because there's no point in filing it in the first place if there's no money there.
Because of the way the emails were worded, he used a lot of the same phrasing.
Yep.
He writes in a very unusual manner using capitals at different times. And has absolutely terrible spelling. So we could see a lot of
interesting
similarities in his third-party emails, which causes us to believe they were likely him. And then, like, for instance, if an attorney emailed me and I couldn't find that attorney anywhere, or a private investigator emailed me and I never could find that private investigator, I really was left with the only conclusion that it was likely
interesting.
So going into October, or let me back up a little bit. So as this developed, with you in the role as guardian ad litem, what findings did you make as to the lengths that Mr. Mello?
I guarantee you she's got a protective order against. That would have been the first thing. I guarantee you, because the threats on her children, this is crazy. I mean, this is crazy. And I think, I mean, it's like the more I think about it, it's like, I would hope if he's not in custody, I would hope that he's got a bracelet on, because this dude has made many people afraid for their lives. And already there's one person who's dead that is connected to this with the same patterns of behavior.
To get custody back.
He was very clear that there was nothing off limits. He was, like I said, threatening, harassing, intimidating, and he was consistently doing it. These hundreds and hundreds.
What does this remind you guys of? What this gives me here, this is giving me, they're coming for him next. Just like we see with the Adelsons, right? Remember all the times like, why haven't they gotten Wendy yet? Why haven't they arrested Wendy yet? And it's like, for whatever, they're waiting until, ostensibly one person to get convicted. And then maybe they're thinking that person will snitch or whatever. I don't know. But as we listen to this, what are we also getting? On the record testimony, literally, every single thing she is saying is like, Mello is fucked if this is his trial, right? Like, that's what this is. This is all the times I pointed out with all the trials with the Adelsons, all the many trials, I'm like, yep, listen to this. These questions here and this testimony is on purpose, because not only is it going to be helpful here, but it's for the next trial. They're playing the long game. They're thinking ahead. They're getting testimony that they can then use at the next trial. That's what this sounds like to me. And so that makes me think that they're going to, I don't know what his situation is. It makes me think that he's next, and maybe they will. And I hope so, if this is what it looks like.
hundreds of emails. Sometimes he was represented by attorneys, sometimes he was not. And it was
like
this was the
like
worst.
with this type of behavior, this makes me see now I'm feeling like really bad for Zach, honestly. Because and the other thing is whatever it is, like the manipulation must run so deep, again, like I said, to where Zach didn't turn on him and cut a deal right away. Like with Charlie and with Donna. And it's like, and in that case, they're family. So I can see that at least there's that, right? Because there's sometimes where it's like family members would never turn on each other anyway. But like in Charlie's case, it was also the manipulation. But like here, we're not even talking family members. That's how deep the manipulation must run to where he didn't do that. It's terrifying, really.
Worst case I've ever worked on as far as
oh my God.
representing a child's interest, but at the same time having a parent act like that. It came to the point even early on. I think in May of 2021, I brought a motion to the court as the child's guardian, asking for a psychological evaluation of him and asking that the mother be allowed.
And it could have been something like maybe he was even threatened, right? That's a great point. He could have been, this dude is terrifying. That's clear.
Allowed to end phone calls if the child was uncomfortable.
While you were guarding ad litem, did you ever receive some, let's just say, suspect envelopes in the mail?
Yes.
If I showed you that envelope, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, this to me feels like they're building a case against Mello. That's what this feels like. We can only hope.
That's marked as State's Exhibit 158. Is that the envelope or a envelope you received?
Yes, this is addressed to me at my office on Washington Street. It is dated July 8th of 2021, and it came from Knoxville, Tennessee. Per the mail carrier, the return address references a P.O. box here in Greenville, which we later learned belonged to Brad Post.
You said Knoxville, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the date that it was posted?
July, and I think it was 2021.
Okay. July 8th, sound right?
Yes, sorry.
That's all right. Not getting into the specifics, and I realize it's unpleasant, but generally, what were the contents of this envelope?
They involved pictures of Christina Parcell in various states of undress.
Okay.
One included
that's a great point.
A male anatomy body part in one of the pictures. They were
wow. And the other thing, right, the last name Mello, so definitely of Italian descent, is a great point. Then the resources, when you have the money, if you've got, I don't know, this is
basically pornographic in nature.
What did you do after receiving this envelope?
I called law enforcement.
Okay. Did you submit it to them to your knowledge?
I did.
Okay. Was that the only envelope you received?
No.
Dear Lord.
When did you receive another?
I think it was about a month later. We received another envelope.
This is scary, and this is all in relation to freaking child custody. Like that's what, like obviously this dude I'm sure has done other terrible things and is, you know, like for example, before the child custody issues, right? We know he cut the victim off from her family and all that, right? But it's like, but all of that we're hearing about here, all of this is due to the child custody. Like the lengths that he goes to is like.
From Knoxville, Tennessee, with the same P.O. box return address. So this time we actually just called law enforcement to come get the envelope rather than opening it.
Wow.
And in the context of what you've testified to, would sending something like this be in line with John Mello's actions in the custody dispute?
Yes, this would be in line with also what he emailed, how he conducted himself. He was determined to discredit and disparage and ruin the reputation and character of the mother. He was in a custody battle. So he was determined for her to be thought of in a certain light and hopefully be determined to be unfit.
Yep.
So at the time you received these, let's say in July and August of 2021, what is the posture of the custody dispute?
we were just moving right along. I think I'd had the motion for him to have a psychological evaluation.
Oh boy,
The
did that
mother
ever-
had custody at that
did that
time.
happen?
Of course, even though I had
I would not want to get in a room with
reason
that.
to be concerned about Mr. Mello and how he conducted himself, I also had a duty to investigate the allegations he was making against the mother. And I did that to the best of my ability. I've never done this before, but I actually hired a private investigator to look into things for me.
Wow.
I tried to find out if there was anything true about the allegations he was making, because this little girl was in that woman's home. And
oh my God,
her interests were my duty. So I tried my best to interview people, research, work with the private investigator, and that my duty is ongoing and through the end of the trial. So that's what I had to do. Of course, I talked to the mother about the pictures and determined they were very old and in a consensual setting. So I did look into these things. I didn't just write them off because he was so unstable.
This is good. So the thing is this. Oh, it's a terrible pause. Oh my God. So here's the thing. So this is important because remember with all the CP, had she found that there was, this is crazy. What year did she say this was? Because at this time, had she found any of the stuff that seems like was happening with the CP, the victim would have still been alive. There would have been criminal charges. The child would have been taken away. I mean, she would have found it, right? And it seems like that did not happen. So that's why I'm wondering what year this was, because potentially this was not. Remember, her and Bradley post were on again, off again. So maybe it was, I don't know. But also, it seems like this is Mello's MO, and the irony, if you will, of like, if this is like your MO and you say this thing, right, to get people mad and maybe want to kill you, and then unbeknownst to Mello, potentially, you know, I think, what did they say? I mean, it's like, I don't know that Bradley Post and Mello, no, that we heard that they hated each other, which makes sense. But anyway, it's like he made, like, in other words, the thought that like maybe after all that, like after this was all happening, that maybe there was actually these things going on. And at that point, then these allegations of the CP and stuff would have been legitimate. Like, but then it's also raised the question, like, was it legitimate or not? Was it all somehow fabricated by Mello? But then again, we've got Bradley Post in custody. So this is, wow.
Accusations that John Mello would make, would he accuse Ms. Parcell of using drugs?
He did. That was a large part of his concern about her.
Y'all, of course. I mean, this is like
her. So at least as guardians, we can investigate that fairly easily. We asked her to take I think even more drug screens to see if she was actually using drugs. And since she was living with her sister at the time, we asked her to be drug screened. They were in the same home with the child. I think at one point the child was even drug tested in a corresponding case. So we did investigate that.
A corresponding case. I bet that's the suit that was referenced earlier by Twiz. So now so it seems like there's two modes here of what he does. And Mello did this not just to the victim, but he did this to this attorney. Maybe not with the drugs, but at least in terms of remember, like, I died when she said the thing about he tried to tell people that she was doing CP and then put her address out there and shit. Like, so it's like CP and drugs, right?
We found no evidence of any drug use in the testing. And the private investigator also did not see any type of dealing in and out of the home.
Had you been asked to make the recommendation, would you have recommended Ida to stay with Christina Parcell?
Yes. So in family court, we're actually not allowed to make recommendations to the court unless we're asked by a judge. And I know you just asked me, but yes, my position was in visiting her in school and talking to her teacher. She was thriving here. She was doing so well in her mother's custody, living with her aunt. They had Taco Tuesdays and anyway,
chopping the onions. That makes sense.
she loves sushi and avocado, and she was just living a very full life. When I visited, she was riding bikes with the neighbor kids, making friendships, and doing so well. So at the time, yes, that would have been my recommendation if we had gone to trial before the mother's murder.
So at the time,
And there you go. Murdered before trial. That seals. I mean, that is just like in the Adelsons, guys. Remember, Dan Markel, the victim, had all these motions on the table, and they were headed for trial. And he was murdered before the trial. I mean, you don't want to go to trial with somebody over the stuff that you're causing or you're involved in. I mean, when it comes to custody or whatever, like, and so you just kill the person, like, really? And then, you know, ideally you end up standing trial as a criminal defendant. That's what Wendy and Mello are same right here, right now, right? Like, different methodology, but same. Like, again, to my knowledge, I think Mello's out free. And we didn't hear that him come up at all in the motion to eliminate. Wow.
of the murder, would John Mello have been aware of any reports or recommendations that would have been negatively oriented towards him?
He would definitely have been aware of my motion to have him psychologically evaluated. He would.
You better believe he didn't want that. Oh dear.
Be aware of my concerns about him through our hundreds, if not thousands, of emails back and forth. I don't hold back when I'm the guardian. So if he's making allegations and I'm asking him, please substantiate these. If you're going to accuse the mother of this, please give me substantiation and I will investigate this.
There wasn't
If
any.
he says neighbors are watching something, please give me the neighbors' names. I have the ability as guardian to bring a motion before the court to have her removed if the court has substantiation of the concerns.
Yeah.
And he would just play games and tell me he couldn't give me the names of the witnesses he knew about because he needed to save them when he sued me in civil litigation. And so he was very aware that I was not a fan of how he conducted himself. If you're worried about a child enough to make substantial
That he sued her, it just, this dude is outdoing all of the people that, like, oh my God.
allegations. And this guardian is appointed only for her interests. Please work with me. Even if we had differences, set them aside, help me help your child.
Right.
And he was
And
definitely.
the thing is, it would be, if any of the allegations he said could be substantiated and he's trying to get custody, it would have been in his own best interest to produce the evidence, right? He wants the custody, wants the mom not to have the custody, is making these allegations about the mom doing stuff that would make her not eligible for custody. Like, what? Like, yeah. So
cooperative.
So,
yep.
Before the
Wow.
murder on October
Level.
13th, 2021, when was the last time that Mr. Mello saw Ida?
Prior to the murder,
Prior to the murder.
he would have seen her last in Italy when Christina, the mother, flew over to get her per the Hague order and fly her home. So I think he had seen her there in Italy. To my knowledge, he had not returned to our country until after the murder.
So that would have been
Of course
April
not.
2021.
Yes.
Make sure he's
Significance in the time span from April to October of 2021 with regard to the custody dispute and the positioning of parties.
Well, in family court, we really look at how often you see your child. Are you supporting your child financially? And we have a mechanism in family court statutory that says if you don't visit your child willfully for 6 months, and if you don't pay child support for your child for a period of 6 months, your rights can actually be terminated if the court determines that's in the child's best interests. So a lot of parents are pretty sensitive to the 6 month mark.
In October was that 6 month mark? Is that correct?
That would be right.
Oh my God.
Do you know who the defendant is?
I'm familiar with his face.
This is the $1 million question right here.
Yes. I don't think I've ever met him in person.
Let's say prior to October 13th of 2021, did you know who he was?
So when you're a guardian ad litem, both parents give you lists of character witnesses they would like you to interview in relation to their case.
My God. Mr. Mello listed Zach Hughes as a character witness. You want to, wow. Wow.
And so the first time I saw Mr. Hughes' name would have been May of 2021. And I received that through Mr. Mello's attorney at the time, as he was on a list of character witnesses for me to interview on behalf of Mr. Mello.
And I would guess
Did he take it?
that literally anybody on that list is either being threatened or coerced or both by this dude, because clearly there's no way anyone could say anything nice about him unless their life is in danger. I mean, I would say even money wouldn't do enough. I think they had to be in fear for their life and their families. I mean, but clearly that it would surprise me if that's not the case from what we're hearing here. This is insane.
Any actions with regard to the custody situation? I'm speaking of Mr. Hughes. Did he take any actions with regard to the custody situation after the murder?
After the murder, I'm not sure of.
Okay.
Before the murder, he prepared an affidavit
Okay.
To support Mr. Mello regaining custody of his daughter.
Of course.
And he also worked with local attorneys, helping Mr. Mello procure representation. And
wow.
In that line. I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 164.
Twiz, are you still listening? Are you still here? This is crazy.
State's Exhibit
164. I just don't even know. This is completely beyond next level.
Yes, this is the affidavit he prepared for court. He prepared it in September of 2021, September 21st, which we thought was unusual because there was nothing pending at that particular time. And then in October after the murder, we were in court for a hearing about where Aida would live after her mom was murdered. And this affidavit was used in that motion.
This testimony right here, I think, is so far and away the most important testimony of this trial. This is the whole thing. This is the CP. This is the harassment. This is the drugs. This is the letters. This is the child cut. Her experience with Mr. Mello is this entire fucking case, including his manipulation of the defendant for his own means and his own gain. This is the entire fucking case. This is helping things make so much more sense for me. And the only question I would have is, as far as the CP, was that all fabricated by Mr. Mello, or was that legitimate, but it happened after she got involved? That's like the lingering question. Now all this is making sense. Right. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Yep.
Your Honor, this time, the state of State's Exhibit 164.
Just like the naked pictures.
64 comes in. Thank you, Judge. So I want to clarify this timeline here. So in September of 2021, what purpose would this affidavit have in the custody dispute?
This is insane.
Or was there a place for this affidavit in the custody dispute to be needed?
Okay, so in family court, trials involve live testimony like today. Hearings involve affidavits, which are just sworn statements, that are notarized. So we prepare them in relation to motions that we file. To my knowledge, there was no motion pending at the time that affidavit was prepared.
I know. This is the most insane thing I've probably ever seen in a trial ever. And that's saying a lot, because Murdoch. This is like anyone that's not watching this trial doesn't know what they're missing. But this is testimony I'll never forget. Like this whole trial, obviously, but I'll never forget. This is going to stick with me and become, one of my favorite trials. And it's definitely going to be worth watching again, especially because it seems like the whole thing is going to be quite short from what we're used to. Wow.
And this was filed October 22nd of 2021.
Right. And at that time, of course, after the murder, we all
insane
kind of filed what we could, because you have
right.
a mother who's been murdered, a child who doesn't have her mom, and
Wow.
her dad's in Italy. And so her placement in custody was in
Tenuous.
question.
Tenuous.
So it's only 9 days after the murder that this is filed.
Correct. And we were back in court dealing with Aida's placement at that time.
Anyone who's watching this now, like live, as this is happening, if you've missed any of her testimony, go back. Go back. This is incredible.
I'll go back briefly.
Fucking incredible.
Speaking of these emails you received from third parties, what were some of those parties, or those individuals, purported individuals, that you could recall?
There was an attorney named Sophia Carlucci. There was an investigator. The email said Mullins Investigations. There was a saint. I'm drawing a blank. I can't remember. It was a saint somebody. There was a guy who wrote me as a biker dude.
Wow.
With this particular experience he wanted to share with me.
Jesus Christ.
And then there was a Mitch Rubin. I don't know what profession he was, but he actually emailed one of our judges in our case. And
you've got it.
This
is just, they already said he's got dual citizenship. That already came out. They said that earlier. Or no, wait, hold on. Or was it that they asked the sister and she said she didn't know for sure? That question was asked. It was either confirmed, or it might've been that the sister said, well, I don't know for sure, as in like, he seems to be a liar, but it seems like he had led people to believe that. Anyway, did you guys hear that? I don't even know. It's like weird. How does someone even come up with this? Is just
dude with this particular experience he wanted to share with me. And then there was a Mitch Rubin. I don't know what profession he was, but he actually emailed one of our judges in our case, and that's not acceptable.
So specifically, you said Mullen Investigations. You received emails from this entity? Did you try to identify who that was?
Sure. I searched on the internet, tried to find any investigations, any investigator named Mullins, company named Mullins Investigations.
Any success there?
I could not find them.
so it does beg the question though about, like, in other words, there seems to be no doubt in her mind that these communications, including the envelopes, emails, are coming from Mello. And even in the questioning from the prosecutor, there's been literally not even a suggestion that it could have been done on his behalf, which makes you wonder about the other envelopes, right? Again, because it's interesting that Zach is charged also with the harassment. It's like, well, did Mello have Zach do the ones involving the ones that happened with Bradley Post? Like, and obviously it was in his style, right? Clearly, right? I mean, he could have been told exactly what to do step by step, every step of the way, like literally like a puppet, right? Like Zach could have been like Mello's puppet, right? I mean, and maybe that's part of the answer here, right? Maybe Mello told Zach type in a certain way and do it. You know, we don't know, but it seems in other words, were these all the same person, right? Because yeah. Interesting. How do you not? Does she work for the state? So you didn't watch it. This is the Guardian. Go back. Just go back. That's true. She did say the PO box. Right. Well, it's entirely possible Zach's being blackmailed. Yeah. You've been listening. Well, then how do you not know who she is? I'm testing you. I'm quizzing you. Who is she? I know, right? Who is she? Like, it's George. It's George Anthony. If you've been listening, I'm not answering. No one answered the question. No one answered the question. We're gonna quiz Twiz. We're gonna quiz Twiz. Stop! No, Heather, no. I deleted the comment. Not, she's there. You go. Right. Like, nobody helped Twiz. It's quiz Twiz time. Say that 10 times fast. Yes. The thing I think with Brad's P.O. box was to try to frame Brad or what bring, you know what I mean? Like that seemed like that's what was going on. You know what I mean? Like Mello is trying to frame Brad, right? Make it look like Brad's sending this shit. I mean, it's just like Mello trying to take everybody down.
Was Sophia Carlucci one of these individuals that reached out to you?
Yes, she was very involved with helping Mr. Mello.
And I'm looking at these emails that you received specifically from Sophia Carlucci. Did you notice anything peculiar about any of those emails that helped identify who might have sent them?
No one helped Twiz out.
Sure. As attorneys, we kind of have a bad rap, but we try to actually be civil toward one another for the most part.
I'm wondering if that's when Twiz started listening again. If Twiz wasn't listening. Anyway, I'm teasing, but I'm also not teasing. I'm like, dude, you need to know what's going on here.
Was not civil in any way. She's never met me. She's writing these hateful communications, very insulting.
So it's
very
still,
similar to
still Mello.
Mello's tone. Yep. And a lot of times some of the phraseology would be identical to how Mr. Mello would address me and email me. I tried, and sometimes I would try to see if the sheriff's office could help with tracking the emails, but if they were from proton.com or there were other ways we could never really seem to trace them. And I'm not really good at that computer forensic stuff, but I could never find the source of the emails. But my suspicion was a lot of them seemed to talk a lot like Mr. Mello.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever mistakenly send one from one of those send emails?
Yes, there was an email one time from Sophia Carlucci, from John, I think, in Sophia Carlucci's email. So it's like he was emailing me, but he used Sophia Carlucci's name and information.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you.
Yeah. Oh, that was still the same. I thought that was cross. Anyway, dude changed up his voice. It sounded like. What are you doing? Oh, they're approaching. Approach.
Step out. I have a matter I need to take up with the attorneys.
Oh boy. Interesting. Oh my God, here we go. You guys, that was the judge. Look at how few people are in that courtroom. I could be one of those people. Look, listen to the judge. Hot mic judge moment. Holy fuck. We're gonna get the tea here in a second. This is insane. Because you better believe that on cross, like this lady is similar to Jeff Lacoste, okay? In the Adelson case, right? Where it's like, this is a witness that is called by the state, that is good for the state, but like when Jeff was testifying at Katie's trial, Katie's trial, right? But like even better for the defense, right? Because it's like there's another person who looks even worse than the defendant. But if you're the state, it's like it proves it against that person too. It's like this witness is like that, where it's like they want to get into all the shit the defense does, and I guarantee you that's what they're approaching about.
Here we go.
That says it all right there. Oh my God. Okay. So let's go ahead. Don't tell me it's off the record. You guys see this? Look, off the record. No. Do they come back even? Do they not come back? Do they not? Oh my God. What? Are they going to say we're going to have to come back tomorrow? What is happening? Oh my God. Oh my God. The judge, here we go. All right,
Mr. Mormon.
No, they took a break, but now they're on the record. Okay, so there's no jury. Wow.
On direct examination, you testified.
Oh, never mind. It looks like they're crossed. So that was off the record. but this is going to be a really short cross. Wow.
That as part of your job as a guardian ad litem was to familiarize yourself with the course of litigation and prior cases. Is that correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that based on your review of the history of the case, the litigation, there had been at least 3 prior cases. Is that correct?
Yes, that sounds right.
And isn't it true that in each of the cases, Christina Parcell agreed to give John Mello custody? Isn't that true?
That's my understanding.
You were asked a little bit about John Mello and Ida being in Italy. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And as part of your duties as the guardian ad litem during this period, was it your obligation to familiarize yourself just a little bit with what was going on with the litigation in Italy?
With the hate convention?
And just in general terms with the status.
I think she looks frightened. I think she looks frightened. And you know what? If that fucker's not in custody, I don't blame her. And honestly, even if he is in custody, this dude has shown that from other countries, like he's got ways to make things happen, right? And that's even if you don't include what if there's like mafia ties or whatever, right? I mean, this dude has, remember she said the list of people who would testify for him or write affidavits on his behalf. List. Zachary was one on that list, right? He's got other people. Like I said, right, on crop, like they want to get into this even more than the state does. If you're the defense, she's terrified. I don't blame her.
What the outcome was.
Yes, I was following that. Yes.
Based on your interaction with Christina during this period, what was your understanding as to who was financing the litigation in Italy?
I'm not sure. I know her sister was helping. I think she bought the plane tickets. I don't think she had an attorney. I think she was self-representing or whatever you do with the hate convention. But
wow.
Did you also think it was possible that Mr. Post
Wow.
the litigation?
maybe part of the family court litigation, maybe.
Wow.
As far as being in Italy in that part, he may have paid for bodyguards while she was there.
Oh my God.
I think I heard something about that. I don't know for sure, and I don't want to misspeak.
Understand. But you think he was helping finance litigation in the States?
Possibly. I've definitely heard that.
I don't have anything else. We would ask Ms. Kormylo to remain under subpoena.
Remain under subpoena. Wow.
Nothing from the state.
Wow.
You may step down.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, let's get into date. This is, wow. This is a much bigger. I'm like, you guys see what I'm saying? Like, this is much bigger than it seemed like initially, to where, especially when just thinking about like the other people involved and the people on the, it's like, this is much bigger than this. And I think that's probably what Heather's saying, right? It's bigger than just this one. This is the first trial, right, of anything related to this case. And I think it's much bigger than this. That's kind of what I'm seeing with this. And bigger in terms of international, like bigger in every single fucking way possible. You know, let's see what happens on day 3. This is, wow. Incredible. Oh, oops. Did I accidentally? Sorry, guys. I accidentally clicked out of the window. Hold on. Give me just a second. Hang on. Is this? Okay, here we go. Sorry, guys. Okay. Try that again. Okay, there we go. Oh, Twiz. Are you sure it's not George? Yeah. If they don't, I would say if they don't comply, yeah, I think that's it, right? I think that's it. You're in, if you, clearly he has people that carry out his bidding type thing, right? And even remember that the dude who was like cleaned his house and shit. I wonder if he's one of those people. But remember, the only comment, he was not on the stand very long, but he was like, I thought Zachary was what did he call him? A great dude or a great guy? Anyway, how many people are getting fucked by Mello, right? Is the jury coming?
Good morning, ladies.
Maybe I wonder if Zachary even feels safer being in custody. I mean, this is crazy.
Hope y'all had a good
He's a freaking
night's
pianist.
rest. I wanted to ask, has anyone seen any type of coverage on this or done any type of
We're
investigation?
gonna skip past this because I want to get to the testimony. This is insane. This is like the most riveting thing I've ever seen. I mean, it just oh, so that's great that you caught his name, Amethyst. He did not look happy. Nope, he did not look happy. I love he offers the water.
Daniel Beville.
Oh, this is the dude.
What's your rank?
Investigator.
Investigator?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Beville, where are you employed?
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
Oh boy.
And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm an investigator, and basically my role is I assist other investigators in interviewing anybody with their cases. That could be witnesses, suspects, just to further their cases.
Have you had any other prior duties with the Greenville County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
What are those?
Everything from patrol to
you all start out
certain investigations.
So, did you ever have the occasion to meet with Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
I did.
Do you remember about when that occurred?
Originally, I believe it was 2018.
Okay. What about in 2021?
I did.
Okay. And where did y'all meet?
In my office.
And how did that meeting occur?
I was contacted by Christina Parcell, and she had informed me that she had been receiving some letters in the mail, and she wanted to report them to law enforcement.
And did you schedule a meeting with them?
I did.
And where was that meeting located?
In my office.
And who all attended that meeting?
It was myself, Christina Parcell, Brad Post, and an investigator from the Postal Service.
And what was his name?
Mike Nichols, I believe.
And so y'all had that meeting. What was the purpose of that meeting?
I mean,
it was basically just to.
Is it possible? I'm just still thinking about Brad Post being in custody for the CP. Is it possible that all of that was a setup from Mello? Oh my God, this scares me to even think about that. All that was a setup from Mello. Is it possible? Although there was what was the lawsuit, Twiz, you were saying? That the other child said that oh God. I'm just thinking if it was all set up for Mello, but they can't prove it yet. They haven't figured out how to prove it yet. Then you could see how they would still have to charge the people. Anyway, because that's the threats that's the allegations he's making about everybody. Anyway.
Receive the complaint, just find out whatever information they had.
Interesting.
They had previously informed me that they had already gotten envelopes at their house as well as neighboring houses, and they wanted to hand them over to us for investigations.
Okay.
And so
it's just crazy though, right? Because of the fact that this is like his MO to say when it's not true. It's again, it makes me wonder if he just didn't know that it was actually happening and he didn't even need to, And again, but the other thing too, remember, like I said before, when the gal, as they say, looked into it based on his allegations, she didn't find anything. She didn't find anything to substantiate it. So again, that's why I'm like, what was the timeline? Because was that maybe before they were doing this, right? Like, in other words, is it possible that those allegations were being made at a time when it wasn't actually happening, and then it's just like crazy enough that it was actually happening at some point in time, but not that point? I don't know.
Did they bring you a number of envelopes?
They did.
And did Did you look at the inside of those envelopes?
I did.
And what was the purpose of looking
The
at
other
those
thing is
envelopes?
this, right? If you're actually doing this shit, the last thing you're going to do is contact law enforcement and say, hey, look, somebody's making these allegations against us, right? I mean, that's what I'm getting at, right? It's like, you know what I mean? That doesn't make any sense because it was like they contact. That's what we're getting to here. They got in touch with this dude, right? And he was helping them out, making whatever they're doing. They're looking into all this harassment. We're about to learn more. But like, if the harassment has to do with pornography of any kind, let alone CP, and those are the allegations, and that's what you're actually doing, then you don't do this, right? So,
and looking at the inside.
I looked at the ones that were open, and they mainly wanted to show me what was inside, investigate the contents of them.
And so specifically,
right.
Complaint?
Thank you. She said it's like a dealer calling law enforcement and saying someone's calling me a dealer. Exactly. Do you see what? That's why I'm like, something's weird here, right? Something's weird here. How does it? It doesn't make any sense unless somehow the time frame just misses, doesn't like. But the time frames seem to be at the same time. That's why I'm confused.
Due to the content of the envelopes, they believed it was a harassment situation.
Yeah.
And they wanted to report that.
And again, you have the gal looking into it and didn't find anything to substantiate it, right?
Of all those photos that they brought to you?
I did.
And did you investigate as to who might have sent these photos?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 1.
We are here. Meg, were you here when Frankie Figs was here? Frank's earlier. Did you guys overlap at all? This is insane.
Okay, what is that?
It's one of the envelopes I received from Brad Post and Christina Parcell.
Your state moves Exhibit 1 into evidence?
No objection.
No objection. Exhibit 1.
Is that October of 2011? The pics. I don't know. Which pics are you talking about? Are you talking about the pics of her from her being? You have to be more specific. I don't know because there's a lot of years here. I don't know if 10/11 is October 11th or October of 2011. The same mistake I've made earlier with this because there's so many dates with different decades. And which pics? Because now there's a lot of different types of pics.
Wait, no, nail that.
Oh, no!
All right. Thank you. So is this the envelope that you received?
It is.
All right, whose name is on there?
Brad Post.
All right, and did you ever determine whose PO box that is?
It's Brad Post PO Box.
All right, and up here, is there a date? Can you read the date?
Wednesday, June 30th, 2021.
And what does it say above that?
Greenville, I believe it's P and DC 296.
Now, did you look inside the contents of this envelope?
If it was opened, I did. Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what states is marked as 1C. Ask you to recognize that.
I do.
Okay. What is that?
It's one of the pages that was in the envelope.
Your Honor, state moves 1C into evidence.
No objection.
All right, no objection. 1C comes into evidence.
All right, let's take a look at States Exhibit 1C.
Because I would say the thing is this too, right? Even like if you're actually doing some CP stuff, right? And you're like, hey, people are making these allegations that are false and it's harassment. It has to do with, or not even false allegations, it's harassment, right? And in any way involves nudity or nude photos, like it does here, even if it's of consenting adults. That still seems like way too close to home if you're actually doing something. Like to give the example that Heather gave with the drug dealer, it would be like a drug dealer calling law enforcement and saying, let me see, I want to make sure I get her verbatim. and saying someone's calling me a I don't know. What's something that's less bad? Like someone says that I'm making fake licenses or for underage children. You know what I mean? Like fake IDs for underage kids or something. I don't know. Just I'm trying to think of something that's like similar. Like in other words, if they look into that one thing, they're going to discover the other thing. That's kind of my point, right? So the fact that there's pornographic images at all is actually just it's so close, right? That I don't know.
Now, what did your investigation reveal as far as this particular?
Yeah. Someone's calling you a drug user, but you don't sell it. That's a great example. Thank you.
Photo was.
It appears to be a screenshot of an escort site.
And can you describe what's on there? Whose name is on there? Websites?
It appears to be an advertisement for the name Caroline Warren.
Is that right there?
Correct.
Oh boy.
Here
we go.
The part that's kind of squared right here is a URL for belladonna digiorno.escort-site.com.
All right. And then what about the words above that?
It's basically an advertisement for an escort. It says, "Okay, Georgia boys, I'll be concluding a quick Alabama tour and was considering spending a day in Hotlanta. Question is, are you men ready for me? I have very limited availability at an upscale in-call location, so get in touch with me soon so we don't miss out on each other."
And so your experience as an investigator, what is that asking you to do?
It's an advertisement for an escort, or just more specifically prostitution advertisement.
And more specifically, I'm going to refer you to this area right here. I'm going to move this up a little bit. You can see kind of an arrow.
Yes, sir.
Pointing down like
From
that.
now on, everyone is always George. People don't know.
There. Did you take particular notice of that?
I did.
So just what is that?
It appears to be drawing my attention to the website URL and then an arrow pointing down to something else.
Down towards the page?
Correct.
Could it be considered like that particular URL move down?
Correct.
All right. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibits
I mean,
1A
I wonder.
and 1B for identification.
We didn't think of this before. But see, things are changing now that we know so much more about Mello. It's entirely possible that she was not actually working as an escort. Maybe. Well, I guess the sugar daddy thing, though. You know, because I was thinking maybe he just fabricated all this, right? But then it's like, and then I was like, oh wait, the sugar daddies. So,
Identification purposes only. I'm going to show you first 1A. If you'll tell the jury what's on there and specifically about that URL.
It's a black and white image of Christina Parcell, nude.
I guess you could have a sugar daddy.
And there is the same website URL, that Belladonna Giorno website down at the bottom.
And of course, it's a fucking Italian name, right? Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is like, yeah, maybe that's what it is, right? Maybe she's like told them the money, but she didn't meet them through an escort service. I mean, seems like she met Bradley Post through her dad's cigar shop or whatever. So, yeah. So maybe this was all fabricated by him as well. I mean, the fucking Italian name kind of gives it away, right? Bella, whatever the fuck, DiGiorno, stupidness.
1B.
Right. Yep.
It's another black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with that same website down at the bottom.
Wow. Yeah, that's what this sounds like to me. He set it all up.
Websites, the two URLs that are located.
The question's going to be, how much did he do? Like, what all isn't real? Like, what all is, you know what I mean? And that's why I'm saying, when you look at his handiwork here, you could see how people could be facing criminal charges for shit they didn't do, right? This is all, and then it's like, what's real and what's fabricated by Mello, you know?
Can I see the other one?
Yes. So I'm letting you compare 1A and 1B.
I don't know that the feds are, they have not mentioned the feds yet.
Words are the same. The URL is spelled out exactly the same, but the font, the size, the alignment is all different.
What is the glitch? The international stuff was just the custody battle. Remember, he came back to the U.S. after the murder. So, and that was the custody battle, right? So, and again, to our knowledge, Mello has not been charged with anything, and the daughter is in his custody. So, you know, it's, I think he's still in South Carolina, but you know, the feds have to be asked in, well, they have to be, there's a few exceptions, right? Like something like acts of terrorism. I think that might be one of the only civil rights, actually huge civil rights violations. Other than that, they have to be asked because the state, it's up to the states to make that call and the local law enforcement to make that call to ask them for a reason, right? Because there's a lot of people who'd be like, we don't want big government coming in and making whatever, you know? So even if it seems like that could be helpful, they're very careful about not coming. They have to be asked, you know? Stalking online. I mean, I don't know what the statute says, but for example, Zach Hughes here, right, who's being charged with the harassment and stuff, you know, he doesn't have any pending federal charges. So I don't know. And again, Mello doesn't either, to my knowledge. So what the fuck, right? Like, I mean, clearly it seems like Mello meets that criteria, right? But there's, you know, he's not being charged yet. So.
Do you remember approximately how many photos or envelopes that were handed to you by Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
It was less than 10, I believe.
6 or 7?
Yes, sir.
But I'm going to show you.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that. I'm just saying that there's no federal charges for anyone involved in this case yet. Zachary, Mello, there's no federal charges yet. So, you know.
Been marked as State's Exhibit 2. You recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's another envelope given to me by Brad Post and Christina Parcell.
State moves Exhibit 2 into evidence.
I mean, I think it would be important to know, like, cyber stalking is one of those things that has a term, just like stalking, right? I don't know if what the federal statute for that is. I mean, I could pull that up, but it could. It wouldn't surprise me if what's included in that has to be over. There could be certain elements of that they can't prove have been met yet, or just maybe haven't been met. I don't know. Because again, if it had been, federal charges would have been brought, and that hasn't happened yet. So.
No objection. No objection.
So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 2. Please tell the jury what's on there.
There's
box
spelled
top
wrong.
left. Bradley Post name
Imagine that.
and his address right here.
And you know what? This hits differently now, because remember what the gal said, that he had so many typos. And remember when we were teasing, and I was joking. I was like, how the fuck do you spell Bradley Post wrong? It's amazing, right? Like, who is this person that can't spell, like, what? P-O-A-S-T. Like, the way she described it was like, it was atrocious, right? Like, did he never go to, like, is he illiterate? Like, I don't even know. But anyway, this is different now, right? After hearing her testimony.
Even though his name right here is misspelled.
How is it spelled?
On here it's spelled P-O-A-S-T, but the correct spelling is P-O-S-T. And up here is the postage stamp for Knoxville, P&DC, Tennessee, for Thursday, 8th of July, 2021.
I'm going to show you what's State's Exhibit 2A and 2B. And I'll show you 2A. You recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It is the advertisement that I previously read for the escort site.
Previous to the one you just testified to?
Correct.
So I have this pulled up here. Hold on. This is what did I type this in correctly? Yeah, 18, interstate domestic violence. Well, so I wonder, I mean, look at this right here, right? Because here's the thing. They were divorced, right? They were no longer, so here it says, kill, injure, harass, or intimidate a spouse, intimate partner, or dating partner. It doesn't say former. I mean, I wonder if that's why right there, right? Because neither Bradley nor Christina nor the gal would qualify. That's the first thing. Let's see if there's another. Causing travel, penalties. That's it. So there's not even a section, there's not even an allowance here for if it's someone who's not currently a dating partner, intimate partner, or a spouse. So if you're broken up, right? Two. Yeah. Heather, were you listening though? It says kill, injure, harass, or intimidate a spouse, intimate partner, or dating partner. I mean, that's very clear in order that's an element that has to be met, right? So this was after they were divorced. So like I said, the gal, Christina and Bradley, none of them would count because they're not a spouse, intimate partner. Doesn't say former. So I wonder if that's why. I mean, yeah, these are the penalties. I mean, that's it. That lays it out right there. There's no allowance here for being a former partner or ex-spouse. So I wonder if that's it. And it seems like there's probably like a different code that would apply. But yeah, I'm not gonna. We want to keep watching the trial, so I'm not gonna totally derail it by doing that research. But if anybody wants me to look something up, I will. But I'm not gonna.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 2B.
I recognize it. Yes, sir.
What is that?
It is a checklist with 3 different addresses on it, and they're.
I
awesome.
agree. I agree. That makes no allowance, right? And I agree that that's shitty. And what's funny too, like with states, right? Because I've read recently, I've even read, like for example, when we were talking about stalking, like for Idaho, right? Like it had all these different types, like different categories, but it was like roommate, friend, acquaintance, right? It ran the gamut. So it allowed room for it to not just be like an intimate partner or a spouse. So that you can see how much more narrow that is in federal.
Check marks beside them.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibits 2A and 2B into evidence.
No objection.
Without objection, 2A and 2B come into evidence.
All right. So I'm showing you Exhibit 2A. What is that?
The other thing too, remember the whole thing about him being exonerated from the kidnapping? I wonder if he paid somebody off in Italy or had connections. Because Bradley
It is the
salty about that, and so
advertisement for the escort site that I previously read off.
And who is this advertisement website for?
It is for Caroline Warren.
And what is that URL at the bottom?
It's that same URL, the Belladonna DiGiorno.escort
DiGiorno
site.com.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2E.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
That is the checklist with the 3 different addresses. As you can see, the addresses are crossed out and the check marks beside them.
Oh my God, look at the check marks. Look at that. Wow, interesting.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 2B, 2C, and 2D. Do you recognize 2B, 2C, and 2D?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put them up like this. These are marked for identification purposes only. And if you'll state the exhibit and describe the photo, and the URLs of that Belladonna.
Right?
Okay.
Those check,
The
the
first
check
one,
marks were really interesting. Like either a physical condition or maybe like I don't know. They were very interesting. I would say it goes beyond shaky. And that's somebody who's being check. That should be like a normal thing, right? Like that check mark, unless it's like the check marks. Maybe it's because if you're thinking maybe that was Zach, then that would make more sense. I don't know how old. I mean, he's old, but he's not. I mean, I guess it could be, and maybe there's something that could be the reason for the poor handwriting and the bad typing and the spelling. I don't know.
one is 2B. It's a color image of Christina Parcell. She's laid back on a bed, partially nude. The same previously mentioned website URL is down at the bottom. 2C is another nude image of Christina Parcell with the same URL down at the bottom. 2D is another color image of Christina Parcell and male anatomy on there with the website URL on the side of it.
Did you notice anything distinct about the URLs among those 3 photos?
Yes, sir.
What did you notice?
Once again, the location on the page is different, like the alignment, the size of the fonts is different, or the type of font is different, the size, they're all different.
Well, and remember, he didn't want to get tested for the psychological test, although that could be
I'm
for
going to show you
various
exhibit
reasons.
158. What it states 158.
It is another envelope that I received addressed to Vanessa Kormylo.
Your state moves 158 into evidence.
No objection.
Not objection. 158. All right, I'm showing you states 158. Tell the jury what's on there.
P.O. Box at the top left-hand portion, addressed to Vanessa Kormylo at 1314 East Washington Street, Greenville, 29607. Postage stamp up here is Knoxville, PNDC, Tennessee, Thursday, 8th of July, 2021.
I'm going to show you states exhibit 158A. Do you recognize it?
I do.
What is that?
It's the same escort advertisement from earlier.
State moves 158A into evidence.
No objection.
Objection, 158A.
All right. So what is that?
It's the escort advertisement for Caroline Warren.
And what is the website down here?
Belladonna DiGiorno .escort.
Interesting. Mental drugs for psycho. Yeah. Right. And that was actually one of the things I was thinking along those lines too. Like in addition to like Parkinson's or whatever, like I was thinking something like psychosis or whatever you could see that causing those types of issues.
Insight.com.
Now, is Christina Parcell's name on any of this?
No.
I forget what that is. Tardic dystonia, I think is what it is.
Now I'm going to show you 3 photos, 158B, 158C, and 158D. We'll kind of do the same thing. I'll let you look at them. You can describe them and the URLs as well. You can refer to them by number.
Yes, sir. 158B is, just so you guys know, these are the same images that I previously described. Color images of 158B is color image of Christina Parcell laid back on the bed, partially.
So these are they're just getting these. I'm gonna go ahead because these described all these nudes. We got it. We got the nudes. They're gonna get these into evidence here. They're talking about the address. Let's just see where this takes us.
6I.
I assume so, but they've not said that.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 6I?
I do.
Or no, wait, sorry. I assume the gal got one. I don't think that she did. I could see many reasons for that. One, because you need to be able to still correspond with the custody stuff, or maybe you get fear. Many reasons.
It is a piece of paper that states, please find enclosed photos of and information pertaining to one Christina Parcell, aka Caroline Warren, paramour of Brad Post at 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville, South Carolina.
And 6H.
Is a black and white image of the escort advertisement.
And 6G.
It is a longer list of addresses with only the first one crossed out and X'd off.
Your Honor, state moves 6I, 6H, and 6G. Is evidence?
No objection.
Objection.
So. So is this the letter?
It is.
That you find, and that's the one referring to Christina Parcell?
Yes.
Now, is this just printed on a white piece of paper?
Yes, sir.
Could you type this up and print it out if you wanted to right now?
Yes, sir.
And how would you do that?
Very easily with Microsoft Word, Notepad, any type of computer program.
And then 6G.
This is the longer list of addresses with, as you notice, only the first one's crossed off and X'd.
And what do you think the purpose of having that X and crossed off mean?
To me, I take that as these packets, one of these packets has already been sent to that address, and all these other addresses can expect the same packets.
Is that part of the intimidation, harassment?
I would absolutely take it that way.
All right. And I'm going to show you states 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D, 6E, and F. So 6A through F. We'll do the same thing as we did before. You got to go through them and just briefly explain to the jury what's in there and focus on those.
We'll just go through this, past this rather. Different size fonts, URL, camera. Picture of her with the escort website.
All right, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 5. You recognize States Exhibit 5?
I do.
And is that one of the photos that Christina Parcell and Brad Post gave you?
One of the envelopes, yes, sir.
One of the envelopes?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 5 in evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
Just briefly. Is that the envelope?
It is.
And who's it mailed to?
It is mailed to Mr. Post at 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville, 29615.
And whose P.O. box is that?
P.O. Box 27302.
And I'm going to show you States Exhibit 5A and 5B. You recognize
Yeah, and I pulled that up too, Heather. I mean, I don't. It's possible they said it. I don't remember. It's possible she had one. There might be a way that we can find that out on Google, but I did pull up the other one that you just mentioned here. So here's the thing for Title 18 U.S. Code 2262. So prohibits interstate travel with the intent to engage in conduct that violates a valid protective order. So this sounds like physically moving across state lines. For example, someone's got a protective order and they live in Kentucky, and the person who they've got a protective order from lives in Alabama, and the person wants to violate that protective order, and so they cross state lines in order to conduct or in order to engage in conduct that violates it, right? So it says the 3 elements for prosecution under this section. 1, 3 elements have to be met. 1, the victim has a court-issued protection order for the purpose of preventing credible threats of violence, repeated harassment, bodily. Okay, so that could be met, right? 2, the defendant traveled across state lines with the intent to engage in conduct that would violate this protection order. 3, subsequently engaged in conduct. So it wouldn't. There's no like. This sounds like physical travel across. But the other thing is this, right? This dude was already in Italy. Like that doesn't apply, right? I think that's part of why they kept talking about how complicated this whole thing was because, being in Italy, and he was already over there when all this started, right? So it's not, and again, even if it was prosecutable without worrying about the international law being a problem. Like, if anything, what it would show is he fled to then harass, which is the opposite of what is required here by statute. You have to do the opposite. You have to instead of run away, you have to come over there, right? So, and it seems like it's so, and it physically crossing state lines, not applicable. He was out of the country. So yeah, so I don't see here yet. And again, these are federal statutes that Heather is sending me. So, I think that what would the law that would be applicable would be Italian law, if anything. That's what would have to be applicable, because that's where he was, and they would have to be the ones prosecuting. I mean, it is a more complicated thing, right? Because as we know, family law is considered to be the most complicated anyway. But that's even when you're just dealing with it in the same fucking state. We've gotten hints of it. Clearly, this whole thing was very complicated. And again, everyone's attitude towards the exoneration, quote unquote, it just makes you wonder what the circumstances were of that too, right?
Advertisement.
Your Honor, State moves 5A and 5B in evidence.
No objection. No objection.
I don't think he's sending things to cops.
5A. Tell the jury what that is.
It's the list of addresses, starting with Brad Post, his address going down.
This law enforcement officer recovered this from Brad. Like, they turned it over to him because he was the one that was helping them.
Appear to be
it definitely shows like intent, like he wasn't finished with his plan, right?
of the escort website advertisement for Caroline Warren.
I'm gonna see
And I know it's hard to see.
more envelopes.
What is
What's
that
this envelope?
URL down there?
And then here's for the cigar place. Okay.
So with the mail and ad.
Hold on. I think we're getting to see the ad.
4D, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude. Escort website URL at the bottom. 4E, black and white image of Christina Parcell on all to me, with the escort website URL at the bottom.
Wait, look.
Escort website URL at the bottom. 4E, black and white image of Christina Parcell on all fours looking back at the camera. Escort Christina Parcell, nude.
Sorry, guys. StreamYard did the spinning wheel. I think it does that like once per stream, but he's just getting more.
Website URL at the bottom.
We're going to go ahead. There's a lot of these. I mean, that's obvious, right?
States Exhibit 3.
Identifying Christina Parcell as Caroline Warren.
And 3B.
No objection. No objection.
24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 296.
And then States Exhibit 3A.
So many. Oh, wait. What was that?
Same escort website advertisement.
There we go. Look at that. Wow. It's hard to read it. I think he already read this out loud, but anyway. Wow.
For Caroline Warren with the website URL at the bottom.
And that's that right there.
Yes, sir.
And then I'm going to show you States Exhibits 3C, 3D, 3E, 3F, 3G.
Bottom, once again. Black and white.
Okay, here we go.
With Christina Parcell and Brad Post and Mike Nicholson, are you trying to determine who had possession of these photos?
Yes, sir.
And did you discuss that with Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
I did.
And did she tell you who had custody and control of those photos?
Yes, sir.
And after she told you who had possession and custody and control of all those photos you just described, who did you immediately start investigating?
John Mello.
Now,
What's interesting, listen to how he asked that question. Listen to how he asked that question. Hold on.
custody control of those photos.
So did she tell you who had custody of those photos?
Yes, sir.
And after she told,
And instead of then saying, who was it, right? Because that's an accusation. He asked the question carefully of after she told you who it was, who did you start investigating? Isn't that interesting? Because again, because he hasn't been charged.
who had possession and custody control of all those photos you just described? Who did you immediately start investigating?
John Mello.
Now, in regards to those URLs on those photos, if you had possession of those photos on a phone or a computer, could you insert that URL into the bottom?
Yes, sir.
And how would somebody do that?
It's very simple to do. You can load a picture into something like Microsoft Word and literally just type it in at the bottom.
And I'm assuming Microsoft Word allows you to put the location of that URL wherever you want.
Yes, sir.
Does it allow you to change the font on those?
Yes, sir.
The size of the letters as well?
You can change it up however you'd like. Size, location, alignment.
Honestly,
font,
Adobe's a
size,
lot
anything.
easier for that type of thing than Word. Anyway. Oh, some whispering.
Now, when you first got these photos, did you attempt to try to find the website?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Just type the address into one of our computers in
Or-
the office.
And what did you find?
The website no longer worked.
Figured.
So you put belladongiorno.com, that's what's like, and put it into your computer?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
It just redirected me to another escort website.
Were any of those photos on that escort site?
No, sir.
Was any pictures of Christina Parcell, any of those websites that you found?
No, sir.
So does Belladonna exist?
If it does, I'm not aware of it.
Or you don't know if it existed back then or not?
No, sir.
Can't tell.
No, sir.
All right, go answer any questions defense may have.
Crazy. This is so crazy.
Cross-examination.
All right.
So just to understand, the last thing he said is it's very possible that this website did exist. Is that right?
I typed it in, but it wasn't there, so
That's all I can say.
Question is it possible that it existed and then came down? Is that possible?
possibly, yes, sir.
And you testified that the website that Mr. Wilkins referenced, that it was an escort website, is that right?
It appeared to be, yes, sir.
And you testified that based on your training and experience and your review of the website, it looked as though it was a platform for advertising prostitution. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And prostitution is illegal.
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that oftentimes people
Hmm.
engaged in illegal activities online use aliases? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that use aliases to try to avoid detection from law enforcement, they harder for you to determine who's engaging in illegal activity?
That's correct.
And you testified that the URL on the photographs was the same spellings as the URL on the escort website. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you testified that the person who was new or partially new to those photographs was Christina Parcell. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You testified earlier that that you had been in multiple different divisions within the sheriff's office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You testified that you were in patrol.
Yes, sir.
When did you serve in the patrol unit?
From 2012 to 2017.
And then you mentioned ICAC. Is that right?
After that, I went to Crimes Against Children for 2 years, then ICAC for another 4 years.
What is ICAC?
It's Internet Crimes Against Children.
Oh, wow.
So you started.
Interesting.
When were you in the crimes against?
That is really interesting because was he later then involved in the arrest of and charging of Bradley Post? Again, this is where I come back to it. Like, doesn't that seem odd though, right? Again, like the drug dealer example.
From 2017 to 2019.
And then
Like if I was this dude, I'd be like, something's up here because this makes no sense.
the ICAC unit?
And maybe he thought that.
From
Just don't know yet.
2019 to 2023, I believe.
I'd be like, it's Mello
You
involved.
testified that Christina Parcell, or let me be clear about that, maybe you did. Did Christina Parcell contact you directly when she received these envelopes?
Yes, sir.
So she didn't call 911, she didn't call the emergency line with the sheriff's office, she called you directly, is that true?
Correct.
And you testified
Wow.
that she called you directly because you had met her and Brad Post earlier in 2018, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you meet them in your official capacity as a police officer or in your private capacity just as a citizen?
No, in my official capacity as a law enforcement officer.
Okay. Huh. So they had a history with him. Like a good one, it seems like. Rapport, rather. Again, though, I say again, even more so, right? The fact that they contacted him specifically and his expertise and background is in internet crimes against children. Again, the last person you would contact if you're involved with CP, right? So interesting.
Is it true, Investigator Beville, people post things online, take things down online all the time? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true, if you're like me, on occasion, you'll search a website that once existed and then it doesn't exist any longer? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I don't ever see that. Do you guys? It's like, I don't know what websites they're going to that just disappear. But like, I guess if you're in law enforcement, that might be more common.
The redirect on.
All right, next.
You're going to just ask to remain under subpoena instead of 3 calls.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Oh my God, the freaking spinning wheel. Do-do-do-do.
Michael Nicholson, and that's Nichoolson.
Your Honor, I'll give you about 45 seconds to get these items back in order.
I'm not giving you 45 seconds.
I was employed as a United States Postal Inspector. I retired in September of 2023.
And how long were you a United States Postal Inspector?
I was employed with them from October of 2002, as I said, till September 2023.
I forgot his
various assignments, locations. I started in Columbus, Ohio, and I came to Greenville in 2006.
I forgot.
And as a postal inspector.
Nicholas, what was his last name?
Nichoolson.
Michael Nicholson, not Nicholas. Okay, got it.
As a United States Postal Inspector, I retired in September of 2023.
And how long were you a United States Postal Inspector?
I was employed with them from October of 2002, as I said, till September 2023. Various assignments, locations. I started in Columbus, Ohio, and I came to Greenville end of 2006.
And as a postal inspector, what are your main duties?
I usually have to go into a little bit of explanation because most folks don't know what a postal inspector is. Generally, I always say we're the FBI for the post office. What that means is we have jurisdiction to investigate any kind of federal crime that has a nexus to the United States mail. That can involve a variety of things. It could be mail theft. It could be identity theft, mail fraud. I worked a lot of narcotics in the mail.
There you go,
and in this
Heather.
particular case, harassment or stalking through the mail.
He does look like a vet.
Did you have the occasion to meet along with Detective Beville with Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
I did.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
Investigator Beville had contacted me because he had been working this investigation for a period of time, and he advised me that some items had been sent through the mail and asked if I would come and sit in on the interview, be present at the interview, and then make a determination if there might be a possibility for federal charges related
There
to
you go, Heather.
what was being sent through the mail.
There you go,
And
Heather.
Did
Are you
y'all
hearing
receive
that?
Some envelopes given to you by Christina.
There you
Parcell?
go. So now we're going to learn maybe why, if there aren't what's going, there you go. Hopefully you're
From
still
Brad
thinking.
Post.
We did.
And did you have the opportunity to review those envelopes as well?
I did.
And and what was your purpose of reviewing these envelopes? What was your role?
Again, just for me, it was to assist the sheriff's office and as a preliminary investigation to see if there might be occasion to bring federal charges at some point in the future.
Now, on these envelopes, it has a bunch of squiggly lines and some dates and a location. Is that postal inspector information that the post office puts on packages?
It is, and it's not necessarily just specific to postal inspectors. That's just what happens to mail pieces when it goes through processing centers.
And with that information, can you determine where, or
Yeah, it makes
at
sense.
least down to a city, where the mailings occurred?
Yes, and those particular envelopes that I was able to review with Investigator Beville and Christina Parcell and Brad Post, as I recall, there were a total of 6 envelopes that he brought that day, and 5 of them bore postmarks of Greenville. So what that means from our perspective is it went through the Greenville, South Carolina Processing Center. So, and I think Investigator Beville actually made reference to 296 or 293. So in the entire upstate of South Carolina is divided into 293 and 296 zip codes. So anything in the upstate of South Carolina is going to come to the Greenville Processing Center. So seeing that postmark on there tells me that that mail piece was dropped in the mail somewhere in the 293 or 296 zip codes.
All right. If I show these to you, would you be able to tell this jury about where they were
Sure.
mailed? All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1. Focus on this. Is this what you were talking about?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
What is that?
So that the Greenville obviously indicates the city. PNDC stands for Processing and Distribution Center, and then 296 is where this processing center is actually geographically located.
So where's the location and date when this particular mail?
It says Greenville, Wednesday, June 30th, 2021. So what that tells me is that it hit the processing center, hit a particular cancellation machine on that date.
On June 30th?
On June 30th, 2021.
All right. And so that Greenville 296, what area is that?
That would be part of the upstate of South Carolina.
Upstate of South Carolina.
Yes.
So it's mailed somewhere in the upstate.
Somewhere in the upstate of South Carolina,
Could
correct.
that be Greenville County or could it be another?
It could be it could be anywhere in the upstate. Oconee County, Anderson County, Pickens County, anywhere.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. What about this one?
This one says Knoxville. Again, it's PNDC, stands for Processing and Distribution Center in Tennessee. I'm not as familiar with that, but 379 would be the 3-digit geographic identifier for that processing center. Okay? And that would tell me that any mail piece that starts in 379 zip code is going to go through that particular processing center.
And on what date?
The date on that says Thursday, July the 8th, 2021.
So is that when it would have hit the distribution center?
Yes, that's the day it would have came through the distribution center.
So that would be in around the Knoxville area.
That's correct.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 158.
Again, it says the Knoxville Processing and Distribution Center. And again, 379 would be the leading 3 digits of the zip code, Thursday, July the 8th, 2021.
State's Exhibit 6.
This one indicates Greenville Processing and Distribution Center, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
Just out of curiosity, it's like, what are all the squiggly lines around those? Is that just a stamp?
That's to cancel the stamp, so it can't be reused.
Oh, that's funny. I never knew.
Yes, sir.
Never knew. Oh, how funny.
Exhibit 5. A little more difficult to read.
I can read it. It says Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
State's Exhibit 4.
I mean, right? For real.
Again, it's blurry, but you can read it. It says Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
Really is. Feels like that.
And
Yeah.
State's Exhibit 3.
Again, Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
Do I answer any questions, Vince Council Mayor?
Cross exam. All right.
Mr. Nicholson, you and I have known each other for probably 15 or 16 years now.
Yes, sir, we have.
Me?
When you were an assistant United States attorney,
For that period of time, we worked many cases together.
we did.
Interesting.
Thank you for your service, and Mr. Nicholson, you're as good as they come. Thank you so much, sir. We got nothing further.
That was very weird. Did he just literally, that's all the cross was because he just wanted this dude to let the jury know? I mean, interesting. The state probably could have objected, but it's clear they just want to move this along. Like, that was the only question. That blows my mind. Done? He's probably done.
No direct from this take your order.
Yeah, they're just laughing. All right, next witness. This trial. Oh, incredible. Witness number 26. Oh, this dude. Wait. He's back. He's back. I don't
Master Deputy Wolf.
Deputy Wolf.
You're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
He does not have a first name.
So, did you become involved in the harassment investigation regarding all these photos?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you get involved?
During the murder of Christina Parcell, I obtained a search warrant for Zachary Hughes's Gmail account, which would include his emails. After I received his emails,
Interesting.
I became involved in that
Oh
investigation.
my God.
How did you locate his Zachary Hughes' email?
When we did the search warrant at 200 Tyndall Avenue, we seized his cell phone. A
Right.
cell phone extraction was done on that device,
You're
and we
weak.
were able to determine what email address he used on his cell phone.
And then once you obtained that email address, what did you do?
I then obtained a search warrant for the email address. Since I knew
And
that
subsequent search warrants.
Mr. Hughes had been in communication with John Mello John Mello is overseas, they obviously have to communicate through electronic means.
And
Or telepathy.
In those emails, were there also email addresses for John Mello as well?
Yes, sir.
And
Oh my
did
God.
you obtain a search warrant for John Mello?
Right.
Yes, sir, I did.
I mean, if I were law enforcement, I'd be like, I'm coming for this motherfucker. Like, try and stop me, dude.
Paul, the email address that you sent the search warrant off to Google.
For John or
They've got to be doing that.
Zachary.david.hughes@gmail.com.
And what about Mello?
John at
Wait, I wanted to hear Ducky. What?
for John or it's Zachary.david.hughes@gmail.com.
And what about Mello?
John at milestonemusic@gmail.com.
And did Gmail or Google return emails to you as a result of that search warrant?
Yes, sir, they did.
You were able to review those emails.
Yes, sir, I was.
And by reviewing those emails, were you able to confirm that it was in fact this Zachary David Hughes and John Mello that we're talking about in this case?
Yes, sir.
How did you, so what was the basis of that?
So when we receive somebody's Google information, we obtain more than just emails. We get account information they provide.
Milestone Music. Was he interesting?
Google, such as their name, phone numbers, addresses.
I want to know how much
they allow
fraud.
Google to
Wait,
back up photos.
hold on. I wonder. Okay, hold on. Was he maybe trying to act like he could be a music producer or a music agent or something? Like, is that maybe how he ended up?
For example, Mr. Mello and his Google
Right?
account, I have
I
photos
agree.
of himself
I
and his
know.
daughter that he took.
I
that
know.
allowed Google
Awful.
to back up.
It's absolutely
Yes, sir.
fucking horrifying.
Yes, sir.
Were there any conversations among those emails?
Yes, sir, there were.
And were those conversations between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to determine that it was in fact this Zachary Hughes and John Mello we're talking about in this case?
Yes, sir.
This jury has got to be like, where is Mello? And can we see a picture? Got like, who is this dude? His name at this point has actually been said more than the defendant's name, and like, I would be pissed.
Christina Parcell, they were referring to her as Sweet Caroline Warren.
Oh wow, code words, just like in the Adelsons. What's Al Pacino about there? I've never seen Scarface, so. Okay.
All right, Master Deputy Wolf, I'm going to show you States Exhibits 166 and 165.
Whatever.
See if you recognize those documents.
Yes, sir, I do.
What is States Exhibit 166?
This is a certification of authenticity from Google, verifying the records I obtained were from the Google account Zachary.david.hughes@gmail.com.
Oh, okay.
And you got that email off of Zachary Hughes' phone when you reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
And what about States Exhibit 165.
This is the same document, except this was received when I received John Mello's Google information at john@milestonesound@gmail.com.
And how did you locate that Gmail?
That was through communications that Mr. Hughes was having. They were sharing emails.
Your state moves states 166 and 165 in evidence.
No objection. No objection. 166.
I wonder if there's going to be a ton of these.
Now, let's back up a little bit. So when you receive this information, what information did you receive from Google when you sent off the search warrant for Zachary David Hughes' Gmail and John Mello's email?
So it depends on what email, or excuse me, what information, what data each individual user allows Google to track. So in this case, emails, it could be pictures, phone contact list backup, location data, Google voice messages, anything along those lines, that any information that Google stores on you.
And then when you get emails, is it just a big stack of emails, or do you have to put them in a computer? How is it given to you, and how are you able to just read emails?
So they give it to you in a file that they call inbox, and then you have to put it into another program called Thunderbird to be able to
Thunderbird.
emails.
And did you do that in this case?
Thunderbird.
And as a result of putting it into Thunderbird, were you able to review the emails between Zachary Hughes and John Mello?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you.
I wonder if Mello is watching this trial. Probably. This dude.
States Exhibit 167. Ask you if you identify that.
Yes, sir. This is an external drive that contains the emails,
Oh, boy.
and the raw data I received from
And
Google.
have you reviewed this?
Yes, sir, I have.
Is that your initials?
Yes, sir, it is.
So this is the raw data that you received from Google?
Yes, sir.
State moves Exhibit 167 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so back, so when you, thank you, Honor. When you get this up, did you put this information into Thunderbird?
Yes, sir, I did.
And once you did that, how many emails do you think you recovered?
For Zachary Hughes,
Another
it was a
puppet
little
where?
over 23,000. I don't remember the number from Mr. Mello.
And then, as part of your duties in this case, did you go through those and sort of create a package of the emails just between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir, I did.
And between those two, how many emails did you, just between Zach Hughes and John Mello, how many emails do you think you obtained?
Oh, hundreds.
While you were doing that, was there a particular email that
Oh.
brought your attention?
Yeah, no, I guess I meant watching it like on YouTube, but yeah, you're probably right about that in the courtroom though.
Yes, sir, there was.
Oh boy, a specific email. Oh my God, oh my God. Oh. This is so insane. It's so funny. They must have had something happen with their system, like we saw with like Karen Reed because remember how quickly it moved along initially? There was not this delay with the exhibits, and now there's been this delay with each time. I wonder if something happened where they had to change something, because it's quite a big difference.
Yes, sir. This is an email that Mr. Mello sent Mr. Hughes on May 16th of 21.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 168 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
All right, I'm going to show you the top of this email. And so can you tell, starting with the forward, what this is?
Yes, sir. This email was forwarded from John Mello to Mr. Hughes. The title is Christina Parcell, aka Sweet Caroline Warren.
Oh my
You
God.
can see that the message where it says forwarded messages, the original message came from Mullen's investigations at Proton Mail.
Wow. Wow.
All right, as part of your investigation
Wow.
into this, did you look into Mullen investigations?
Yes, sir, I did.
Wow.
How did you do that?
So I started with just the basic Google search. I found no private investigative company named Mullen Investigations.
Wow.
And then we contacted SLED in South Carolina.
There it is. Oh my God. Wait, SLED. Fuck yes.
You have to be registered and licensed through SLED. SLED had no record of a Mullins
Excellent.
investigation or a private investigator with the last name Mullins.
And so you you never located Mullen Investigations.
As far as I can tell, they don't exist.
So this is what this looks like, given from that, just that one bit right there we just saw. It sort of looks like potentially Mr. Mello was sending Zach verbatim the thing that he was then to disseminate, and Zach followed instructions. That's what that looks like to me. And that would include all the fucking typos and shit, right? It's like verbatim, send it verbatim, right?
I noticed that it says at protonmail.com.
And then sure enough, guess who's charged for not just the freaking harassment, but also it's like puppeting, right? Do his bidding. It's crazy. Do it exactly like him, even down to the freaking typos and the misspellings.
Yes, sir.
That
yes, sir.
That is interesting, right? That's like, that's actually something dumb in terms of like trying to not get caught, right? Because it's like so specific. Like, I mean, I wonder if that's just like the narcissism, right? That he wants it to be like him. I don't know. Just like posting that stupid Facebook picture that had the city in the background. It's like he couldn't help himself, right? I don't know.
It is.
How's that?
Proton Mail is a company that's based in Switzerland, where privacy laws are very different. When you create an account there, they don't ask for any of your personal information. They don't comply with our search warrants. We have no way to get any information from them.
Oh my God.
They make their business off guaranteeing that you're going to stay anonymous.
Wow.
So if you wanted to create Walt Wilkins at protonmail.com and send emails, would you be able to do that?
Yes, sir.
You would not have to give any of your personal information.
No, sir.
And then you could then represent yourself to be Walt Wilkins at protonmail.com.
Incredible.
Yes, sir.
And have y'all attempted to try to get information from protonmail.com before?
I have not personally. I know of investigators that have in other cases and federal cases. No.
So I'm going to move forward. So what was this? Was this attached to the email?
Yes, sir, it was.
And what is this?
This is the same advertisement that investigator Beville covered that was in the packages, the 6 packages that were mailed out, the escort or prostitution advertisement.
And was there a Bella Don Giorno attached to it?
Yes.
Where's that?
Down at the very bottom.
Right there?
Yes, sir.
And then whose name is over here?
Caroline Warren.
And is this the same photos that we just saw with Detective Beville?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice anything about how it's with the photo there? Who was in the photo?
Christina Parcell.
And did you notice anything about how it's cut and pasted?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you notice?
So first thing I noticed is that the margins are off. The photo of Miss Parcell is too far to the left. And then at the top of the advertisement, you can see where it looks like they cut and pasted it, but they left a couple other, where your finger is. Maybe those were letters or some other part of the web page that they just didn't cut off.
Now, on this email on May 16th, 2021, to Zach Hughes from John Mello, is that Bella Donna DiGiorno escort.site.com on this picture?
No, sir, it is not.
Nowhere to be seen.
No, sir.
So this photo, you can see the top of it of Christina Parcell right there, is just a photo of Christina Parcell.
Correct.
Nothing else on it.
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you the second page of State's Exhibits 168.
It's crazy.
And what is the top up there?
That shows the title of the forwarded email, Christina Parcell, a.k.a. Sweet Caroline Warren. And then that is Christina Parcell's face.
And is this one of the photos that was in the packages that
Yes,
we
sir.
reviewed?
Yes, sir.
And in this particular photo, is the URL Bella Donna Giorno escort.site.com on there?
No, sir.
It's nowhere to be seen.
No, sir.
And I go here, best I can. Is that sent with Proton Mail? Sent with Proton Mail?
Yes, sir.
It's a secure email.
Oh my God.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God.
And then
That is
finally,
how he's doing. Oh my
how
God,
is it
that's hilarious.
signed?
So that's John Mello's email signature.
All right, can you go through those for us?
Yes, sir. At the top, he's got an address for Milestone Sound in New York City. He lists himself as a house producer and a vocalist with phone numbers.
Oh my God.
Then
Oh
he's
my
got
God.
an address in South Carolina and Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh my God.
Torn and Trade Productions with a P.O. box here in Greenville. And then he's got addresses in Europe and
Wow.
one down there in Italy. What I will note is that the +39 number that ends in 0041, that is the number he was using to communicate through WhatsApp with Mr. Hughes,
Oh my God.
through reviewing the WhatsApp messages.
So you reviewed WhatsApp messages off of Zach Hughes' phone?
Yes, sir.
And did you confirm that that number right there was a number used by John Mello?
Yes, sir.
So I think what was going on was that this was him showing how he figured out the origin of all of it. Like they had the email between Mello and Zach, and then they found his emails and they did the Proton thing. And then what was that? What was the step after the Proton thing? Basically one thing leading to another, right? To get to the original. But now I want to try to remember, what was it after the Proton, before here?
The second page.
You see.
Nowhere to be seen.
No, sir.
From John Mello.
Where your finger is, maybe those were letters or some other part of the web page that they just didn't cut off.
Now, on this email on May 16th, 2021.
Yeah, so these are emails, not letters here, yeah.
To Zach Hughes from John Mello. Is that belladonna-escort.site.com on this picture?
No, sir, it is not.
Nowhere to be seen.
No, sir.
So this photo, you can see the top of it of Christina Parcell right there, is just a photo of Christina Parcell.
Correct.
Nothing else on it.
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you the second page of State's Exhibits 168. And what is the top up there?
That shows the title of the forwarded email, Christina Parcell, a.k.a. Caroline Warren, and then that is Christina Parcell's face.
And is this one of the photos that was in the packages that
Yes,
we
sir.
reviewed?
Yes, sir.
And in this particular photo, is the URL belladonna-escort.site.com on there?
No, sir.
It's nowhere to be seen.
No, sir.
And I go here, best I can. Is that sent with Proton Mail? Sent with Proton Mail?
Yes, sir.
It's a secure email.
Yes, sir.
And then finally, how is it signed?
So that's John Mello's email signature.
All right, can you go through those for us?
Yes, sir. At the top, he's got an address for Milestone
That's
Sound
so
in
crazy.
New York
That's his
City.
email signature. I wanted to hear this again anyway. This is hilarious, right? Talk about a narcissist. Okay.
He lists himself as a house producer and a vocalist with phone numbers.
Incredible.
Then he's got an address in South Carolina and Atlanta, Georgia, Torn and Trade Productions with a P.O. box here in Greenville. And then he's got
I wonder,
addresses.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is just his email signature when communicating with Zach, right? Because the music stuff, right? And I wonder if whoever else he's puppeting, it's completely different, right? Probably in terms of properties in all these different states, and all these different, probably that, but the job title would be different depending on how he wants to manipulate them.
In Europe and one down there in Italy. What I will note is that the +39 number that ends in 0041, that is the number he was using to communicate through WhatsApp with Mr. Hughes,
How do you know that?
through reviewing the WhatsApp messages.
So you reviewed WhatsApp messages off of Zach Hughes' phone?
Yes, sir.
And did you confirm that that number right there was the number used by John Mello?
Yes, sir.
WhatsApp again, always. Right. Yep. He could even leave the addresses and shit the same and just change the job title and tweak the name or whatever just to, impress himself or whatever the fuck,
Investigator Wolf, did you also
Interesting.
let me do this real quick just to make sure the record's clean. I'm going to show you Exhibit 6A marked for identification purposes only. Just get you to confirm that that is one of the photos that was on that email.
Yes, sir, it is.
So 6A was one of the photos on that email.
Yes, sir.
And in this email, is there a http://bella.dongiano.escort.com?
Yes, sir.
And then what about 6D?
That is the first photo in the email.
All right. And does that have a website, bella.dongiano.escort.com?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice the font difference between these two?
Yes, sir.
And those photos were found in numerous of these envelopes, lots of these envelopes.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't just states Exhibit 6.
I would hope you guys,
they were-
and guys, glad that you stopped making fun of his ears because clearly this dude is great. Like, I just want to comment real quick because he's not trying to show off. Like, literally, this is what you can hope for with law enforcement. He does his job. Remember, even when we saw him the first time, all the subsequent, everything was done correctly with like the search warrants. Literally, he just asks the question that he's at or answers the question that he's asked. He doesn't add any narrative. There's literally no narrative whatsoever. It's literally exactly what you want. There's no bias. There's not even any hostility or emotion. It's like, stop, Heather. He's just, I just wanted to say, right? Because, we have to always appreciate when law enforcement does their job properly and doesn't bring the ego into it and whatever. And it also is not an idiot. So I just want to say, shout out to Deputy Wolf.
They were all through the all the envelopes that were received.
That's correct.
Yeah, he did a great job.
Now, did you have the occasion to get Verizon tolls for Zach Hughes' phone?
Yes, sir.
Tolls?
Why did you do that?
What is that?
I knew
That's
that some of these,
another great point. He recalls everything. Yep, that's another great point. He's not referred to any notes a single time.
packages had been mailed out from Greenville and others had been mailed out from Tennessee. So I wanted to know where he was on the dates the packages were mailed.
And the thing is he's just able to answer things honestly. So he doesn't, it's not prepped. I mean, it's just, here's what happened, right? When you do things
so
correctly.
how do you go about getting phone records or phone tolls, and why would you get them?
So we get a search warrant and then we get them to know where he was at a particular date.
I've never heard of a phone toll. Have you guys? Never heard of that. I don't even know what that is.
And who do you send the search warrant off to?
It's going to be the service provider for that particular individual.
And did you know the service provider for the phone for Zach Hughes?
I believe it was Verizon.
And how did you learn that?
Once we have a person's phone number, we can just research that phone number. We were able to get his phone number through the phone extraction after it was seized at $210.
Oh my God, twist!
You send a search warrant off to Verizon for, I guess you call them phone tolls, phone records?
Phone tolls, yes, sir.
Tolls. What is a phone toll?
Phone tolls cover anything from you call this person at this particular
Okay, it's a CDR. Why is he calling? Interesting. It's a CDR.
time, you receive this phone call, you get text messages, your phone transmits data through whatever network.
It's a CDR.
And anytime you're connecting to that tower, they know an approximate location where you're at. Not exactly where you stand, but you are connected
It's
to
CDR.
a tower, usually the closest tower that has the best signal.
That's true. Best
show you
signal over
states exhibit.
proximity, though.
$169. Ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, sir. That's the thumb drive that has Mr. Hughes' cell phone tolls on it.
Now I wonder. Some of you guys may have been there when I did the for Idaho. I did that whole what was it, forensic cellular analysis presentation thing. It's like the one that they use for law enforcement, but we went through all that. And one of the things we learned is that these different network providers have it's funny, it's surprising. They were surprisingly different in terms of how long they kept certain things, how they store them, what they call them. There was a lot of specifics, and it wouldn't surprise me potentially. I don't remember what it said, but it wouldn't surprise me if he's saying tolls because that was the Verizon specific term. It's entirely possible because they all had their own things. Because what he described was a CDR, but he might be using the specific term. So,
No objection.
right? Yeah, he's just no nonsense. He just is great. He's fucking great.
Do you know exactly when John Mello returned back to the
Agenda.
United States?
It was shortly after Christina Parcell was murdered. I don't know the exact answer.
Of course it was.
Do you know where he arrived when he came back?
Charlotte.
And was he,
Oh
was he
my
arrested?
God.
Yes, sir.
You got a warrant
Charlotte.
on him?
Yes, sir.
What was the warrant?
Custodial interference.
And so he was arrested there. Was he brought back to the law enforcement center?
No, he was kept in custody in Charlotte and then released.
Oh my God, Charlotte's the capital of North Carolina. So this is don't anyone get too excited. This is for the kidnapping situation, right?
Are you aware if do you know if John Mello had a cell phone on him when he arrived back from Italy?
We were told by the authorities in North Carolina that he was not found in possession of a cell phone.
Wow, shocker, right? He comes back right after the murder. He would have known. He would have known that as soon as he set foot here, he would have been arrested for the custody shit. But they probably kept him overnight or whatever, right? And he was like, whatever. Dude shows up without a phone. For all the people who are like, oh, if you put your phone on airplane, like doing this with your phone means you're guilty. Like, yes, do some criminals do things? Yeah, but it doesn't mean that everyone's phone is on airplane mode or off is a criminal. However, having said that, the thought that didn't even occur to me and probably anybody in this day and age is for someone to just not possess a phone. When we know he had a phone in Italy, or probably more than one, that, right? Couldn't agree more. This is like, okay. This is like bigger than DNA, bigger than, I mean, you know what? Like, really? You showed up without a fucking phone? No. Didn't even, it would never have even occurred to me anyone would do this.
He was kept in custody in Charlotte and then released.
Are you aware if, do you know if John Mello had a cell phone on him when he arrived back from Italy?
We were told by the authorities in North Carolina that he was not found in possession of a cell phone.
Fucking hell. That dude.
About October 22nd, sound about right?
Sounds about right, sir.
Unbelievable. Wow. I mean, motherfucker doesn't.
Please answer any questions, Mr. Moore.
Incredible, right?
Yes, sir.
Dude, that is next.
You just testified about custodial interference warrant that John Mello had.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true he was exonerated of that charge?
Oh,
Yes, sir, it is.
exoneration.
You asked a lot of questions about the websites in the mail on direct examination. Isn't it true that when that website was actually up, you didn't see that website? Is that right?
That's correct.
And so it is it's very possible that when that was up, that website had, is it true that it's possible that website had photographs of Christina Parcell? Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that that website was a vehicle for advertising prostitution? Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Is it true that people engage in illegal activity online on a daily basis?
Yes, sir.
Interesting. So he's trying to insinuate, because these are the same questions we hear from the previous ones, like trying to insinuate that. Remember how I was like, okay, hang on, wait, so she wasn't actually an escort, the whole thing was fabricated, blah, blah. He's trying to insinuate that both are true. And this is, hold the fuck on. Okay. Similarly to the CP, right? This is crazy. My brain. Okay. Again, the whole thing of like what's fabricated and what's real, and how it's hard to even believe if the things are actually real, that someone's also then trying to frame them for those things when the person's already doing those things, right? I was like, that doesn't make any sense with like the CP, like going through all this trouble to like frame them for this if they're already doing it. So the defense is kind of seeming to ask here these questions that would suggest, now doesn't mean it's the case, right? Of course, but that she also actually was an escort and then also was being harassed and defamed and fabricated, right? Things were being fabricated to be an escort. What is going on? This is like what I was saying, right? It's almost like he's trying to create a dual. It's almost like Mello's trying to create a clone copy of Planet Earth or something. Like what? There's movies like this, right? Where there's like to more than one reality or whatever, and like everything's happening almost exactly the same, but then something is slightly off. what am I looking for here? It's like that, right? This is crazy. But also, isn't it just sus too if he like makes these claims about people and then does all this shit, right? And then it's like, and then after that evidence appears that makes it look like that was true. And that's where it's like, well, was it actually true or was this orchestrated? It's like, what are the odds that people like what when you think about the most salacious and damning and harmful things, right? Child P, right? Or CP, right? Or like being a prostitute, like drugs, the things that are literally the worst things you could be trying to say about somebody, right? What are the odds that, like, I guess the only thing here would be drugs, but what are the odds that the first two anyway, actually they're doing? And then somebody's making those allegations without knowing they're actually doing it. I don't know. It's strains credulity.
Quick question on. You can't say one way or the other where that website was actually active or not.
No, sir, I can't. It was August of 2023 when I became involved in that case.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
Now is a wonderful time to take a break.
Taking a break.
I'm Charlie Cunningham.
Charlie Cunningham.
Please tell the jury a little bit about where you work and what your role is with them.
Sure. I work with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office, and currently I'm assigned to the Greenville County Intelligence Unit. Sorry, I work for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office, and I currently work within the Intelligence Unit. And I've been with the Sheriff's Office since early 2008.
What do you do specifically with the intelligence unit?
Specifically, we collect digital forensics information, various types of electronic evidence, and we assist in investigations both locally and assist in investigations with state law enforcement and federal law enforcement.
When you speak of electronic evidence, what format does that usually come to you in?
Typically, it can come by way of cellular telephone extractions, computer extractions,
cell
phone data that would come from a cell phone provider, or electronic records that may come from an internet service provider as well.
And when you say cell phone extraction, can we break that down a little bit on what exactly that means?
Yes.
From your
Sorry, that was on.
Sure. If a cellular device happens to be seized by law enforcement and a warrant obtained to look into that data on that device, we would then use tools that are specifically utilized to connect to that device and extract out whatever contents the device may contain, and then generate a report for us that we would then analyze and review with the investigator.
You say tools, and specifically related to cell phones. What tools do you typically use when you do an extraction of a cell phone?
The most common tools that we use are Celebrate and Gray Key, as well as Pinlink from an analytical standpoint.
And in using those, does it require training, some education on how to navigate those programs?
Sure.
Or what if they're not from as an expert?
I began receiving training earlier in my investigative career, peer training with Celebrate. I later went on to Celebrate School, as well as some Pinlink hosted schools, varying places of continuing education on how to operate and stay up to date with the current techniques.
And to expand on this a little bit more, when you use one of these programs, Celebrate or Grayshift or Pinlink, are you interpreting the data it provides, or how does that process work?
Here we go with the fact witness thing.
In layman's terms, I would explain it like it's. You can think of it like a digital camera. You turn the hardware and software on, make a connection with it. Essentially, you're pointing it towards what you want to capture, and you follow its instructions, and it begins to retrieve whatever it can, whatever it's capable of retrieving, and then we just we review the information that it puts out in front of us. It could be telephone calls, messages, photos, location data. There's varying amounts of data that could be observed.
To your knowledge, are these programs those that are generally used by law enforcement, at least locally or more broadly?
It's my understanding and
That's
experience
trial
that
of
these
law
same capabilities
enforcement.
are used worldwide by law enforcement.
This is going to be probably my
And
favorite
in your
after
time
Rob.
in this specific role, approximately how many of these extractions specific to cell
I
phones?
feel I can already say that with confidence. It's already there.
Were you tasked with doing extractions on cell phones in the present case?
Yes, I was.
What phone specifically?
Oh my God.
There was a varying host of cell phones that I was provided with and performed extractions on.
I'll narrow it down.
None of them were Mellows.
So State's Exhibit 112. Show you State's Exhibit 112.
Sure.
What is 112?
112. This is the packaging. It contains a cell phone labeled with the item number CN1 and the case number from the Grimm County Sheriff's Office for the cell phone of Zachary Hughes.
Is that a cell phone that you did an extraction on?
It is.
Okay. Did you get any information as well from the victim, Christina Parcell's phone?
Yes. Yes.
Did you find what phone number she had that was pertinent to this case?
Yes, there was several phone numbers that we learned that was in use.
Oh, we kind of heard about that
by
too
Ms.
from Bradley
Parcell.
Post.
One of those being 5742.
I know.
Ended in 5742.
Is it 5142?
Yeah, 5142. I'm sorry. my
That's
notes-
sorry, Heather. That's really funny. Sometimes the piglet does that when it's raining. He doesn't want to go. Fredo, you know, that's hilarious. Even had an umbrella. Dogs are the best, aren't they? The personality. Glad you're back, Meg. This shit's amazing. We're about to get into
We refer to that
cell
as it was referred to as the clone phone.
Okay. So,
Right. Clone
conducting the extraction of State's Exhibit 1.
Yes.
I believe it is.
Extraction.
Do you hook it up to a computer?
Yes.
And is that how those programs take effect?
Yes.
What kind of activity or what kind of data can
Oh
you
my
extract?
God,
from a
this
cell
is my happy place.
Depending on how much is
Get
on
it.
a cell phone, a great deal. Cell phones are much like a computer in terms of what they can access and store internally. The data can store telephone calls and messages and emails, internet search history, photos,
Way more than
third-party
that.
applications
Yeah.
that are accessible through the internet. A great deal of information can be extracted from a cell phone, and in these particular cell phones, a great deal typically was extracted.
And is it through these programs that you view this particular information?
In the program in which it's extracted with, like Celebrite, yes.
So could you speak generally to when you're extracting a cell phone, to what kind of data you can receive initially without opening it, without having passcode, anything? Can you still receive data from it?
Sure, you can. Some of the initial information that you could receive about a cell phone, without getting too in depth into the extraction, is if the device has been programmed with a name, for instance, John Doe's cell phone.
That's a good
That
name.
cell phone number that device is using. Oftentimes, those are some of the first pieces of information that are present for us to see and observe.
Okay. And then after a phone is, let's say open with a passcode, does it continue to pull data and information?
It can, yes.
Okay. And to this specific phone, States 112, how was it brought to you to analyze? Or I should say, who brought it to you to analyze?
I believe that Investigator John Garrett brought me this cell phone while a search warrant was being executed at 200 Tyndall Avenue, where I understood Zachary Hughes to reside.
So you did, in fact, conduct an extraction on States 112. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you perform an extraction before the phone opened and after the phone opened?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 172. Showing you States 172. Do you recognize States 172?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is it?
It's a USB thumb drive where I put the,
Oh my
the raw
God.
data that was
Oh my
extracted
God,
from
we're
this
so
device,
close to the answers here.
both before and after the passcode had been discovered.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of 172 and confirm that that is what's on this device?
Yes.
Your Honor, this
Wait,
time
who-
the state moves into
Who
evidence.
turned on the toy? Was it a dog?
So speaking to this extraction you conducted on Mr. Hughes' phone, when you initially begin this extraction process, what kind of data were you able to receive from that phone?
When I initially received the phone, it was turned on, it was powered on, and it was passcode locked. Using the software that we used at the time, I began the process utilizing
Oh my
GreatKey.
God, here we
This is an
go.
Apple iPhone, and GreatKey did the best job at extractions with those type devices, specifically on those that were passcode locked. I plugged it into the machine,
Wow.
and
Sorry,
you know,
I have
allowed
not
it-
stopped to appreciate his tie. I love that. I love the paisley. I love that. That's a great tie.
to begin to examine the device.
Oh, I'm sorry, Meg.
He quickly
I'm
gave me
sorry.
preliminary information like the cell phone number, the type of phone that it was, and that some data could be extracted immediately, and that it was capable of brute forcing the passcode. And what brute forcing means is that it will begin a process of attempting to decrypt what that passcode may be. And there's many different processes that software may utilize, but it gives me the option to command it to either begin processing the passcode, begin working on decrypting that passcode, or go ahead and extract data to review right now. And that's what I chose to do was to command it to go ahead and retrieve whatever data that it could, and then work on the
Okay.
passcode.
Okay.
So when you're using a GreatKey or a Cellbrite, and you want to, I guess, present the information in a deliverable form, how do you do that?
The raw data that is extracted initially is then uploaded into a program called Physical Analyzer.
Yes.
Physical Analyzer
Get
program
it.
is
Let's do this thing.
software that is built and engineered by Cellbrite, the same software that may pull the data, but it essentially takes all the raw files that it's able to extract, and it begins to put it back into an order that we could look at on a computer, similarly to how it might maybe looked at on a cell phone device. It will give us options and folders that are in categories like pictures and images and telephone calls and text messages and internet search history. It makes it a little more convenient for an investigator or for an analyzation of that data to look in the direction of what it is that you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So using a Cellbrite, are you able to account for times and dates that items were sent or stored? Or
I think Mello is real life Moriarty. That's what I think about Mello now.
Yes.
And using those programs, do you create reports from them, or do they create reports for you?
Yes, reports can be created. Generally, we're always going to create a report of whatever data that we extracted, and that report will contain essentially everything that is known. It can be categorized, and even the data that the software is not capable of understanding, although it extracted it, it will just place it over in another folder that's just known as uncategorized data.
Heather's
And
laughing
then we
at
could
something. Wonderful.
further build reports off of the initial main report for individual things like telephone calls or text messages or location data.
Were you able to create some reports using Cellbrite and GreatKey specifically from Mr. Hughes' phone?
Yes, I was.
If I showed them to you, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Let me show you what it states exhibit 170 and 171.
Of course he would. He doesn't need any help. He doesn't need any notes. He doesn't need any. He just knows everything. He remembers it all accurately. Amazing. Now they've been taking a minute with these exhibits.
Of the raw data that extracted. When that extraction takes place, anything that's known as a target device is the device that we actually have plugged into the computer that we've commanded it to extract data from, and it will identify what it can recognize of this device, like the type, the model, cellular telephone numbers that are utilized on it, email addresses. various Wi-Fi IDs and Bluetooth IDs and MAC addresses, as well as an event log of when certain amounts of data or when processes were taking place with the extraction.
How many times have y'all heard me say event log?
Itself.
So that is essentially an overview of what Reiki produced.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then what about 171?
I think you fell asleep.
171 is a Celebrite report. This would have came by way of physical analyzer. It's an extraction report for an Apple iOS full file system extraction.
Does it what information does that produce?
This one in particular is I can tell that it's an extraction report specific to what user accounts may have been located on that device, and I can see that the user accounts, Facebook, email. I can tell that this is the user accounts created from Mr. Hughes' cell phone.
All right, this time state moves in evidence 170 and 171.
No objection.
Sweet. Get it. Let's do this.
Investigator Cunningham, bringing your attention to that Cellbrite user accounts report. What is the email associated with all of those accounts?
That's it, Heather. There you go.
There's
Oh my God. Since he's not here, we can talk about this. Like, like the shipping guys. I think we've already shipped George and Donna. Are we going to, can we ship George and Twiz, please? Because that would be my favorite thing. We're shipping George and Twiz. And he's not here to say anything.
Several. One is zachary.david.hughes@gmail.com.
So were you able to corroborate that email with the emails that were returned from Google and the material that they provided for Mr. Hughes?
Yes, sir.
Oh my God. Stop. Heather. Heather, you win. Heather wins. George will stick. That's it right there. That's it right there. I'm going to take a screenshot so we can use this for things. There it is. George will stick. That's his new name. It's done. It's happened. George will stick is better because the stick. I mean, like, yes. You know what I should do? I should change his command and he won't know it unless he watches this. And then when we do his command, it'll say George will stick. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
For extraction. Were you able to receive data on messages that were exchanged from that phone?
Yes, sir, I was.
And from what medium were those, or the vast majority of those messages, pertinent to this case, shared with me?
The vast majority, I would say, came from an application known as WhatsApp, as well as Facebook Messenger.
WhatsApp.
And the regular messaging.
Were you able to create a report on WhatsApps, or let me back up.
WhatsApps.
Did you find some WhatsApp conversation or WhatsApp exchange from that States 112 and a John Mello on WhatsApp?
Yes.
Were you able to create a report specifically for that conversation?
Yes, I was.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
The first page of that report. Would you recognize it?
Yes.
Let me show you what it states.
Yeah, I don't know, Heather, what that is. George will stick, though. Good to go. Oh my God, we're about to see things, guys.
Showing you States 173. What is that?
This is one of many pages from the extraction report from Mr. Hughes' phone of a WhatsApp message specifically between Mr. Hughes and John Mello, John Mello's WhatsApp number.
Oh my God.
Which I recognize. And there's a photograph of Mr. Hughes also in that message.
Do you recognize Mr. Mello's number,
sure,
at least from one angle from the email exchanges between Mr. Mello and Mr. Hughes?
Yes. Yes, I can see that the number is the same number that we observed in the Gmail data that was received back.
And I believe the first message there is Mr. Hughes, or is Mr. Hughes' name identified there in one of the messages?
Oh my God.
Yes, it is. It shows Zachary Hughes as the owner of the message.
Okay. Is his picture?
See, dude, see this just Juilliard pianist, right? is not a career criminal. They've never had to create aliases. They've never had to do, they've never delved in this, right? It's clear, right? Like he uses his own name. He's got his own picture, it's like, and then you've got this Mello, like, it's like Moriarty and Bambi, right? If Bambi could play piano.
173.
No objection.
Objection. Some court comes in.
Let's start from the top here. Is this the report that was generated for the WhatsApp conversation between Mr. Hughes and Mr. Mello?
Yes, sir, it was.
Is that the picture you're referring to, the top left of 173? Is
Yes, sir, it is.
that Mr. Hughes in that picture?
Yes, sir.
And then as to this first message, in the blue there, where it says, it's John Zach. How's Zach spelled?
Z-A-C-K.
Is that significant at all in reviewing these messages?
It is. I remember a time when I believe I read a message earlier on where Mr. Hughes was his name was used as Zach, but spelled differently, and it was corrected by Mr. Hughes in reply that it was a K. Yes, sir.
What's the date on the very first message there?
October the 7th, 2020.
And this red X that's in both of these messages, what does that mean?
That's indicative of a recovered deleted message. So that's a symbol placed on a message that was deleted data that was recovered with the forensic software.
So approximately, how many messages were you able to review exchanged between Mr. Hughes and Mr. Mello, beginning with this message on October 7th of 2020?
I believe it was maybe in excess of 1,000. It was a great deal.
So when's the last message on WhatsApp to date between Mr. Mello and Mr. Hughes?
October the 13th, 2021.
Well, that's telling. Wow.
This here, Cunningham, in conducting your traction of the cell phone, approximately how long did it take to crack Mr. Hughes' phone as to the password?
Around 2 years in total.
Oh my God.
Beginning to
What?
break that passcode to the point in which it did successfully break that passcode.
Longer than Palmer. How? How? Because like when we learned in Murdoch that with Apple iPhones, which apparently are the most severe as it comes to like this whole, the rules about the breaking of the passcodes, that the worst situation on the planet you can have is if the phone was dead when you got it. They didn't say that. Maybe that's what the case was. Maybe that would explain it. Maybe if the phone was off, it doesn't have to be dead. Like the battery doesn't, if the phone's powered off when they get it, maybe that's what it was. If the phone's powered off when they get it, then you have the whole first unlock thing. And like, then you have fewer attempts. And that's why it takes so long. I wonder if this phone was off. That is crazy that it took 2 years. Holy fuck.
Thank you, Investigator Cunningham. I have no further questions for you.
Wow. Oh, wow. Wow, 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 wow. That is so, that from my experience watching trials and stuff, or even just in case, the longest I'd ever heard of a phone taking to be unlocked was Paul Murdoch, and that was still considered to be like people will still reference that as to like how long it can possibly take if they have to try to break the passcode and shit. And that was like a year or less, like almost a year. This was 2 years. This dude is so chill and like humble that people may not be, maybe the jury, I don't know, people may not be appreciating what a big deal that is. That's a big deal. And he's just like acting like it's normal. I'll go ahead and say he deserves all the credit. That was insane. That is a long time. Holy fuck.
Investigator Cunningham,
Yep.
you testified on direct examination that you were asked to analyze or
Yeah.
numerous cell phones.
Never heard of it taking that
Is
long.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I want to talk to you about a cell phone extraction that they didn't ask you about.
You don't have to apologize, you girl. It's all good.
Isn't it true that the lead investigator in this case was investigator Sparkman? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that during the course of his investigation in this case, investigator Sparkman seized a phone that belonged to, or more than one phone that belonged to Brad Post? Isn't that true?
Yes.
I'm sorry. And could you speak up?
I'm sorry. Yes,
That's
sir.
right.
Yeah. You guys remember the days, you remember back in the day, as in yesterday, and maybe earlier today, when we all thought maybe Bradley Post was sus and you know, I forgot about him. And if he did anything shady, I would say it probably likely was also being worked by Mello Moriarty or Mello Moriarty. Yeah, there you go. Mello Moriarty. I think maybe he was, you know, because like literally it's just so funny. I just thought of that because I forgot about the name because I was like, he's not even, who cares anymore? Till I just heard it and I was like, oh yeah, that dude. Remember back when we thought he was like the real killer and whatnot? It's like, nah. You know, anyway.
Isn't it true that you, pursuant to a search warrant, you conducted an extraction of at least one cell phone that investigator Sparkman seized from Brad Post? Isn't that true?
Yes.
Because they're still trying to make Brad, that's what's doing. They're still trying to make Brad the bad guy, really. You know what I mean? Like the defense, I mean. They want to implicate his involvement, I think.
And isn't it true that this occurred in October of 2021? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And is it true that this occurred after the passing of Christina Parcell?
It's also interesting too that the strategy seems like what they want to do is be like, it wasn't Zach. He wasn't involved at all. It wasn't him. It was Bradley Post. Versus, think about the difference, right? The difference of he was involved, but it wasn't his fault. He was fucking gaslit the fuck out of, threatened with death, whatever, right? Again, why would that be? Because this defendant did not want to go that route, didn't want to take a plea deal, didn't want to plead not guilty, but then go with that, like doesn't want to implicate Mello. They want to be implicating Bradley Post. So
after you conducted an extraction of Brad Post's cell phone, you contacted a member of the Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
Objection, Judge. Based on your previous rulings, line of questioning is improper.
Oh, because of the CP, maybe?
Is it true that you contacted investigator Wayne Arnett with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office after you conducted the extraction? Isn't that true?
I did not contact him, but I'm aware that other investigators were contacted. Yes.
And isn't it true that your extraction was made available to investigator Wayne Arnett? Is that true?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that the extraction you conducted pursuant to a search warrant of Brad Post's cell phone fairly and accurately represented the contents of that cell phone as it existed in October of 2021? Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't get the point. Unless they're just still thinking they can get around the motion to eliminate. I don't know. Are we done? Doesn't have any other questions? remain under subpoena. And I think that'll be it. New witness. New spinny wheel. It was off. Are you saying the phone? Oh, no. No, no.
Please state your name for the record.
I can say his name. Oh my God. Who else is dying right now? Who else is dying right now? Anybody who's been watching all the BK stuff? Who have I played? Oh my God. Here he is. Matthew Wilde. I'm going to say his name. It's Matthew Wilde from Murdoch, who taught us all about the cell towers. And he was fucking brilliant. I am dying. I'm dying. As if this trial couldn't get any better. You've got to be kidding me. Literally at the time in Murdoch, I was like, this dude is the best. We will never see someone like this again. You know, with explaining how the cell towers work and stuff, right? And like, you know, literally just presenting the data and like, and explaining it. And like in Murdoch, they gave him the freaking yardstick and said, go to town and teach everybody, you know? It was like less about the actual facts of the case and just like, here's how things work, right? Like a lot of what I know, I learned from him. And anyway, and like literally I said to everybody as we were watching it, and I was like, guys, let's all remember, we will be coming. I said, well, we will be coming back to this testimony because he is teaching us about cell phones and this will be relevant for every other trial. And we will never be so lucky to see something like this again. And here he is. I'm losing it. Oh my God.
My name is Matthew Wilde.
There it is. Oh my God.
All right, Agent Wilde, who do you work for?
I work with the FBI.
And how long have you been with the FBI?
Almost 15 years.
So are you an agent, special agent?
I am. Right now I'm a supervisor.
I mean, I haven't seen Cy. See, I have not seen Cy testify apart from that hearing, so I can't really say. But that was very different. The nature of it was very different. The purpose of it was very different. I don't think you could even compare the two. I don't think it's, you know, so.
Advisory special agent.
Just because again, the what was being asked of them is the setting was so, everything was so different that it's just not comparable.
And I was an agent until at the regular agent level from like 2010 till 2021.
And currently with the FBI, what are your main duties?
So right now I supervise a group of agents and task force officers with the cellular analysis survey team. And what our unit does is analyze historical records from phone carriers, specifically for location data. And so I supervise that group, and then I also do some of that work myself.
Now, in regards to your educational background, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So I have a bachelor's degree in business administration with a concentration in accounting from Limestone College in Gaffney. And then I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy, the FBI Academy, and then I've attended additional training in relation to historical cell phone analysis as well.
All right, so
I want to point something out. We were commenting last night that the jury must be seated in a weird place here. I don't know why, but basically where the jury must be seated is like to the side of the witness. Now, here's what I wanted to say. Notice the difference. Because this is the first witness in this trial who has testified a fuck ton of times and automatically wants to look at the jury. And you'll notice where he's looking. So all these other witnesses who've been testifying, the jury's been seeing the side of their head, but because they're in a weird position.
What's your educational background? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So I have a bachelor's.
Look how far he has to turn for the jury.
Degree in business administration.
It's like a lot.
With a concentration in accounting from Limestone College.
But so people that aren't paying attention would be like, why the fuck is he doing that, right? Because it is abnormal for the jury to be seated over there. But that's exactly what it is, because the other witnesses are just testifying to the attorney because this is awkward as fuck. But he's still doing it because he's a great witness.
In Gaffney. And then I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice
Yeah,
Academy.
it's unusual.
The FBI Academy. And then I've attended additional training in relation to
I've tried to find pictures of the interior of this courtroom so I can see the layout, and I couldn't find any.
Historical cell phone analysis as well.
All right, so in relation to historical cell phone analysis.
I've actually I've commented on the green chair. I don't know how you haven't noticed it. I've commented on it. It's a very good green chair. And I hope that nobody gets injured testifying and trying to face a jury.
What kind of education experience do you have?
Yeah, so in 2012, I went to a course. It was a CAST basic course where we learned how to read phone records that we get from Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. We learned how to read those, compare the records to a list of all the cell phone towers, and then generate a very basic map to demonstrate where on Earth a device, generally where it's located in and at a certain date and time. And so I took that class in 2012. I used that technique in every one of my cases between 2012 and 2016, where I worked violent crime I was actually in the Baltimore field office, and I worked violent crime, working bank robberies and armored car robberies and all kinds of
Cool.
and then in 2016, I was selected to go to the advanced CAS course, which is a week long, where we take a deeper dive into the records. We have a test at the end of that course. I passed, and I was selected to go to the CAS certification course. At that time, it was 4 weeks. The first week was about radio frequency theory. So we learned about how radio waves travel between a phone and the antennas.
He's awesome.
The second week, we met with each one of the carriers. So
The thing is, too, because he was allowed it again. I would love. I hope he does it again. But in Murdoch, literally, the prosecutor said, "Take it away." Literally, it was like, "Teach us everything you know." Gave him an easel with some paper and like a yardstick and a marker and like teach us everything you know. And he was a great teacher. And that's one of the reasons, as a teacher, right? Again, speaks to me. And how many times do we hear experts testify in any type of field, right? Where it's like, you don't know what the fuck they're saying, or it's boring or whatever. And I mean, literally, it was the first time I'd seen anybody explain this stuff where it was like, oh my God, this is so accessible. And even though we couldn't, and that was without even being able to see the exhibits that the jury was seeing, the cameras weren't showing them. We couldn't even see that. And still, it made so much sense. And it was just so easy to follow. And I was like, and again, just, I appreciate that. And so we're going to see that too. I'm hopefully they'll let him talk as long as he wants, you know?
Sprint, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile. We get records custodians. Those are the people that provide us the records.
George will stick
with their.
He doesn't even know, but he's asleep, and when he wakes up, it's like his name has changed. It's done. His name has changed. He doesn't have a say.
Engineers. Those are the people that design
I'm dying.
the network. The third week we did drive testing. So I have a piece of equipment. I can put in my car. I can drive around a cell phone tower, and I can tell how far that tower reaches. And then the fourth week, we did a moot court exercise where we were given a real case. We had to read the records, generate a map, go out, do drive.
It's like waking up and looking in the mirror, and you're like, oh my God, I have someone else's face. It's like that, right? It's like he wakes up, and now his name is now GEORGLESTICK.
Testified to it in court. And at the conclusion of that, I was certified as a CAS agent. Now, every year since then, from 2016 until 2024, I've attended the CAS recertification course, which is usually 3 to 4 days, where we go back and meet with all the carriers. We get updates on the technology. And so I've attended that every year since I've been certified.
So you're referring to CAS. Can you tell the jury what CAS stands for and what it means?
Yeah, so CAS is a cellular analysis survey team. And so our team is about, I think we're between 80 and 90 agents and task force officers located around the country, sometimes in different parts of the world.
Don't feel sorry for him. He earned it.
We focus on
by going to sleep,
learning and analyzing these records and using them in cases.
Can you give this jury an example of how you would use cell phone data that you would receive and how that helps determine a location?
I can't even fucking believe that I'm looking at this right now, because you guys, for y'all who've been there as I cover BK and talk about cell phones, or when I covered Murdoch, but especially just because recently, and how many times I talk about him, and how many times have we watched clips. I have another one actually, I think, ready to go for the next time we do BK with even more, because it's like every time I'm like, let me share with you another little nugget that is relevant and applicable and whatever. It's like. I just can't even fucking. I mean, I guess it makes sense because South Carolina, but still, I just would never have thought I would have gotten this lucky.
Example is like a missing person. A lot of times we get involved in.
I can't believe this.
Cases,
I can't.
And we will
the
go
only
to the carrier and
the only way this could get better is if there's a dog that gets involved with a rooster, or if like Creighton Waters comes in and does some lounge lizard activity. Like that's the only way this could get better.
The telephone records from them for the person that's missing. And then so we'll analyze those records. They give us a date and a time when the phone was used, as well as the tower and the sector, which gives us a general area of where the phone was used at.
Thank you for saying general area.
Resources into that area to try to locate that person's car, or locate that person's, that person, or God forbid, we have to locate their remains.
God forbid. The other thing about him, he does not exaggerate. Just like the other dude who we were commenting, Deputy Wolf, he does not exaggerate. He doesn't add a narrative. He doesn't have. He literally just. And I appreciated like some of the clips y'all have seen that I've shown y'all from Murdoch. He highlights the margin of error. He doesn't try to hide it. It's just great. I love him.
We do that on a daily basis.
And so is basically, are you as good as
Drinking
the
water
data that
reminds me
you're
of
seeing
Lolly?
here?
No way.
Absolutely.
And is there better data than some
How can you not?
in relation to finding
I don't get
a more specific location versus a broad
He's my favorite
location?
prosecutor.
Yes, it just kind of, it's one of those things, it varies between the carrier, the time range you get the records in, all the types of data kind of vary between each one of those things.
And how do you actually do the analyzation?
So the records come electronically, usually in an Excel file or a text file. And so what we do, or what I do, is I take those records and I upload them into a Google-based mapping system. And then I can snip and make maps to display the general area where the phone was located at those times.
Now, in addition to using cell tower, or cell phone tolls or cell phone tower information as to a specific phone, can you use the actual phone itself to help determine locations?
I mean, I don't know how is he like Lolly though? I can't see. I'm trying to see that. I can't see that. Like their energy level, intelligence. I don't know. I can't see that. Let me know why. I'm just because I'm like, I wanted to be like, yeah, I can see this thing being similar, but I'm like, I can't think of the thing. I don't think so. I mean, there was no mention of a task force in Murdoch. I think he is the task force, maybe.
And so sometimes when a phone is downloaded, location data is obtained off of that device. It's processed through Graykey or Cellbrite, and then I can use some of that data in what I do to historically locate where that phone was.
He hears you out. That's fair. That's fair if it's just like a thing.
About how many
I mean,
times
Lolly, it's like Lolly weirds people. Like weirded out isn't even the end of it all though, right? Like it's like the list. Hold on. Where's the thing? Let me see. Where'd it go? Because I have. Oh, hold on. Because the best description I've heard recently of Lolly. It's just a quick second. We're gonna watch it. The best description of Lolly I've heard recently that just I can't do it justice. So we're just gonna have to see this real quick. I think this is the one, and it comes from Ian Runkle. And so I can skip past the first part of this because this has two things in this clip. So let me see here.
Prowl, and I was like I had a day of doing, and so that's it. And so watching it on Emily's stream, then they come in with
talking about how he started covering Karen Reed, and I saved it because it's like exactly what happened to me. But we're gonna get to the Lolly part here.
And at that point, I was like, it took me like another 20 minutes. Like, we're doing recaps on this. Mr. Hank Brennan is a vastly better lawyer than the prosecutor on the first trial, which was Adam Lally. Adam Lally could be used as a weapon. Like if the U.S. declares war on Canada, they might decide to drop Adam Lally into like Ottawa to bore people to death. And like Canada has no defense against that weapon. Canada would fall to the Adam Lally boredom bomb.
That's it right there. See what I mean? That is the best way to describe Lolly because yeah. Where did okay, here we go. I'm just seeing I clicked on the wrong thing. Okay, here we go. What do you guys think? Well, did you watch them when they were prosecutors? I mean, I love them too, but I never saw them as prosecutors. I mean, if their stuff's on YouTube, I would totally watch it. I freaking love Runkle. Oh, that's really funny because you said that I think before I played the clip. Where yeah. That's funny. Or I was probably pulling it up. I didn't see this comment yet. He is I love the fuck out of Runkle. Yeah. So anywho, but I do love Creighton. But I mean that cross of Alex Murdoch is the stuff of legend. I'll just stop there before I just go on and on about it.
downloaded or analyzed cell phones?
So the downloading and analyzed cell phones probably 40 to 50 times. I'm personally, I have downloaded hundreds of phones. The analyzation of the location data, probably 40 to 50 times.
And how many times have you been qualified as an expert?
Oh, the full
Over
spectrum.
150
Okay.
times.
I have
Now,
not
state
watched
news to
that.
qualify Special Agent Matt Wild as an expert in call detail record analysis and cellular technology. Call detail record analysis and cellular technology.
No objection. All right. He will be qualified as an expert in call detail, record analysis, and cellular technology. Ladies and gentlemen, normally a person cannot give opinion testimony when a person testifies. They must
Didn't the jury hear about this during opening statements? And if you're like, wait, why would they? Yeah, you got me. You got me. Those opening statements.
testify to what they either saw or they heard or they sensed by smell. However, there is an exception when someone is qualified because of education or experience, and they are permitted to give their opinion in certain areas if the court qualifies them that way. This witness will be qualified.
I don't even think I've seen it on YouTube. Is it on
Call
YouTube?
detail record analysis and cellular.
Or is that Court TV archives?
To give an opinion testimony in this area. However, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Wild, were you asked to help analyze the data location, cell phone data location and cell phone of Zach Hughes?
Yes.
So how did you obtain the information? Well, what information did you obtain in your efforts?
What's going to be really
analyze it?
interesting is the way he answers this. We're going to figure this is so applicable. The way he answers this will give us information as to what was the status of the phone at the time. Was it just on? Did he have location services on? Was it on airplane mode? We're looking all of the things we've talked about before, right? I don't think out of network is going to be a factor here, right? Because they're in Greenville, South Carolina. He's going to be in network, right? So if anything is missing, it's going to be done by the user of the phone, right? I can't, like, oh my God.
So from the solicitor's office, I obtained the phone records in electronic format, as well as the cell phone download was in an electronic format. And then with the download, I had to go in and pull out the location data so I could look at it and do what I do with it.
And as far as pulling it from the cell phone, what software do you rely on to help you read that information?
I used Cellbrite. I believe it's called Cellbrite Reader. It's just like it's another version of Cellbrite Physical Analyzer.
And what does Cellbrite Reader do?
So it grabs the raw data and it kind of processes it, or it does process it into a usable format. And again, it splits it out. So if we just have like a big bucket of data, it just spits it out into images, text, I just said images, pictures, videos, text messages, phone call logs, location data. It just kind of splits it out into all those categories. So I took the raw data, I put it in Cellbrite, and then I took the location data and then I exported that out because that's really what I was focusing on.
And then when you look at the exported location data in this particular case, you just take it at its word, or do you do some underlying analysis to verify its authenticity?
Oh no, you can't just take it at its word. So the location data is sourced from multiple different places on the phone, depending on what kind of applications you have running or the user has running. So it kind of splits it out into different chunks, and there's different parts that are more reliable than other parts. And so I try to focus on the most.
What did I tell you guys? Right up front. He'll even probably talk about the reliability score as well.
Reliable data set that I can.
Now, in preparation for your testimony today, did you create a PowerPoint describing what you did with the cell phone data from Zach Hughes and actually the download of Zachary Hughes' cell phone?
I could cry. Oh my God, we're gonna get a PowerPoint with the phone shit. I don't even know. This is. Oh my God. If someone could wake Twiz up, he would be probably glad. Sorry, GEORGLESTICK.
States Exhibit 174. And see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. This is the thumb drive with my report on it.
Oh my God. Yes.
State moves 174 in evidence.
No objection. No objection.
All right, well, we're going to throw this up on the screen right here.
Throw it up. Do it.
I'm even going to give you a laser pointer.
All right.
Yes. Oh, that's sorry. Laser pointer, not a yardstick like in Murdoch.
Thanks, sir.
Oh my God! Please, for the love of God, if they don't show us the PowerPoint, we'll still okay. Let me say, we will still learn a lot. But please, really, like, can you be like, don't be that cruel, camera people. Black tie is classy there. When he testified at Murdoch, he was wearing navy blue or a blue colored outfit suit. Please let us see this.
Would you just say next slide whenever you're ready?
Yes! Oh my God. Oh my God.
Click it for you.
All right.
Oh my God. So
I have,
you prepared.
hold on. I haven't even updated my banner because I was so shocked that it was Matt Wild. Anyway, I'm going to keep the banner down, but I'm going to update it. I'm beside myself.
The presentation that you prepared for this jury?
Yes, it is.
And so what are you attempting to share with this in general with this jury?
Knowledge.
In general, I'm going to share the general location through cell phone records and the cell phone download of the devices associated with Mr. Hughes during certain time periods that are relevant.
This is happening right now.
And again, so it's two pieces of data.
This is happening right now.
Mr. Hughes' cell phone records.
Yes, sir.
To his phone, as well as his actual phone that you received the data on.
Yes. Oh my
Do you
God.
distinguish between those two in this report?
Thank you. What a great question.
I do.
Oh my God.
Now, is there anything interesting
And it's an
about
iPhone. And it's Verizon. Sweet. Oh my God. Oh my God.
the cell phone data that you received in this particular report?
The cell phone records.
Cell phone records.
Yeah, so the cell phone records I received in this for this case, they're from Verizon. Usually, Verizon provides a report that has the cell phone tower, so it tells me which tower is being used, and then it tells me which sector or side of the tower is being used. In this case, I think Verizon was transferring systems. They generated a different report, and that report only shows me the tower that's being used. So it's kind of demonstrated as a circle. And so when we get there, I'll explain what that means.
I'm sure you will. This is my best. This is my best day.
Yes, like
best
a
thing.
pizza.
It's a wedge.
All right, next
God,
one.
I'm dying.
All right, so
Look
slide
at you guys, though. Look at this.
2. This is just the background of the case
Oh
and
my God.
my methodology. So
Yeah, this is the methodology. Oh my
you know,
God,
the
dying.
first paragraph describes that I was asked by the solicitor's office to help with this case in reference to an incident that occurred on October 13th, 2021. My methodology I've already talked about. I take the records that I get from the carrier, compare that to a list of cell phone towers here using the tower list that was in effect during 2021. And then I generate a map to display the general area where the devices were located. And then my conclusions are further down in the report. Next slide. This is an example of different cell phone towers. Most importantly is the one here on the top left.
Does anybody recognize this? I can't. Does this look familiar to you guys? This particular slide? Does anybody recognize this? Heather, you might. I'm trying to think who else would have been there for one of those live streams. Literally, remember, I've already referenced it tonight, the PowerPoint presentation that we live streamed, the one that was like the forensic analysis, cellular analysis PowerPoint. That's a good guess, but this is literally from the thing that, I don't know how I got that thing, but I got that thing. It's like the thing that they use to train law enforcement on how to do PowerPoints on this shit. This is the same slide. And I remember because we started talking about these tree towers and we were laughing about it. And anyway, this is a, it's not exactly the same, but some of this, you know, they are using the same stock pictures and stuff. It's just funny because I'm like, oh, I'm having deja vu.
Most likely what you see almost anywhere in America. There's a couple important things about those. There's speaker-looking devices hanging on that tower. Those are those antennas that transmit and receive a signal to and from a phone. A phone's very much like a car radio.
It's really funny too, because it's like, how can you have ones like, see, for example, like the stop sign or like the flag? I don't even know where the one is with the flag. Like, how is it that you can make them where they're like, you literally can't tell they're there? But then why would you do the ones like a tree or like the tower one? Like, I don't know. Why would you ever make it not just the inconspicuous? I don't know.
As I drove here today, there's a tune to my favorite radio station, to my favorite frequency, and somewhere out in Greenville, the tower, it emits a signal. My car radio receives that signal, and I can listen to my favorite station. The difference between my car radio and my cell phone is that with my cell phone, that transfer of information has to go in two directions. It has to come from the tower to my phone, but I also have to be able to send information from my phone back to the tower. And so those are the antennas that send and receive that information. And then there's just several other examples of antennas. There you have them on the outside of buildings. Everyone's favorite is always the pine tree. And they all essentially serve the same purpose, to transmit and receive signals. Next slide. Generally, what we figure out is when I look at the records, again, it usually gives me a sector, tells me which side of the tower is being used. And so by looking at the sector and the azimuth, or the direction that sector faces, I can usually demonstrate a wedge. Here in this case, again,
I have to say, I love the word azimuth. I think it's one of the coolest words.
So really, this doesn't really matter. Next slide. You can go to the next slide. Okay. So normally I would display the sector like I would here on the top, as kind of like a piece of pizza or like a pie wedge. But here, again, I don't have any sector information, so I'm demonstrating it as a circle. I'm not saying by any means that the phone has to be within that circle. I'm just saying that that tower is within that circle, and that tower emits a signal that goes in 360 degrees direction or out from that tower. So the phone's gonna be somewhere between the tower being used and the next one in any direction around it, but closer to the one that's being used. Next slide. All right, so this is the legend for this case. So this just kind of gives you an overview of the area. And so I have a couple of addresses here. The green pin up there represents 200 Tyndall Avenue in Greenville. So they're in the center of the map. The blue pin represents 799 Indian Flats Trail in Slater, Marietta, South Carolina. That's kind of up there near the South Carolina, North Carolina border. The
incredible
red pin
Guys.
represents 122 Canebrake Drive in Greer. And then the orange pin represents 12 Blake Street in Greenville. Every one of those red dots you see on the map represent a Verizon cell phone tower.
Wow.
Next one. So this is showing the activity.
Well, so you
here
guys, he's not here, but I just had to do this because this is the best thing.
on
Welcome back to
Verizon telephone number 864-894-0020. And it's showing the activity on June 30th, 2021.
The other thing I'll say, remember how he plotted all that location data in Murdoch? Anyway, let me just, if it exists, we're in for a treat. That's all.
124 a.m. So 124 in the morning. And this is showing activity in and around in Greenville, South Carolina. Now the Verizon records here, I'm relying on the phone to be able to make and receive phone calls to obtain a record. Later on in the report, we'll have some data records that kind of help fill in some gaps.
Real quick, Your Honor.
Brilliant.
I'm sorry. Agent said,
You're just in time for all the cell phone.
I'm gonna show you States Exhibit 1. And what is the date on States Exhibit 1 up here?
Oh, the date on the top right there is Wednesday, June 2021. So June 30th, 2021.
All right. And so where was Zach Hughes' phone location on Wednesday,
I
June 30th?
can't believe we're watching Matt Wild.
In the early morning, it was using a tower in the area of downtown Greenville. Next one. This slide, slide 9, it's showing the activity between July 4th, 2021 and July 8th, 2021. And again, the phone during that time, these are all phone calls. And the phone during that time is using towers in and around Knoxville.
Is he calling Mello?
All right. So I'm gonna show you States Exhibits 2. What is the date on States Exhibit 2?
That is July 8th, 2021.
Central.
And
You are
States
here
Exhibit
right at a
158
great
It's
time.
also July 8th, 2021.
And where are those mailed from?
Knoxville, Tennessee.
Both of those?
Yes, sir.
So July 8th, 2021, Zach Hughes' phone was located in around Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yes, sir. All right, so this next slide, this is showing activity on October
Oh,
11th.
sorry. I just wanted to connect to the dot here, Knoxville. So that's important because it looks like, remember that mail? The mail stuff came from Knoxville.
Between 9:44 a.m. and 11:18 a.m. These are data activations. So they're not phone calls, they're not text messages. They are all the other stuff that's going on a phone in the background. And so sometimes they generate a record. They tell
Guys, I don't just make stuff up. Like, I don't think anybody thinks that. I'm just saying. Because for anybody who thinks that just because you're not using your phone to make a phone call means it's not going to do stuff like ping a tower or anything. Like I said, how many times have y'all heard me say, as your phone sits over there and you're not touching it, it's doing things if it's on, right? This is just, yeah, here we go.
They tell me the cell phone tower that was being used, how long that session is, and so I'm able to demonstrate it here. And so here, between 9:44 and 11:18, you can see that phone's using towers just to the northeast and to the south of the 799 Indian Flats Trail address.
And what is that date?
That is October 11th, 2021.
So would that be consistent with Zach Hughes' phone being near 7?
I was literally just going to say, wait a second. Remember when we saw him getting caught on the trail cam at that housey thing in Georgia before the murder? And I was like, oh, is that a can of gasoline? Anyway, so this is consistent with him being there, you know?
Yes. All right. And then this next slide. So now we're showing the location data from the physical download of the phone. And so this is showing that same day, October 11th, there was a location data point right there at Indian Flats Trail between 10:06 a.m. and 10:54 a.m.
And what date is that?
That's October 11th. So it's the same date as the previous slide showing the cell site activations.
So that's 2021.
Yes. Next one. So now this is October 12th, 11:14 a.m. to 12:18 p.m. Again, these are data activations showing activations right there near Greenville Technical College, basically southeast of the 200 Tyndall Avenue address.
And that is October 12th.
Yes, sir. Next one. These are the Cellbrite. These are the location data hits off of the physical phone. Again, 10:25 a.m. to 12:23 a.m. on October 12th. And there are some specific activations showing the device near the Tyndall Avenue, specifically between 10:47 a.m. and 12:01 p.m. And then there's two others, one to the south and one to the north. Next one. This is October 12th, 2021, between 12:31 and 1:21 p.m. The first one, 12:31 to 1:07 p.m. is consistent with being in the area of Tyndall Avenue. And then the second one at 1:18 to 1:21 is consistent with being at 12 Blake Street in Greenville.
Were you ever made aware of the significance of 12 Blake Street?
I did. I understand that's Mr. Mello's address. Next. So now the next one is, this is showing, again, October 12th, between 1:59 p.m. and 2:34 p.m. So again, these are all data hits, and you can see the towers.
Remember, Mr. Mello wasn't there, right? We heard from that other witness that he would see Zach there, and we haven't heard yet what Zach was doing there. I mean, that would have to come out probably from him, but if he took the stand. But anyway, the other dude was like, I was just doing his yard work and keeping the house up or whatever, and that's how he saw Zach and knew him and said he was a great guy and whatever. So anyway, but in other words, Mello is still controlling people and ruining lives from abroad.
To the north of Greenville, not quite all the way to Marietta at that time. And then the next activation voice call is on October 14th. And the next activation is on October 14th.
Okay. So it looks like the phone was off on the day of the 13th, probably. We'll see if there's any more data.
First, the voice data. You have it on October 12th.
I do.
And then when's the next voice call?
On October.
Okay, so if it's just voice call, then it could be on. This is where it's going to matter, right? Is everything missing?
October 14th.
What is a voice call? What does that mean?
So that's an incoming or outgoing call.
Is that how you receive the location data?
It is. There is some data records on October 13th that I did not include in my presentation, but they are consistent with the activity we're getting ready to see. Next one. So this is October 12th, 6:56 p.m. till October 13th, 1:30 a.m. and showing the phone consistent with being in the area of Indian Flats Trail in Marietta.
Okay.
Zach Hughes' phone, this is October.
What date did you say?
This is.
Okay, October 12th. So you guys have seen this on the other presentations I've pulled up from Murdoch, where it's hard to see here, but that's the latitude and longitude, right? That's the location data. That's not from a call. That's not from a ping on a cell tower. That's the location data. That's what we've talked a lot about, right? For iPhone, it's a combination of crowdsourcing with other nearby iPhones, with GPS, like I can't even remember at this juncture. There's so many things. It combines all of that, and that's with Paul's phone. That was how anyway. So the GPS gives the GPS coordinates, right? And so anyway, it'll be interesting to see what happens on the 13th, though.
And what are the dates in which he is at the Indian Flats Trail?
So this is showing the evening of the 12th into the early morning of the 13th.
So what time is the last data point for on the 13th?
1:30 a.m.
That's 1:30 in the morning.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. And then this is the next activation. This is the next activity on that download report, and it's showing 2:42 p.m. is the first hit. which is showing in the area of 200 Tyndall Avenue in Greenville.
All right, so the last data point that you just had up there was 1:30 in the morning of October 13th. And where was that located?
In Marietta.
And the next data point that you have for Zach Hughes' phone or his cell phone records is at what time?
So for this phone, it's at 2:42. I did have some activations on the data side earlier, just earlier about I think they were 2:34, and it was north near Furman University.
And at 2:42, would that be consistent at being a little north of downtown Greenville at 2:42?
So 2:42 would be consistent with being south of downtown Greenville.
South of.
Yeah, 2:34 would, I believe it was 2:34. It was north of downtown Greenville. That's correct. Okay. Next.
So, his phone was off. I can tell you that his phone was off.
And then this is showing the activity 9:07 p.m. to 4:07 a.m. on the 14th. So this is the night of the 13th going into the next day. There's activity, let's see here. 9:07 is that box up in the middle between 9:07 and 9:32. Then 9:43 to 11:13, the phone is over there to the east side of the airport. And then 11:25 p.m. on the 13th to 4:07 a.m. on the 14th, the phone is consistent with being in the area of Tyndall Avenue.
So that's the night of October 13th, 2021.
Yes, sir. Into the morning of the 14th. And then these are the voice calls on the 14th. So this is 12:57 a.m. to 1:02 a.m. And you can see the phone is there over on the east side of Greenville, kind of near the airport. And that's it.
Who's answering questions?
Yes, sir.
Funny thing too, right? Like, so if you're, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because Paul Murdaugh solved his mom and his own murder because of the fact that he had all the shit with the cell phone. Everything was on. He was using it all the time. I mean, that's what's so interesting, right? Like, if you're a victim, having all that shit on the cell phones turned on could be the answer, right? Anyway, but okay, let me update my ticker here.
Special Agent Wild, I want to talk to you about your expertise in cell phone technology, just in general. And that's one of the areas you've been qualified as an expert. Is that correct?
Yes.
You had talked about conducting numerous downloads or.
I would love to see them try. Oh my God, sorry, his eyes are. Anyway, I would love to see them try to make it seem like he doesn't know what he.
Distractions of cell phones in your career. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you asked to perform any analysis on a cell phone, in this case belonging to a man named Bradley Post?
I was not.
You made a comment that when you receive data, basically you never take it at face value. Is that correct? Or you don't take it or assume it's accurate. Is that correct?
I mean, just because we get data on a spreadsheet, location data on a spreadsheet, I don't take it 100% at its face value. There is a skill and experience and knowledge that goes into parsing through that data to find the most accurate points.
I want to talk about, in your experience analyzing cell phones, have you had an opportunity to conduct extractions involving images on cell phones?
Yes.
Yes, Tonka, it was stabbing.
And images on cell phones also have data oftentimes accompanied with those images. Is that correct? Or in conjunction with those images?
I mean, the image itself is data, right? But you go ahead.
Let me be more specific.
Okay.
Metadata. Oftentimes there is metadata associated with images on cell phones.
There could be, yes.
Will you tell the jury what is metadata?
It could be like the date and the time the phone was taken, the device that it was used, that the device that took the picture, maybe the orientation, whether it was in landscape or portrait mode, and then possibly I've seen location data associated with those images as well.
31 times. So I don't know. That hasn't come in yet at trial where we're at. So at this point, we haven't heard from anything like that. We just know that there was a sharp, it looked like a sharp object type of wound, right? We heard the laceration. That's all we knew so far here.
Depending on the cell phone extraction and the cell phone itself, you'll have some metadata. You won't have metadata. Is that correct?
Correct. There's no. I wish it was more black and white as to a definitive yes or no, but unfortunately, because of the multiple types of phones out there, the multiple types of continuously changing operating systems. And then on the law enforcement side, the software that we use constantly changes. It is impossible for me to, if you presented me with a device, an operating system, and whatever we were using, for me to sit here and say 100% yes, we could have got that or didn't get that off the device.
And if you were analyzing or looking at the internet, for example, there would be occasion you would have to doubt the veracity of the metadata if you had conflicting evidence. Is that true?
I don't know what you're referring
Let me
to.
give you an example.
Sure.
Let's say there's a picture of me on a cell phone that says that this picture was taken January 1.
I think this hypothetical is dealing with Bradley Post again.
You know that I could not have been where the picture was taken of me of January 1, 2021, isn't that? Under those circumstances, would you have reason to doubt the accuracy of the metadata on the phone?
I mean, it's kind of a big if, and I just generally across the board, I wouldn't really doubt the accuracy of the metadata. So, I mean, that's kind of like a huge if question, and I don't know how specifically to answer that.
So let's be specific. If you see a picture of me and the metadata says it was taken January 1 of 2021,
He's asking hypotheticals that he's not.
he's an expert in cell phone technology.
He's just made up hypotheticals without any underlying data.
He's his expert. Thank you. So if there's a picture of me that has metadata in the cell phone that says January 1, 2021, and you know for a fact that I could not have been at that location on January 1, 2021, would that not cause you to doubt the accuracy of that metadata?
I mean, I've never been presented with a situation like you're referencing, so I don't know how to answer the question, sir.
So you can't answer the question if there's metadata that says the picture was taken with me at a location on one day and I can't be there. You don't know how to answer that.
I don't know how to answer the question, so I've never been faced with that situation, and I don't even know how I would go about answering that question accurately.
Let me ask you this.
What he's saying is that he's never had that happen, where the location data that he relied on, that he said was, again, you look at the most reliable. What he's saying is he's never had it happen where that location data would say you're in, whatever. Like the hypothetical was like basically saying that they were in a place where they couldn't possibly be. He's saying that he's never had that happen, and I believe it because why? If you're good at what you do and you're using the reliable location data, then that wouldn't happen, right? So as far as the question about the vase, so it's funny about the vases because when they were talking to when the crime scene lady was on the stand the first time, and they were talking about the flowers, and they asked, like, did you see any vases or anything like that in the house? Trying to sort of get at the fact that these weren't her flowers. She didn't keep them there, right? Somebody brought them with them. And she said, no, I didn't see any vases. But then I don't know if you guys noticed it. I didn't point it out at the time, but I probably should have. But when her sister was on the stand earlier tonight, that was like the first witness of this live stream. Her sister was talking about the layout of the house. And she said, she was just talking about how they had this other room. And I don't know if you noticed it, but she said, that's where my sister keeps her plants. And she gets the plants get plenty of light. So in other words, there's indoor plants, but I don't know if maybe it's like they're not in vases. I don't know. I noticed that because I was like, that's interesting because we heard something completely different the day prior. And so anyway, I don't know about that, but there we go. She said it seems like she had a lot of plants. Maybe they were in other types of things that you don't call a vase. I don't know. A pot, maybe, But I still feel like if that was the case, the crime scene lady should have said, well, she had plants in pots, but not roses in vases or whatever, So.
That is something obviously that's become more prominent in recent years. You would agree with that, is that correct?
I agree.
And when you are reviewing cell phones now, are you finding the implementation of artificial intelligence in contents of these cell phones?
On a daily basis, I'm not actually reviewing multiple downloads of cell phones. I'm basically in my role and what I do, I'm focusing on the location data associated with those phones. So, if you gave me a phone today to download, I'm basically going in there, grabbing the location data and doing my thing with it. I'm not really diving into whether or not there's AI on the phone or whether or not somebody's using ChatGPT or any of that kind of stuff. So I have no experience in that measure.
So back to my question. with cell phone extractions that you're reviewing?
He answered your question.
Finding evidence of the presence of AI on these phones?
Again, I'm only reviewing the location data, so I wouldn't see the presence of AI or even know what it would look like because I don't look for it. I look for the location data.
So that's. What are some reasons why
That makes sense because credibility.
images could be inaccurate?
I don't know.
You can't think of one reason.
No, sir.
Do you agree it's possible that metadata can be inaccurate associated with images?
Again, I don't know. I've never been faced with that, so I don't know if that could happen or not happen.
He's saying associated with images. He doesn't work with that. He works with location, not images.
You have no idea whether metadata associated with images can be inaccurate?
Again, I've never,
He's not
never been
his
faced with that
wrong
situation, and so I
expert.
don't know if it could be inaccurate or not. I'd expect it to be accurate. In the times I've used any kind of metadata, it has been consistent with other data sets, such as the location data associated with the phone that was taking the picture. So in my view, in the experience I have with it, it has never been inaccurate. It's always been accurate.
And how many cell phones have you analyzed?
I mean, I've downloaded hundreds of phones. But for location data, I've analyzed probably 40 to 50 phones. Again, I'm not diving into the pictures on all those phones because my role specifically is to analyze the location of where the phone was located, not look at the thousands of images.
The detectives
on
would
phones
go
that
through
I've
the
downloaded.
pictures.
So you're telling the story that in all the phones you've analyzed, you've never seen a picture on a cell phone with the wrong date?
Again, I'm focusing on the
Would
location
look at
data
that.
99.9% of the time, so I'm not ever really looking at the photos and diving into it that deep. Thanks, sir. Okay.
Okay. And they're going to take a break. Well, maybe we can do one.
Nothing, Your Honor.
One more witness, maybe.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael Land, Land. The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with them?
About 7.5 years.
What are your main duties?
So I work in the intelligence unit where we do processing of all sorts of electronic data and any kind of investigative work to help with a wide variety of cases.
This is the dude who you should have asked. Okay.
Did you
My
ask
guess.
to try to verify
My guess. This would be the dude who'd maybe be looking at the pictures and shit.
the internet address of the Winds Mountain House?
I did, yes, sir.
How did that happen?
So this was back November 1st of 2024, so last year. I was asked to drive up to the Indian Flats Trail, and we used an Android device that pretty much just scans, just like a phone does, Wi-Fi addresses, Wi-Fi networks that are available, and it logs them. That way we could log what different networks were up there, and the Wind Wi-Fi was one of the networks identified.
So how were you able to identify?
So it when you
said
scan,
it's
just like if
with
you're driving
Michael,
down the
right?
road on your phone, and it might pop up, say, Starbucks or McDonald's Wi-Fi. It works in the same way. So this showed Win Wi-Fi is the display, the name for it.
So did you just park on the street and look to see what available networks?
Right. Yeah. So just driving up the street and it automatically pops up.
Am I too fast?
How do you
again.
It was spelled WINN-WIFI.
And were you in close proximity to that Indian Flats Trail Mountain House?
Yes, sir. On the road, just at the end of the driveway.
Answer questions that I have.
Good questions.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, another witness.
Please state your name for the record.
James Perry.
All right, Mr. Aaron, what is your rank? How do you go by?
I'm an investigator.
Investigator. And what do you do for a living?
I'm an investigator with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what kind of work do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I do the Computer Crimes Investigation Unit.
What does that entail?
It entails doing forensics on cell phones.
And were you, how long have you been with them?
I've been with Greenville County for 30 years, and then I had another 13 years with Greenville City and Greer. So 43 years total. With a little stench of about 7 years doing private investigation. So 50 years.
50 years in investigations.
Wow.
Now you have a story or two for us.
There's statute of limitations.
I'm glad to hear that.
Love it. I love it. I like
How did
Mark.
you get involved in this particular case?
The day of October 13th, I was asked to go out by my sergeant to the crime scene to collect a cell phone that belonged to the victim and bring it back and do the forensics on that one.
Now, are you oftentimes utilized, along with Charlie Cunningham, who we heard from as well, to help download phones and analyze them?
Yes.
And in doing that, what software do you use to
Okay.
analyze those?
Back then, I was using just the regular Cellbrite forensics tool.
And what does Cellbrite Forensic Tool do?
It basically what it does is it images the cell phone that you target, and once you get the image, you load it into a software program that pulls up a certain format that you can go through it and see what kind of data that is actually on there.
So you have software that downloads the raw data from the phone.
Correct.
And then you have the software that helps you read it.
Yeah, it opens it up and parses it to make it a readable.
And is that called Cellbrite Reader?
It's called Physical Analyzer, UFED Physical Analyzer. The reports you get when you go through it is called, it puts a program in there called Cellbrite Reader, so that if I give it to you, you can open it. You don't have to have the program I have.
And once it gets into the Cellbrite portion, the reading part of the software, are you able to manipulate it after that? Or
No, once it comes up on the screen and it's opened up, you can't go in there and add things or take things away.
In this case, were you asked to review the downloaded data from Zach Hughes' phone?
I was.
And were you able to do that?
I did.
And how would you do that? Or where would you do that?
Oh boy.
I did it in my office on my forensic computer.
And once you're in there, are you able to generate reports?
You can create a report from a report. So if I were to give someone a 50 gig Cellbrite report, but you just want to narrow it down to one day, you can narrow it down to one day. And then at that point, create another report that looks identical as far as the layout of the Cellbrite report. But I know, like on this particular phone, if you were to print it out, it would have been close to 88,000 pages if you did the whole phone.
And so were you able to review the information on this phone as well?
I was.
In fact, did you identify that WIN Wi-Fi that we just?
Yes, I did. I saw the WIN Wi-Fi in the networks.
And then when you obtain that information, do you report it back to the lead investigators about information that's found on the phone?
Right. If we're specifically asked to go through the phone, we will give them a report, pretty much of everything we found that's relevant to what they're looking for.
And so not only are you downloading the phone and reading it, you're perusing it for evidence that you think may be important to the investigator's case.
Correct.
So like the
Are you communicating
images.
with the investigator about all this?
So this is the dude that would the image that would be able to answer that question that the defense attorney had about the images.
They kind of give us an idea what they're looking for, and then at that point we go through. It may even come down to the point, and in most of these cases, the solicitor will come over and sit down and go through with it, which you did, sat down.
So solicitor in South Carolina, I think they're the only state that does this. They call their attorneys solicitors. So if you hear them say that, it's synonymous.
And we were able to show him different things that were on the
Although
that were relevant.
Oh, sorry, let me just clear. So solicitor would be someone for further prosecution, by the way, not so. Yeah. So like he just referenced speaking to the prosecutor here, called him a solicitor.
So were you able to make various reports on Zach Hughes' phone?
I was.
And was one of those reports called user accounts?
Some of them, yes, that's one of the, it has tabs, and each tab will give you different information on the phone. And user's account is one.
I'm going to show you what states. I'm going to show you what states exhibit 170. It's already in evidence, and then we'll go through it. Is that on the is that the user accounts?
That is.
Okay. All right. So let's take a look at it real quick.
Sweet. Let's take a look. he looked nervous. He was just normal, I guess.
So up at the top right here, is that how we're identifying it as user accounts?
That is correct.
So what is user accounts going to show?
I mean, it'll show if they have a WhatsApp, a Facebook page, it'll identify those and actually sometimes give you the information you need to, if you need to send off a legal process for that account.
All right, so I'll refer you to column number 3, for example. What is that?
I'm sorry, column.
Yeah, column, I'm looking at the numbers on the left side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so number 3.
Okay. That's ZachDavidHughes@gmail.com.
And so is that the information that would have been put on this report from that phone?
That's correct.
So what does that tell? What does that tell you, me, or whoever's looking at this thing?
It just tells you that one of the users on that phone has an email account of ZachDavidHughes@gmail.
Okay. What about number 6 and 7?
SDGpiano@Yahoo, and then the Beethoven Odyssey@gmail.com were additional accounts that were on that phone.
So that information is given to us, given to the solicitor's office, given to investigators to help identify whose phone that is.
It helps, yes.
Okay. All right. So are there additional reports called device events?
There are.
All right. What's a device
Yes.
events report?
The iPhone will pick up an extremely large amount of activity that you're doing on your phone every day. It will show if you turn the device on, if you turn it off, if the screen comes on, the screen goes off. If you rotate it from the to landscape mode or portrait mode to landscape, it tells that you did that. It's a treasure trove of information of what's going on with that phone in the hands of the user.
And do y'all use this as investigations to help determine what that phone was doing during a certain amount of time?
Correct.
And
that's how they proved time of death in Murdoch.
is it able to tell you certain things?
It is.
Okay. Will it tell you when the phone's plugged in or unplugged?
Correct.
For example.
Yep.
And did you run a report on Zach Hughes' phone for device events?
I did.
Let me show you state's exhibit 175. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, this is a copy of the device events
For whose phone?
for Zach Hughes' phone.
Your state moves 175 into evidence.
Objection.
Objection. All right. All right. So I'm going to start with column 1. And I'll see it there. All right. So tell us what that column 1 is, and we're just going to go down the columns, and you can tell this jury what is this telling you?
That just, it gives you the time. It's a time date stamp for the value of the event that you're looking at.
Okay. So so the event type tells you what the event is.
Correct.
The value tells you kind of what it's doing.
Correct. In other words, device plug-in status. It's going to show you basically in the values that it was plugged in.
All right. What about this source over here?
That just tells you basically where it was found by the Cellbrite program in the database. That's where it extracted it out.
So looking at number 1, what's the date and time and the end time, and what was the event?
It was on October 13th at 4:30 a.m. and it was plugged in.
So is that telling you that somebody plugged in their phone to charge it?
Correct.
So that would require manual manipulation.
Yes.
All right. And let's go to number 2.
Basically, it's 10:13 at 4:30 a.m. It's telling you that the phone was unlocked.
So how would somebody unlock a phone?
Usually either
Face
Oh,
ID,
okay.
thumbprint, put the passcode in. One of those usually would be the way to do it.
Would that mean the phone is in somebody's hand?
Right.
Or being
Yeah.
manipulated by a person? Is that
Correct.
fair? All right.
So earlier when Matt Wild was on the stand, so I was saying, okay, the phone must have been powered off. So I thought he was also incorporating all this stuff. But this is looking like that's not the case. So this could be pointing to the situation where airplane mode is on and location services are toggled off, but the phone is on. Considering what we're seeing here, let's just see.
And so number 3?
At 5:56 a.m. on the 13th, it's telling you that the phone was unlocked.
And same
Same
analysis
thing.
applies.
Correct.
All right. Number 4?
At 6:02, the phone is unlocked.
And number 5?
At 6:09
Okay.
a.m., the phone was again unlocked.
Interesting. So you see what I'm saying? Because the phone was not logging any location data for that period. What was it, like 1:30 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. or something? It wasn't logging any location data. There were no phone calls or anything like that. So when you look at all, but we are seeing it log events. Remember, I've talked about this a lot. We're seeing it log events. So now this means to me, airplane mode, location services off. The phone was on, not powered off.
October 13th.
All of these are on, yeah, everything I think on this report is the 13th.
So I'll refer you to number 5.
Again, the phone is unlocked at 6:09.
Number 6.
Phone again unlocked at 7:06.
Number 7.
Phone again unlocked at 7:07.
And then number 8.
The phone is again unlocked at 7:41.
What is the end time on number 8?
I'm sorry.
The end time? Does it have a start time and an end time? Oh, I'm sorry.
Move it up just a tad.
Move it up.
There you go.
There you go.
7:42.
All right. So then I'm going to show you column number 9. What is that? Column number 9.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. At 7:42 a.m., the device is plugged in.
And then what about the end time?
End time is 11:34.
And then I'm going to go to number 10, and then we're going to go back to number 9. What's number 10?
10 is at 10:34, the device is plugged in.
Is that 11:34?
I'm sorry, 11:34.
Device is plugged in. All right. So explain to this jury what this gap in time is. We've got 7:42 to 11:34.
It's just showing that the phone has not been manipulated, plugged in, turned on, unlocked, any of those normal things that happen with the phone.
It's not being utilized.
Not being utilized.
All right. And then it continues on. For example, number 13. What's going on at number 13?
Okay. At 11:35, you're having a orientation change of the phone to landscape. Means he was looking at it like this, turned it and was looking at it in that mode.
So that would require physical manipulation of the phone.
Correct.
Go from a vertical phone to a horizontal phone.
Correct.
That was huge in Murdoch.
All right. And then for time's sake, does it just continue? What about number 16?
16 at 1:21 p.m., the output speaker is turned on.
And what time was that?
That was it, 1:21 to 1:41.
Listening to some Beethoven, maybe?
And then what about number 17?
Change of landscape at 1:21.
And
Yep.
And again, number 18?
Yep, exactly. So Amethyst Noir, yep, spot on. I don't know if if you've been watching my other live streams where we've talked about this a lot, but exactly. And then with an iPhone, it wouldn't even be Google locations. It would just be, with the iPhone, it's in their settings, right? Location data, toggle on or off, right? So, but you're right, but it would just be off. And I guess also ostensibly Google locations too, in terms of like if you're using a browser, maybe. I don't even know how that works, like Google locations. Like I use Google all the time, but like I don't know where anyway. I guess that would be in the settings, but that I don't even think that would matter. I think if you just go through the settings on the iPhone and do location service off, it shuts down everything. So, but yes, the metadata, yep, with it just sitting there. Correct. Bob,
You have another
So Bob,
orientation
love it.
landscape at 141.
And let's go back up to the top of this report. What time in number 19?
19 again, a speaker activation at 1:48 p.m.
Interesting. More music, maybe?
I'll skip to what about number 22?
22, you have a speaker activation at 2:22 p.m.
Okay. And what's the end time on that?
3:50 p.m.
And so I'm going to take you to number 83, just sort of the end of this report on the 13th. So what was the last thing that the Zach Hughes phone did on the 13th?
He unlocked it at 11:40 p.m.
That night. Okay. The night of the 13th.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have the occasion to print out any more reports?
Gosh, yeah.
Lots of reports.
Oh boy.
Did you do a report entitled Timeline?
I did.
Okay.
Oh boy.
And
Did they mute the thing? Wow, it looks like he's talking, but they're not. Okay. He's recognized the report. Excellent. Get it in.
Just that application
Okay.
usage log stating that on 10/13/2021 at 7:06 a.m. The application usage log, he was logged in to his
and what is the description?
VPN, Express VPN.
Oh.
VPN is just a way of a private logging in to the internet.
And so what is application usage log?
Application usage log, it's just what it says. It's the usage of that particular thing on that day.
Is it to tell you the usage of a particular app or an application?
Correct.
Okay, and so it tells you when you use a certain application or if it, let me ask you this, if it's not on there, that means you're not using it. Is that correct?
Most likely, yes.
So I'm gonna show you number 6.
What's that?
What is the application usage log?
That's 10/13/2021 at 7:07
Too
a.m.
fast. They're looking at the defendant's phone. Celebrate correction.
And that's the Express VPN.
All right, is that the last application usage log on Zach Hughes' phone on the 13th?
It is.
Did you do some more reports?
I'm thinking. Yeah, I think there's more coming.
All right.
Oh boy.
I'll show you. I'm gonna ask you about what about an application report from the Cellbrite regarding wireless networks.
Correct.
All right. Will that show what wireless networks you connected to along the way?
It will.
Let me show you States Exhibit 177.
Yeah.
Is that the wireless networks report that you ran?
It is.
Your Honor, State moves 177 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection. So, what is the wireless networks report?
I'm sorry, what now?
What is the wireless networks report?
It it shows when somebody connects to a wireless network that's available to them.
All right. I'm going to refer you to line number 3.
So that's a WIN Wi-Fi is the name of the Wi-Fi, and then it's showing that it auto-connected on 10/13 at 2021 at 1:17 p.m.
There it is, guys. Holy fuck. So remember, like I said, right? We were talking about that house, and it was like, they're thinking that he maybe went out there to go hide, evidence or whatever, and that maybe it was burned, and he was smart enough to avoid being on the trail camera. Interesting. So that's still a possibility.
So at 1:17 on the 13th, Zach Hughes' phone was connected to the WIN Wi-Fi.
Correct.
And you just heard testimony. Where's the WIN Wi-Fi located?
799 Indian Flats up in Marietta.
And what does last auto connected mean?
That means the last time it auto connected. In other words, he didn't have to put in the password. He drives up the house,
because it's
walks
been there,
up whatever, and it
because he's connected to it before. That would be why. Are you saying ExpressVPN is expensive?
Just like mine does at my office and at home. I never have to do anything to it to get it to connect.
Yep. You know how you get to say, remember this network, that type of thing?
Did you run a report entitled Web History?
I did.
Oh boy.
And what is Web History going to show you?
Oh no.
It's just the where he goes on the web during any particular time.
Was he Googling where to buy roses? I mean, that's the thing that that's another thing we might hear about. I don't know. Right? I also can't picture this defendant being like able to buy drugs off the street, because like he's a nerdy classical pianist, and I don't think most drug dealers would even sell to somebody like that. They think you're maybe, undercover cop or something. Anyway, I wonder how that came into
You recognize that?
being.
I do.
And is that the Web History search for October 13th, 2021? Zach Hughes?
It is.
Your state moves.
Oh boy.
178 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
So I'm going to show you line. Let's just start with 321. Tell this jury how this works, like how you read this report.
It just basically is that first one is it's telling you the Google search that he did, and it was done on 10/13, 2021 at 8:22 p.m. in the evening.
All right, I'm going to take you back to the end of the report. These reports sometimes start from
Yes.
early in the day and then go all the way
Right, you read them backwards.
All right, so at 3:40, what time was that? Would be his first search on October 13th,
Correct.
2021, right?
Correct.
So the first search was at what time?
It was at 4:23 p.m. on the 13th.
And this right here just tells you what he was logged into.
Correct.
Nephrodite? I don't know. What is that?
So he wasn't doing any web searches in the morning of October 13th.
This is going to be like a Hosslong thing. I wonder how many people are Googling. I'm going to Google. I don't know what that is. I'm going to Google it as well and figure out what that is. Huh. Wow, it looks like a place that cares for people with end-stage kidney disease, end-stage renal disease. Huh. Interesting. That's what it is.
Were you able to run a report called call logs?
I was.
And what is the call log report going to show?
basically the call log shows you the calls that he received, made. It usually gives you the duration that the call was.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Log for the 13th.
Okay.
Work forward, right? Is that the easiest way to
Mello?
review these?
Yeah, if you're wanting to do it in a chronological order.
All right. So we'll start with 16 and 17. What are the dates there?
Okay, those are on October 12th at 3:05 p.m. and 6:55 p.m.
On the 12th.
12th. Those were on the 12th.
All right. And then moving on columns 15 and 16. Sorry, 15 and 14.
Mhm.
Let's go to 15.
Okay, on that is a incoming call received from John Mello on 10/12/2021.
There it is.
PM.
Excellent.
Duration is an hour and
Why is
53
your
minutes.
picture different?
All right. So that first number up here, whose number is that?
That would be the number of for John Mello's account.
And then what is this number right here?
That would be the number associated with Zach Hughes' WhatsApp.
And that is using WhatsApp.
Mhm.
Can you make phone calls through WhatsApp?
You can.
And what was the duration of that call?
1 hour and 53 minutes.
On October 12th.
Correct.
At what time?
7:01 p.m.
That's 7 o'clock at night.
Correct.
What about column 14?
That's a call from Zach Hughes to John Mello. It's an outgoing call. It took place also on the 12th of October
Imagine
at
that.
8:54 p.m. and it was 2 minutes and 19 seconds.
Again, the amazingness of how all of this implicates Mello, right? Again, it could be his trial.
8:54
Oh.
p.m.
And then going to column 13.
It's a call from Zach Hughes' WhatsApp account to John Mello's WhatsApp account. It took place on 10/13/2021 at 3:50 p.m. and it was an hour and 20 minutes.
So that's on October 13th, 2021
Wow.
at 3:50 in the afternoon
Correct.
for a duration of an hour and 20 minutes.
Correct.
Interesting.
And then number 12.
Number 12 is from John Mello to Zach Hughes, 10/13/2021 at 7:01 p.m., 14 seconds.
And then number 11.
A call from Zach Hughes to John Mello on the 13th of October, 7:15 p.m. for 19 minutes and 46 seconds.
And then I'll refer you back to number 8.
Call from John Mello to Zach Hughes on 10/14 at 2:05 p.m. for 22 minutes.
You sure had a lot
The
to
day
talk
after the
about.
murder.
Correct.
And then what about
That's a brilliant Mello RT. Yep. Brilliant.
number 7?
It's a call to Max Hyde Law Firm on the 14th of October at 2:10 p.m. for 2 minutes and 39 seconds.
And what about number 6?
It's a call to Isabella Mello on
That's the guess the wife. So I just looked it up in the Hyde Law Firm. So that's in Spartanburg, South Carolina. So I guess he was retaining. I wonder if that's where his current defense counsel is from. I don't even know their names because they didn't say. Meet our team. Let's just see here. Let's see if we can recognize. Smart of him to retain counsel, of course. So they've only got those are the two attorneys. So I can't tell because we don't ever get good looks at them. The dude who's the owner here might be the lead defense counsel, but the other dude, Troy, does not look like the other defense counsel. So, but it's not uncommon that somebody will retain counsel immediately and then, and then switch it, at some point when they know what they're dealing with.
10/14/2021 at 2:16 p.m. for 34 seconds.
And then number 5.
Another call back to Max Hyde Law Firm at 3:44 p.m. on the 14th of October, 2 minutes and 23 seconds.
It'll be interesting.
Can you pull it down just a tad? Okay, there you go. It's a call from Isabel Mello, incoming to Zach Hughes on the 14th of October at 3:46 p.m. Not answered.
And number 3.
Call to Isabel Mello, 10/14/2021 at 3:47 p.m. 3 minutes and 22 seconds.
State moves 179 into evidence. I may have forgotten. It's been a lot. It's a lot. I'm sorry. I get in my groove.
No objection. Thank you. 179 comes in.
Take down to the last report.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. Another one down. Yeah, he did a lot for this.
The last report is called activity sensor data. What is that?
Health data?
That is, if you have an iPhone, it's your activity app on there, steps, flights, stairs climbed,
Sweet.
distance traveled during your activity.
That'll be interesting. Although it looks like he left the phone at home during the time in question. We know he listened to a good deal of music. Who is Viv again? I can't remember. I know you guys always talk about Viv. So when you guys say Frank, I always assume that's a joke because of the Franks. Is there an actual person in the chats that you guys see named Frank? Is that an actual person?
All right, investigative parent, show your state's exhibit 180. You recognize it?
I do.
Is that the activity sensor data?
It is the activity sensor data.
State moves 180 in evidence.
So I didn't even realize that Frank was a real person. I don't know. What's the deal with him?
All right. And again, if you want to start beginning of the day, work backwards. So I'll start you with page 6 of the report. I guess that's it. All right. So explain to the jury
Okay.
the first column there, columns.
Okay, the first column 16 is showing that the time frame between 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. on the 13th of October, the activity that took place during that time.
So on down here at the bottom on 10/13 at 5:39 a.m., it says distance traveled.
Correct.
So what was the distance traveled at 5:39 a.m.?
51 meters.
And then at
I have
5:57,
no reference for how far
how
that
many
is.
meters were traveled?
4.23 meters traveled.
Now, I'm certain that for your phone to register this information, you have to have it on your person.
Correct.
If it's sitting on a table when you're walking around, it's not going to magically
No, it's not going to pick anything
pick
up.
anything up. So let's go to from, I guess, the time frame 6 to 7 o'clock.
6 to 7 o'clock on the 13th of October. Between that period of time, the actual breakdown of when it actually took place was the distance. Which one do you want first? Speed? Okay, steps were at 610, 611. You got a one flight of stairs. Distance traveled 21 meters, and the speed was 1.29.
And we'll go from the time frame of 7 a.m. to 8 a.m.
7 a.m. to 8 a.m.
Wow. Oh my
you can
God.
Move it up just
This is really exciting. So just for anyone, just to refresh, at 8:15 a.m., that's when the eyewitness says they saw him on the bike, right? 9:15 a.m. is that's when the ring camera, the suspect, 9:15 a.m. shows the person at the door, right? Like this is the cell data that could connect it to him being that person, right? So it looks like, given this data, remember when I said because I didn't realize that there was going to be a separate person to do all this stuff, right? And so going off of what Matt Wild was saying with the data that he had, I thought the phone was powered off, but I didn't realize that there was going to be a separate dude. So like I said a few minutes ago, though, it's looking like the phone was on airplane mode and with location services off. And given this activity here that we're seeing now, it's looking like it was also on his person and not left at home. So why is this significant? We've talked a lot about this as it pertains to BK. How would the state hope to prove that somebody had their phone on them, but intentionally didn't want to be able to be tracked, right? Well, this is one of those ways. Especially, and the thing is this, right? It's problematic if you're a defendant, right? And you keep the phone on you, because even if you've got the location data off and the airplane mode on and all that, right? Like some people may not realize it's still recording all this stuff, right? So here, like steps, distance, and you remember the thing about, he's riding on a bike potentially, also potentially hiding at the house, right? For like an hour, waiting for the victim to come home. At that point, it would be stationary. We're going to see all of that here. Whatever the circumstances, we'll see it. Yep.
Okay, from 7 to 8 o'clock, you had two flights of stairs climbed. At 11:50, 11:37, you had one.
No, I think 14 from 7 to 8 a.m. At 7:41, how many steps were made?
At 7:41, you had 41 meters traveled.
So that's at 7:41 a.m.
Correct.
And then when is the next activity on this phone?
So there's no other activity picked up by the phone as user activity until 11:35, the earliest time, 11:35 a.m. on the 13th.
There's a gap in time.
All right, so let's start at 11:35
wow. Okay.
And work our way up on distance travel.
Wait, let me go back real quick. I want to see how big that gap is and see.
No other activity.
7:41.
7:41 a.m.
Correct.
And then when is the next
activity? Let's write this down.
On
this is important.
This phone.
The next activity.
There's no other activity picked up by the phone as user activity until 11:35. Looks like the earliest time, 11:35 a.m. on the 13th.
All right, so let's start at 11:35.
So what I will have to do, what I will have to do is go back. I'll do this between the next, after this and before the next live stream. I need to go back and look at the one that showed like things like plugged in and orientation change and all that, and see if anything happened during this window between 7:41 and 11:35. Did any of that the other data that was shown, like again, like plugged in, unplugged, the speaker, all that shit, did anything happen in that window, or is that window completely blank? Because again, maybe I spoke too soon. If it's completely blank and completely empty from all those different categories from that window, then it was power off. If it was powered on, but again, with location services toggled off, with airplane mode toggled on, but left at home, there would still be things showing up in that window. So I'll just have to go back through and double check. So yeah.
On distance traveled, flights climbed, and steps, because that would be between 11 and 8 o'clock, right? I mean, 11 and 12 o'clock.
11, that's your time frame, 11 to 12.
All right, so not to be confused.
So the other thing, so I don't know. I mean, like, there's plenty of people who are found guilty and, you know, who Murdoch, another great example, right? Turned over his phone right away. The first thing he said was, you know, here's my phone, take a look at my phone, blah, blah, you know. So it's not, you can't, you know, I don't think you can say just because you turn your phone over, you're innocent or whatever. I mean, I think it's just more like if you think that if you intentionally manipulate the information on your phone, right? Or like, let's say you've turned all your shit off, right? Then you would maybe, even if you aren't innocent, you might gladly turn your phone over because you know that there's not going to be anything incriminating on there. And it, you know, anyway, so I think it just varies.
Confusing. At 7:41,
but
last steps
also the thing to consider is probably most people don't realize what all they can get from the phone, right?
last step was 41 meters.
Correct.
Indicated right there.
It was 41 meters at 7:41 a.m.
All right. And then the next activity with the phone in hand.
Correct.
Is what time?
11:35 a.m.
Okay.
Okay. And then at 11:35, what happens?
You have 79 meters traveled.
All right. And then 11:48.
11:48, you have 37 meters.
And 11:58.
156 meters.
And as far as flights climbed at 11:37.
You had one flight, and then at 11:50, you had two.
All right.
We had two other people with
And
him.
then as far as steps are concerned, at 11:35.
11:35, 115 steps.
11:48.
62.
And of course, 11:58.
249.
Now let's move up to the time frame of 11 to 12. I'm sorry, 12 to 1.
12 to 1.
So what do you mean he had two other people with him? I'm just not sure what you mean by that. Like, are you talking about Maggie and Paul? But I don't know what that, I'm just not sure what that's in reference to, like with the turning over of the phone. Yeah, if you want to clarify.
So this is the time frame from 12 to 1. What time does it start as far as speed is concerned?
Speed, it starts at 12:07 p.m.
And what is the speed at 12:07?
It's 1.35 meters per second.
You know, is that somebody walking?
Taking a step.
And then, and so that speed is measured up until when?
To 12:59, 47 seconds, just shy of 1 o'clock.
So what about from 12:08 to 12:57 on distance traveled?
You have at 12:08 you got 316 meters. At 12:18 you have another 88 meters. 12:23, 33 meters. 12:33, another 211. 246, 211, and then at 12:58 you have 229.
And then flights climbed.
Flights climb, you have one flight recorded.
And then what about your steps from 12:08 to 12:57?
You have 477 at 12:08.
Mm.
At 12:18,
Wow.
138. 12:23, 51.
Huh.
12:33, 343. 12:46, 340, and at 12:57, 359.
So would that be consistent with somebody, say, cleaning their car and walking around the woods? Which
How could he possibly say that? Are they not objecting? Defense?
And then I'm going to go to number 16 at the bottom there. What is that time frame?
Okay, you got from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. on the 13th, and that is distance traveled is 51 meters at 5:39 a.m. At 5:57 a.m., you have 4.23 meters traveled. And then stepwise at 5:39, you have 68 steps, and at 5:57, you have 9.
All right. And I jumped ahead. I'm going to go back to the areas of 1 to 2, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on the 13th. Again. And you can just summarize Investigator Perry for 10:13 at 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock.
You have a distance traveled 515 meters, 3 flights of stairs climbed, and a maximum speed of 1.3 meters per second.
So this is not being presented in the most helpful way. I mean, I feel like it was done better in Murdoch, but that is really the prosecution's job to present this in a way that, you know, I mean, I guess this it did come in like this initially. Like they have to go through all of it, right, to get it into evidence and all that. So maybe I'm jumping the gun there. But what I would expect to see and hope to see is then a timeline where they put all this together. Like, for example, the question I was just asking, like where does, because they put things into categories, like where does the background processes from the knowledge seed database, how do those overlap with what we're seeing here? How does that overlap with the other cell phone usage and the phone calls to Mello and all that? You know, so they're getting all these separate things in. Hopefully they will present that all together in a timeline format.
And then from the time frames of 2 to 3.
You have total distance 61 meters, 1 flight, and maximum speed 1.09.
So far, though, it doesn't look like he looked at any images. So if they ask that question, maybe they're still barking up the wrong tree. Oh my God, no cross-exam. No cross-examination. No cross-examination. Again, if he gets convicted and I were his appellate counsel, I would definitely be like ineffective assistance of counsel. Like what? Like, I mean, yes, sure, maybe there's a handful of witnesses where that wasn't necessary. Some of these witnesses were on the stand for all of 10 seconds. But with this witness, right, it's crazy. I mean, they have waived cross on way more witnesses than they have actually done cross. And this is witness number 30. So they're going to take another break. Oh, here's the text messages. I think we'll save that for next time. So the next witness, if you guys can see down here, all the text messages. And look, now we've got some photos. Okay. And that looks like that'll probably finish out the day, if I had to guess. Yep, that'll finish out the day. He'll come in on direct and cross. Okay, that'll finish out the day. So here's the thing. So there's only been 4 days of trial so far. So next time, if we can finish, we'll finish day 3. We can probably make it through day 4. Then we might be all the way caught up before court starts again on Monday. So that will be the goal. That will be the goal. And on my understanding is Monday, the defense will begin its case in chief because the state rested on the 4th day, which was Friday. So Meg says, no, I'm wide awake. Rebuttal experts, well, we wouldn't know that until this. Do you mean, so technically the definition of rebuttal would be for the state only. That's technically, now, I mean, it's like, yes, you can have an expert witness rebut an opinion, but that's not like the definition of a rebuttal expert. A rebuttal expert would be, usually you're referring to like a rebuttal case, right? Like, is that what you mean? Like the state's rebuttal, which you don't always see, but it does happen. But I guess what you mean is like defense expert witnesses and what they'll, and that's just, they may not, I don't know what they'll do. It looked like a lot of what they were going to do hinged on expecting the judge or hoping the judge to deny that the state's motion to eliminate, because they really wanted to get into all the Bradley Post stuff. And they can't do that unless the state opens the door between the end of this day and then on day 4, right? So yeah, so I mean, who knows what they'll do? I mean, we'll find out on Monday what the defense is gonna do. Right. That's the thing, right? Because their best defense really would have been, well, again, I still think it would have been Mello. But clearly the defendant did not want to go that route. And so Bradley Post was the obvious second choice. Mello is clearly the way to go here. There's no question about it, right? Again, how do you know when the state's own witnesses make it look like it's Mello's trial? That's how you know. You know what I mean? So that's why it's crazy when like all that shit was like happening we heard from the Guardian ad litem and all that, and it's like, but then and it's like I said, like I forgot about Bradley Post, and the defense is like asking a question like and brings that name up. I'm like, oh right, they're still doing that. Like that's what they're doing. It just makes me think that the defendant did not want to go with that strategy, you know, with Mello. So yeah, I mean, without being able to get into that CP stuff, there's only so much they can do with making Bradley Post look like not a good dude and a questionable dude. So for anyone who's wide awake, you know, you can always go back and look at testimony you missed. As far as yesterday's live stream goes, those timestamps are done. So, and I'll get working on the timestamps for this one, you know. Sometimes when I'm doing timestamps, you know, I'll have, you know, however much time, like 5 minutes time, I'll get as many done as I can. And so they, you know, it might be that there's only timestamps for the first hour of a live stream or whatever, but all you have to do is refresh it. And if you do that, you'll notice over time, like, oh, look, there's more timestamps than the last time. So anyway, it's not like I usually don't have the ability to sit there and do them all in one sitting with an entire live stream, because that would take so long. But anyway, so in other words, I'll have at least some done immediately. Once we finish this, I'll have at least some done. But especially as it pertains to the Guardian ad litem, that testimony is I mean, all of it's been really not to miss, but that testimony, holy fuck. So that's what you could do, because I know that there's going to be people who are going to want to see these messages. And the other thing is too, we want to make sure that everybody can try to get up to speed too, and not come back tomorrow and be completely out of the loop. So, because I feel like this is going to be pretty important, you know what I mean? So yeah. You're welcome. You're very, very welcome. Yeah. Mello RT. Yes. And we've got some new, we got Twiz. Twiz is he's going to be in for a treat when he wakes up and he's a new person. GEORGLESTICK. Shout out to GEORGLESTICK. Amazing. So yeah, so we'll probably do this tomorrow. And I've put everything else on hold when I realized that this was going on so that we can do this. But that will be fun. It will be awesome. And witness number 30 and another one finished in the books. Crazy. I mean, normally when you get to witness number 30, the trial's been going on for like 3 weeks. It's insane. Yep. Mello RT. Yep. But anyway, guys, y'all are awesome. It was so much fun. It was a lot. Like we learned a lot. And I think it's starting to come together. You know, the bike was a big moment, you know, for the state, I feel like. You know, almost makes you wish they didn't spend so much time with all the surveillance cameras and stuff like that. I mean, you know, maybe some of it, but not all. I don't know. I shouldn't even say that because they've been flying through this case anyway, right? So it's like you can't say they were taking too long with that. But yeah, that, you know, we saw there was a lot. And again, it's great because when I do the timestamps, right, then it's easy because you can remember all the stuff, even if you just like see the list, right? Like for me anyway, because it's all going to be timestamped. Every time there was something else new that we learned that was important, it'll be timestamped. Really specifics, right? If you guys haven't seen, that's my timestamps are insanely specific. But anywho, but love you guys. Y'all are the best. And hope you guys have a wonderful day /night/morning/afternoon. And I'll see you guys next time.